when you wear your tired face. And when the moon bows down, when you show a little grace. Everybody who loves the body will say, you're gonna be alright if you show a little faith. Have a little faith. Have a little faith. Show a little faith. Show a little faith. You got to be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Gotta be grateful for what you got. Think it's some more. Get 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 some more. I said you get some more. Get some more.
Visions in my head of this, you don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go will lead to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go will lead it to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra pa' llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra pa' llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí.
further improve how fast you punch people through the roof. Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combine? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes Can't forget the past, so you gotta learn from it. Heavy on the passion, let it burn on it. All the way you can outrun me. Ain't no way you can win this race. Ooh, when they turn the page to the white face down, paint 'em all in black. Ooh, just remember that when everything's falling, we built this to last. You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. Everybody every night won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Yeah, I lit my own flame, and I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain. I feel the fire in us. Whoa, they looking for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you own.
You can see it in my eyes, only want the best. Everybody every night won't settle for less. Got me looking to the sky, got me feeling blessed. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of my chest. Burning up inside of. Got this fire burning up inside of my chest.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. fine to keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on.
shapes I used to take. Hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes. In my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody, give me your loving, give me your
work myself to the bone, left over in the dirt. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. You got me wrong, not ever right. Help me chain up for good, both day and night. Hard times not for you but me. Darker days as plain as it can be, but I'm over it. Now I'm breaking free. Hit the ground for the longest time. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. The reason for me, for my misery, is what you do, is what you do. The reason for me, for my misery, is what you do, is what you do to me. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get you gone. Now I'm the one who's broken down, but you keep beating me up to the ground. But when I'm going strong, wait till I get, wait till I get you gone. Wait till I get you gone. Yeah. Wait till I get, wait till I get you. Wait till I get, wait till I get you gone.
High in the mountains, blowing on the wind, deep in the valleys, drifting down river. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the water, out in the fields, spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad, trucking on the rusty rails. You can breathe it in the air. You can taste it in the spinning in the cotton, up on the railroad track on the rusty rail. All it takes is just one drink, then you'll know you're in too deep. All it takes is just a kiss, then you'll know that love don't sleep. Then you'll know that love don't sleep.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. I will be the one to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Anomaly continues to wreak havoc within the Convergence, and one truth remains: all stories must end. Witness the final act at Teamfight Tactics into the Arcane Tactician's Crown. From March 14th to 16th, 40 tacticians earning their place through the Golden Spatulas will compete for greatness and a reward that celebrates their relentless pursuit of evolution. Awe-inspiring performances in the last Tactician's Crown have earned America's EMEA and APAC one additional slot each for this event. As a result, CN will have 10 slots, America's 9, EMEA 9, and APAC 12, with one slot reserved for title, our Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown champion.
Just too much to deal with. Going to the back line. The title has it down. Title's done it.
Two-time Tactician Crown champion.
Stakes are higher than ever, and tacticians will have to evolve if they want to be the main character of this final act. With everything on the line, the format ensures every placement matters. First place earns 8 points, while last place gets just 1. On day 1, players will face the anomaly head-on. The 40 tacticians will battle across 5 lobbies in 6 gruesome games, and every 2 games the lobbies will reshuffle, creating unexpected clashes between strategies. At the end of the day, the 8 lowest ranked players will be eliminated. On day 2, the pressure builds as the bottom 8 tacticians are eliminated every 2 games until only 16 remain. From there, 3 matches will determine the top 8 finalists, players who have refined their skills and risen to meet the challenge. On the 3rd day, players will once more need to adapt to survive the anomaly's final corruption in order to reach the necessary 20 points. With this checkmate format, just one final victory will crown the Into the Arcane Tacticians Crown Champion. Anomaly, Shimmer, and Innovation will guide our tacticians as they strive to adapt, strategize, and outsmart their competitors. Witness their final act from March 14th to 16th.
Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's why I'm trying to be good. Please believe me, I'm not this was happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
Final chapter unfolds, the anomaly will challenge those prepared to fight, tested, proven, and destined for greatness. This is where stories end and new legends begin.
와, 절반의 피가 그냥 한 방 사이라 공격기. Both Victor ulting at the same time, crowd control and access to the full backline.
开不出来了，我们恭喜关少爷！
Over 3 days of intense battles, tacticians will evolve beyond the corruption, facing trials that test their wit, will, and courage.
The Alawi is up and the Jinx gets to
这一
cast.
局在刚刚那一波最关键的6杠1的战斗当中，他获胜了。
Rising as a Cam Baron and experimenting with Shiver, sending up smoke as a rebel or unleashing the Blood Hunter.
Warwick can come in for those executions.
This should be a done deal.
The final ascension brings the best together, where everything is possible. Grid will forge those who join the fight, and only one can rise victorious. Witness their final act.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Tactician's Crown for Into the Arcane. My name is Nekra, and I am so excited to be here this weekend, live from Alicante, Spain, to bring you the conclusion of what has been one of the most dramatic teamfight tactics sets ever. And I get to do it alongside my family. How are you guys doing this weekend?
I'm incredibly pleased to be here. My name is Professor Clement, representing the University of Piltover, and I'm here to witness the best tech carry this day of progress.
If Clement gets to be a professor, I'm going to be an undercover agent from Noxus, bringing in Mbessa Encounter Game 1.
Ooh.
Wow, spicy. You guys took all the good
I like
ones,
it.
so I guess it's me, the Italian emissary to the council.
And I'm going to try to be head of council this weekend, but I'm not quite sure how to follow that one up. But I do know one thing, that Into the Arcane has been such a special set for TFT. I feel like we got a chance to live something really incredible after actually watching Arcane Season 2 and then being able to play it. Like, that was incredible, right?
Even the introduction of so many new characters. We've seen Silco and Kabuko in the past, one character this time, 10 new characters. The execution on their kits, their abilities, the flavor tying in with the show was honestly, I think, almost perfect.
And it wasn't just that those characters were added. To me, it was the evolution of the set. As the Arcane show progressed and we got to learn more and more of the story, Into the Arcane actually changed. The introduction of the 6 cost introduced Mel, Warwick, and Victor to the game itself, so we got to experience a whole new set just after that first patch.
There was plenty of wrinkles in the gameplay, and also you could enter a wrinkle in time by stepping into the anomaly itself. This allowed you to play your favorite lines, but with a different flavor every single time, as you had so much more complex math puzzles to play with, and that just got my nerd juices flowing so much this set. It was amazing.
Everything from the lore to just the high skill expression we got a chance to see from our players. That's why we've got 40 of the absolute best tacticians in the entire world duking it out this weekend to see who will become the Into the Arcane Tactician's Crown set champion. 3 days of competition, but only one gets a chance to take home that crown. But make sure that you get involved as well. We've got pick'ems again, powered by AWS. So make sure you go check out that link, get your predictions in before we start our very first game of the weekend, which you can check out in the countdown timer. It's actually over there. So you got some time, but make sure you go check that out and see all of the excellent in-game cosmetics that you can get as well for participating. Let's help you out a little bit though, because we've got 40 players, which I know is a lot to get through, but I think the big statement for a lot of our players, or actually just a select few players, is the fact that some came in as regional champions. And now what's so special about that is that that competition actually just happened a couple weeks ago.
And talking about the toughest region so far, it has been APAC from the previous sets. And there's one special player in Flashwolves Ironbach that has been able to win his region twice. This has never happened among any of the players. Only him has been able to do this, and he's had the hottest last 4 months. Also 10th place at Macau, sandwiched between his 2 regional wins. The only thing he has missing to become a bona fide big man in this competition is that Tactician's Crown ranking. He was only 25th last time. If he cements himself this time, I think he's one of the greats.
And it's so impressive. Ironbog not only got a chance to do that back-to-back, but I think just in general, when you're able to win a regional championship twice, it's just such a statement maker. And I think that's why attention has to be turned to Wei Iverson from the Americas. It was not back-to-back, but still joins a very elite couple of TFT players from the Americas that have been able to do this. And I think it's going to be incredible to see how he performs here this weekend. He's in top form. He played so many different compositions during the actual America's Golden Spatula, and I think that variety is going to give him an edge in the competition. And it's his 4th time here. I think experience also helps play a role a little bit with how successful you find yourselves on these weekends.
And for EMEA, a player that I think is linked very closely to Wasian, they both came up in a big way as these rising stars. It's Wet Jungler, our EMEA champion, who finally won a tournament. He was a runner-up all the way back in Set 9 Runeterra Forge when Tidal won his first title.
Yep.
And Wasian also popped off in a big way. Wet Jungler finally gets rewarded for his consistency, gets that big win, and I think one of the favorites for this weekend.
Talking about a player that a lot of TFT players might not know is Nandada, coming over from the JOC region. CN is such a big region that they actually have 2 champions, and this time the mobile version was rewarded with the first seed. This is his breakout split. He's been trying a long time in the JOC, never made it past the 16th, but this time on the 3rd try was able to win it out. And this big story in CN is that hard work pays off. He really put his nose to the grindstone and has a lot to show for it. First time here at Tactician's Crown.
You're going to talk about the JOC. I'm going to talk about the TOC because this is the PC version, the more traditional version of TFT that we have experienced at the Tactician's Crown. The TOC was won by Guan, and what a way he won the tournament in. I mean, this guy had a dominant run across the TOC, only 14 games in order to win the whole thing. We have this amazing clip of him actually winning the event as well. Across the TOC as a whole, he averaged a 2.5 AVP. He made it into the finals and then ended Checkmate in just 4 games. I mean, look at this guy. The energy, the smile, he's signing it. The crowd is electric. It was such a dramatic way to end the event too, that he's kind of thrust himself into stardom from, you know, I would say a relatively quiet career up until this point in time.
He was not the favorite coming in from CN. A lot of people saw him as a lightweight coming into the TOC, but when this season happened, Juan Mie was observing him, and people started to realize this guy has really fast hands. He's the 2nd fastest player behind Ice in this region, and this time around, he's coming in as a serious contender. It's been a long time since CN has been able to take a championship since Dragonlance. This is one of their best shots ever.
They're coming in with a strong roster, and I think Guan certainly leading the charge there makes a very strong case for CN to put themselves back on the map, especially after we saw CN actually win at the Macau Open. I feel like that's got to be the start of something great, right?
That was the beginning of the resurgence. I think now, hopefully, we see that next level because they were lowest AVP in the last big global championship. Maybe that changes in this one.
They have a lot to prove, but I think it's also important to remember that these regional winners, they're coming into this event with so much confidence. They had just previously won on a patch that's very similar to the one we're playing on, and if you can believe in the game plan that found you success already, I expect these regional winners to be favorites going into the weekend.
And these regional winners do actually come in with a bit of a leg up on the competition because they are going to be in individual lobbies. They're not going to be playing each other at the start. We had a drafting process where each of those regional winners, plus Tidal, of course, because he is the reigning Tactician's Crown champion, got split up, and then they did a snake draft to figure out who they wanted to play against, and that's how we ended up with our first lobbies for games 1 and 2 of today.
They decided how the dominoes started falling and how the snowball effect ended up maybe warping some of these lobbies. I'm looking at lobby 2 especially.
Yeah, lobby 2 is the one that we're going to go to, and if you don't know already just by looking at it, don't worry, we're going to break it down on why this might be the most insane first lobby that we've ever seen.
But you should know. You should know just by looking at it.
Well, if you're a new viewer, don't worry, we've got you covered.
We do, but I think all of these lobbies, quite honestly, which is how stacked the competition is here this weekend, look very scary. And so maybe it's good that we have a reseeding process that's going to happen after these first 2 games. I think Lobby 2 is going to be pretty happy about that as well. But I'm so excited to be able to welcome in one of our competitors that's here this weekend. Noel, we have from the EMEA region, comes in after getting a top 8 at the Vegas Open. And I think that's what makes it so exciting to be able to have him again here this weekend. Noel, welcome to the broadcast. How are you feeling?
Hi guys, I'm feeling great. How are you?
I'm good. How are you coming back? We just saw you at the Dragonlance Tactician's Crown as well, and now you're back for another opportunity. So what's that pressure on yourself like this weekend?
Well, I'm obviously very excited to be here again, and I hope I can perform better than last time.
Well, you do have a new team, and I hope maybe you can give us some insight on this. You're part of the High Rollers now, which has absolutely put themselves on the map for one of the strongest teams in EMEA. So what's it been like to prep with them ahead of this event?
It's been amazing. For sure, like part of the success is because I can practice with this study group. So I'm very glad to have this opportunity.
And what does that prep kind of look like for you? You know, do you have you don't need to share all of your secrets, but do you have a strong game plan? Do you have like a linear game plan? Are you trying to keep yourself open to a lot of different lines?
Yeah, well, we basically prep like every day. We do wall reviews, live games. We talk about the game. Like we do all sorts of stuff. So I think we are all very, very prepared. And I hope we can all finish in the top 8. That would be amazing.
That would be super amazing. And I think a lot of the support that you've been getting for EMEA, especially from Panda, for example, on the desk, you know, what do you rate EMEA's chances for being able to make it far into day 2 and, of course, into day 3?
Well, coming into the Tactician Crown, I had a feeling that EMEA was going to perform the best out of the 4 regions. So yeah, that's my statement. So yeah.
I love it. Well, Noel, thank you so much for joining us at the top of the day. Wanted to give you some space here to give any shout outs to your teammates or whoever else is supporting you before you go.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I want to shout out to my team, of course, and my study group, my High Rollers, as well as my friends and family and wife. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Noel. Best of luck today.
Thank you, guys. See you.
It's been amazing to see Noel just kind of on the come up, right? I feel like after that Dragonlance performance, maybe not necessarily the best, especially what he just said, but you get that top 8 at the Vegas Open, and then you're still being able to juggle that alongside having a full-time job. Like, that's so impressive.
Full-time lawyer, and for me the biggest difference with Noel this set is that he's changed his perspective on prep from pushing rank 1 on UNE ladder as a way to qualify to the TCs and to really make it far, to playing only enough to qualify to TCs, but then focusing all his time into prepping for tournaments, into prepping, you know, just for that 3-day, tournament. And I think that's really changed the way he's going to perform this weekend as well.
And when it comes to preparing for tournaments, there are just a couple of play styles that our tacticians try to go down. Either you're kind of in this camp where you're trying to play for points, consistency, get those top 4s, any way to get yourself over the line, or you're risking it for the biscuit, you're trying to get those first places or bust. And that's why we've got this tactical breakdown presented by HyperX with the Data Den with Gangly and Clem.
It gets better every time I hear it. Thank you, Nekra. You see, unfortunately, Nekra, it seems the producers have made a huge mistake because they put 2 huge nerds on this desk. And Clement and I are going to be breaking down exactly what it looks like. What are the ingredients of being a top 4 or a 1st or 8th player? So let's take a look at this graph that we've had presented or made for us. And we're going to be looking at 2 different players. One is Sobio from the Americas. The other is Chaos from APAC. We'll start with Chaos. I want you to look at those blue lines. This is a placement distribution chart to show how often these players place in each individual placement. Chaos's result, if you see that trend line, it spikes right in the middle. That means that most of Chaos's placements live in that 4th through 6th range. He's a middle placement player. Sobio on the other side, the trend line is inverted. It's completely flipped. Most of his placements are in that 1st, and you can see that spike right at the end, those 8th place finishes, meaning that Bio is one of those 1st or 8th players.
And just to showcase how extreme this can be, this means that Bio is 3 times more likely to go 1st or 8th compared to Chaos. I'm going to be breaking down some of the ingredients, starting from the Chaos side of things, the top 4 side of things. The number 1 ingredient is to play only developed lines. These players typically like to keep their line selection very clean and very small. They have a lot of mastery on them. They can play them from low roll spots, and that means they can play it uncontested, which means it's really hard to pin them 7th or 8th.
On the flip side though, Bio, we've seen be way more willing to play underdeveloped lines or the lines in which you need to cook. And sometimes those lines are lines that you opt into on 2-1, knowing that in order to succeed, you actually have to hope for additional high roll to come in one way or another at either 3-2 or 4-2.
Another big feature for top 4 players, on the other hand, is that they're willing to trade gold efficiency for HP preservation. A lot of times when Chaos is playing his reroll family or his Tristana, he's actually willing to level past level 6, level 5, and make sure that he has his HP high. If other players low roll and go out, that actually means he saves placements. Outliving is outplaying.
That's really good, first off. And I want to say the opposite with first or eighth is that you're using your HP as a resource, right? You are leveraging your HP, accepting that sometimes you have to take bad beats in order to get those high highs. We saw that with Bio at the Golden Spatula, opting into some really creative and unique lines, and even things like opting into 2-1 Conquerors, knowing that if you don't find the snowball and if you can't get the pieces that you need in that early and mid game, you're going to find a bot 2. But for Bio, for every bot 2 that he finds 2 or 3 top 1s.
Exactly, and both of these players are great. There's no right or wrong in this, but when it comes to the Tactician's Crown format, we typically expect the top 4 oriented players to have a better chance to make it into the finals itself, and once it gets to checkmate format, then Bio, with all his experience at getting first places, is slightly more favored to run away with the Tactician's Crown on a win.
Thank you so much for the breakdown of those 2 different strategies, but I think some of our most successful TFT players have been able to find that hybrid, being able to get that consistency on those first 2 days and then kick it into that top gear to be able to win the whole thing. And what better example than to talk about our previous Tactician's Crown winners. Title especially, not only is it difficult to just win once, but Title making a historical run last set to be able to win his second Tactician's Crown. Amazing.
He is the true Bonjour of our esports, the big boogeyman that everyone is afraid of. However, this set there is something that's very interesting. He's coming in as an enigma because he has not played a single official tournament game the entire set and auto-qualified based on his win next time. I'm sure even with that, though, no one is happy with Title in their lobby.
You talk about Title winning this past Tactician's Crown. I mean, I got to talk about Disho, the set 11 champion. Set 12 comes along and he takes a bit of a rest, doesn't go as hard as we've seen, and then set 13 comes and he says, once more, I'm putting my all into it. And what a statement he's made. I mean, this is what happens when the best player in a region high rolls. Dissoap had a 3.0 AVP average placement across the entirety of the set. He narrowly lost the Golden Spatula to Wajan Iverson. If there's one word I would use to describe Dissoap's set as a whole, it would be dominant.
And I have to follow it up with the GOAT from EMEA. It's Double 61, who I can compare to both players. Title because it's the 6th time he's making it to this global stage, and to Disho because he lost to Disho. He was runner-up in the set 11 Inkborn Fable, so very, very close to also becoming a 2-time champion before Title even. We'll see if this maybe is a time for Double to return. I think he is a perennial favorite every single tournament he qualifies to, and this weekend is absolutely no different.
Well, he's certainly the OG, but how about one of the absolute greats? We've also got to talk about Lilo, who comes in and has an opportunity to get a second Tactician's Crown as well. It was a part of that enormous CN dynasty that it felt like nobody was going to be able to break.
He is truly the master of the Arcane. If you believe in Destiny, if you believe you have a storyline written for you by Riot producers, then you have to believe in Lilo. Because look at the icon right there. He was the Gizmos and Gadgets champion, and that was the first Arcane set. He loves this thematic. He loves Arcane. He says this is when he enjoys TFT the most, and now it's the second Arcane set again. Already in the Macau Open, he was able to take a second place. He's back now, and if everything aligns, if the stories hold true, then he should be bringing back and catching up the title with the second TAC Crown win.
If this was an EMEA player, you guys would tell me copium. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but this time it really is the plot armor. I think Clement has laid that out perfectly. But we are just going to have to wait and find out as the weekend unfolds. And while we are checking out all of the action to celebrate the end of Into the Arcane, make sure you stay tuned because we're also going to be giving you some exclusive reveals of Set 14 Cyber City. Today, you'll be able to find out some of the champions that you'll be able to play with. Tomorrow, we're going to be releasing some of the traits, and of course on that final day we're going to have the full dev drop for you to enjoy, as well as our dev panel at the end of the day. But that's not all. I mean, of course, Cyber City is exciting, but we've still got some TFT competition on our hands for this weekend. So make sure you also check out the alternative lobbies that will be covering the rest of the action that we don't have here on the main stage. We can only feature that one lobby a piece, of course. And so we've got our great team of casters that's going to be covering the rest of those lobbies. And check us out on TikTok. In case you want to see all of our reactions to all of the amazing plays that are happening, you can check out our vertical feed on TikTok and make sure that you're involved that way as well. But guys, I think that about does it. I think we might just be ready to jump in to our first game of the day.
What a lobby.
This lobby's crazy.
This is what we were saying before. If you didn't already know why this lobby was insane, take a look at these names. We have Title, two-time global champion, Dishsoap, Set 11 champion. We have Lecoco, who's one of the favorites coming out of EMEA. We've got Double 61, sixth appearance at World, Set 3 champion, Guan, the regional champion of the TOC. From top to bottom, this is a lobby full of stars.
And I just want to mention Guao, the one that started it all. He was picked by Title first, and then he went on to go pick Dish Soap. So this is what
that darn domino.
And even Ho-Ho, who's maybe a lesser-known CN player, but a player that has very, very good stats across the last few sets. A player that's very consistent, very high win rate as well domestically. So a player that I think cannot be counted out. And Kevin Parker, the hero from Vegas, who prolonged that tournament 2 or 3 extra games with that Yone play, finished second overall. Finally here on the global stage, the first time, and hungry to prove himself.
I think what's so wild about looking at this lobby is that 4 people have to bot 4. Like
the math checks out.
No, but I mean that in terms of what a heavy statement to have to start out your tournament in such a strong lobby, and you've got to play this lobby twice. You got to bot 4. Someone's got to win, someone's got to go 8th.
And the implications here are massive because there are cuts after 6 games. So your first 2 games is a third of that lobby. I just admire the courage for Guao and a lot of these players to actually go for their rivals in the draft.
I want to call out something, circling back to what David was saying earlier. Kevin Parker, I think, is maybe a name that is a bit of an underdog compared to some of the stars of the field. But I think something a lot of people don't recognize is that Kevin Parker has advanced through more stages of tournament than any other player in the Tactician's Crown field. There's nobody else that was able to top 8 every single tournament that he competed in. And to go even further, he also found a top 8 at the Gamescom LAN, one of the EMEA LANs that they hosted throughout the set. I think Kevin Parker is having the set of a lifetime right now.
Despite his lengthy career and despite obviously the breakout performance at Vegas, it's hard to beat just because of the LAN environment, the first big open. This is Kevin's best set by far statistically, and also he has mentioned he has truly matured, not just as a player, but as a person in terms of his mental, in terms of how he can handle, bad beats, how he can handle low rolls, and this makes him a really scary player coming into this weekend.
Globally, I do want to mention a lot of players have been looking at one EMEA player that's been flying under the radar, and that is Les Coco. Even though he hasn't had the best performances at Tactician's Crown, this set from him was a masterclass. 246 bombs back-to-back makes him one of the most studied players globally from EMEA.
What's funny to me is that I had a very different perception of Lecoco leading up to the last couple weeks. I think Lecoco is someone who maybe is kind of outside of EMEA, fallen in the shadow of some of the bigger name players from EMEA. And now that we've gotten closer to the Tactician's Crown, suddenly everyone is like, wait, this guy's not one of the best. He might be the best player in EMEA.
And I think what's so interesting is that you can draw a lot of parallels to Lecoco's situation, and I think Dish Soap from the Americas, where Dish Soap was that king without a crown.
The last to blossom,
Exactly, right? Everybody touting him so highly on the global stage as he's yawning and in the
too easy.
I know, he's like, I'm just gonna dominate. No, but seriously, I think looking at Dish Soap and just how he was perceived globally, he was considered one of the best in the world, and I think Lecoco sits on that same pedestal, but again, doesn't have that giant win yet.
His challenge coming to this event is trying to prove himself because he, especially in the French community, is considered a player that has been so good for so long, all the way back since Gizmos and Gadgets, but he is incredibly dominant throughout the season, and then the playoffs come around, and something always seems to happen in the Golden Spatula and the regional finals where he just can't make it to that day 3. He barely misses 3 or 4 times in a row, and that starts piling up mentally in terms of what am I doing wrong when I have, like Clement said, 46 points across 2 different days in the cups, and then I can't actually perform at that same level when it comes to the moments that matter the most. I think the fact he's made it here with a very strong prep group as well from the French side means that For me, he's a lock-in for day 3, but I'll let him speak for himself when we go into the convergence.
I always say that there are 3 ways to find an edge on people in TFT. The first is skill, just being better than the other people in your lobby. It's hard to find that edge on the global stage. The second is meta. Do you have an edge based on what is actually stronger in the meta, or have some secret tech that you're going to whip out when you find the line? Again, this is a pretty developed meta. It's hard to find that edge. The third is the one that I find most important: performance. When the day comes, how much do you play like you? Because to me, I think Lecoco's kind of showed us that when he plays like himself, we know what to expect. He's a lock for day 3. He's one of the best in EMEA history. And I think that may have something to do with the lack of performance we've seen both at the regional finals across the history of TFT, and as well the international performances. What he needs to show this weekend is not that he's better than the rest. He needs to show us that he can play like Lecoco.
Maybe both.
Or maybe it helps that.
Talking about your edges that players can find, there is one player that is the master of line selection, and he's been recognized globally. It's Dish Soap.
Oh,
that video that he put out was actually such a banger, and it was translated in so many languages. A lot of the pros watched it. He has a record-breaking set with 84% top 4 rate across 49 games.
Right.
That is completely unheard of in the world, and that is his biggest advantage. He can analyze which line to go through. He has a ton of lines to play, and frankly, he has been one of the most emulated players. I expect a lot of rerolls going in from him if he sees the spot. He's not exactly always the highest first rate player, but he's always solidly aiming for the top 4s.
I mean, just to put it in another perspective, you say 84% top 4 rate. How about just an AVP of 3.0 across the entirety of this tournament set? That's unprecedented. Like, he set a record for the Americas, and I think several other regions as
the
well.
previous record.
Yeah, I mean,
to be clear.
I give even people more context that the America's Golden Spatula just a couple of weeks ago, Dish Soap got 76 points between 12 games. That is... why? That's bonkers. Like, that's so many points.
He actually got 78, by the way.
Oh, he's even better than that.
And I do want to point out what's so interesting for me in this lobby is the contrast of styles, because Jisoo put out a guide on how to do line selection, and Guan has a completely different take. He actually advocates for generic combat augments first and only plays for macro.
Let's go, everybody. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of the
It's the best of.
Oh,
no! His agent is at it again.
I did say 1 minute into the show that it would be a best encounter, and that is going to be the case.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
A little Zeri game coming up?
Yep. Looks like it.
Okay, so you know what? We talked a little bit earlier about the value of having experience in underdeveloped lines. I will say, when you're playing an Mbessa encounter, being willing to cook is sometimes the key to success.
I'm looking at these emblems right now, and I feel like I'm seeing some clear winners, and I'm seeing some clear losers.
I definitely think that Dish Soap has the highest cap of these Mbessa emblems. With only a +1, you can hit 10 Rebel on level 10. And also, even the Visionary side has a very high cap with the Malzahar.
Look at titles, though. Bruiser Experiment, I mean, that gives you a lot of direction. And the other thing I will say is actually having the Bruiser Spatula early is very good at getting you that 4 Bruiser on stage 2, which can be extremely powerful if you want to fight for a 5 streak.
Even looking at one of the strongest rerolls in the current meta, we see both Double and Kevin, 2 EMEA players, have a chance to play into that family reroll, which is just incredibly strong with a +1, especially with the chance to find another +1, have the 5 family online in stage 3.
How are you guys feeling about Firelights, though, right now?
Contested. That was the word I'm going to use. And on the bright side, we have lots of strong Mbessa, these triple emblems. There are some bad ones, though. I think for Coco and Kevin Parker, none of these traits have any interaction in terms of units.
Like I said, clear winners, clear losers.
Okay, we get the immediate no scout, no pivot taken from Double 61. Now we're going to have a chance to look at some at the other boards to see what everyone else is locking in. But Double saying right off the bat, do not contest me. This is my family emblem. No scout, no pivot.
And that was really important because he actually found the Vander on no scout, no pivot on 2-1. Usually if you play the Darius, it actually locks you out of family emblems, which means no 5 family. So that's really, really good start for him getting the Vander early.
See what else everyone else going to take.
Oh. We have to mention this. Across the board, this has been regarded as the strongest composition throughout the entire tournament, in scrims as well. It's the Ken Baron Visionary line. The main reason that this line has been doing so good is because the 300 cash out gives you 70% chance at a 2-star Rennie, which is the best tank in that stage 4.
We've even seen a lot of players actually not only go for just the 2-star Rennie with a 3-star. Imagine when you get that online and you're able to give her great tank items, then that's such a difficult unit to take down in the late game.
You get the free Sentinel for the Singe as well. It could turn into a win streak Ken Baron in stage 3 depending on the first few cash outs, and the high voltage pickup obviously as well.
We did see Ho-Ho opt into the pumping up. I imagine that does imply that maybe we're going towards that Zeri. Usually it's either Zeri or Dominators is the primary line that really likes that. We're seeing Guao here with a Quick Striker plus Firelight and Experiment. To me, this looks like a Quick Striker angle maybe makes the most sense. Otherwise, it's Ambushers because you do get the Firelight for the Echo. There's not a whole lot here to work with, though. The Heroic Grab Bag, though, does tell us that it's going to be something along the 3-cost reroll.
It's really important here that he's not picking up those Zeris, so that's a very clear indication it's going to be the Quick Striker line.
And Zeri's not really considered the best comp in the current meta with the rerolls. It has to have a very good condition to make that a playable in this case, where you have Quick Strikers. I think it's much easier to play into. You could make a TF2 here, but no items to slam, no real chance at a big win streak, so makes sense to wait for that to happen later on.
Yep, Lose Streak Quick Striker is still one of those compositions that can crawl its way back. And the important thing I think to note here is that he is actually one of the players with the chance to break that Ken Baron Lose Streak later down the line.
It's a great note. I also do want to bring up that with this lobby being a meta, a lot of it has to do with figuring out a way to cap out your board. This lobby in particular has 4 of the 7 highest win rate players in the entire field. We're looking at players like Ho-Ho, like Lekoko, like Guan, and Dishope. These 4 players in particular are extremely good at capitalizing on high roll and then finding their way into a first place. I think Title, to be quite honest with you, despite not having the stats during this set to back it up, is someone that we've seen time and time again very capable of capitalizing on high roll.
And depending what your best trainer is, you have to really look into maybe loose streaking stage 2 and 3. The chance for extra spatulas is really big for something like Rebel. The chance for the 3-2 augment pickup being a +1 is really massive. And then you kind of have a very clear idea of what your game plan has to be. Push levels, try and go for that 10 Rebel vertical trait, and just win the game off of that.
Kevin Parker looks like he's going to go into the Morgana line. Vex was recently buffed as well. So I retract my statement. He actually does have a linking emblem right there. Meanwhile, on Dishope, this is really interesting. If you can find early Automata early, then it's actually a very strong composition to go into stage 3. But you need to get the Blitzcrank and the Kog'Maw for free. You already got the Kog'Maw. If the Blitz comes, he's probably locked. Taking a look here, are there any Ken Baron units? That's going to be the big thing here for Gwen that's playing the Ken Baron Visionaries.
No.
No spatulas.
Here, there.
No Ken Barons. There's a Nocturne for our Quick Striker player.
Also, as we're taking a look at the units on the bottom there are 3 players contesting this loss streak, right? Because Lekoko is the what doesn't kill you, full open 4, it only has the powder on his board right now. And so we're 3 players who are all playing very low tempo, prioritizing econ. We can see the results of that on the right-hand side. Guan, Double, and Coco all sitting at 40 gold or higher, but Lekoko, 59 gold going in the back half of stage 2. What this tells me is that Lekoko is going to have to be efficient, right? Because he's not going to have the HP to leverage going into the mid and late game. And so even though he has way more gold, it's very easy to stumble if you can't use it efficiently.
So Guan already has his streak broken right here. I was thinking maybe Lekoko was going to be the hero of the lobby and make sure CN doesn't run away with this.
It was going to be hard to have that streak stay a loose streak for too long with high voltage, and you are forced to play 2 Visionary, 2 Sentinel as your traits. You can't really play for the full loss streak, no traits online Ken Baron. But luckily, Ken Baron does have some outs with win streaking. You do have those small cash outs. You can stay stronger in stage 3 and 4. One thing for Lekoko is, because this is Mbessa, and there's a chance for Exodia combos coming to stage 4 and 5 with Vertical Rebel, etc., you have to be very clear with your game plan if you're losing and sacrificing a lot of HP early, because you might face these incredibly strong players in stage 4 and lose regardless of how strong you get.
Yeah, normally if you are the Chem Baron player, it's very clear that you are the one playing for the win now. And I think what you're illustrating here, David, is that when you have the Mbessa encounter, you can't expect that you are going to be the win out player. We did see someone rolling. Was that double 61?
That was
double.
Yeah.
He was
Double
able to
got
hit
his
quite
loss
a
streak
few
broke.
upgrades.
All right. So actually, yeah, Coco, the only player in the field going into 2-6 that still has a potential to lose streak, and Dish Soap, the only player.
He already has
contending for
a
win
trade
streak.
tracker. I just want to point out, he could do a 3-2 trade tracker. I'm not kidding. Look at this traits.
And he has a cloned Rel too, which is a pretty strong in stage 2.
Yeah.
This is how you get 84% top 4 rate, is you pick the strongest tempo augments, and this was Disho's read. His read was that in this meta, there are very few lost streak spots that you can come back with. One of them is Quick Striker, and one of them is Ambusher. That's pretty much it. So he's going for the strongest start as possible, and this 3-2 augment is going to be huge. He has so many win outs here. The trade tracker would be amazing, and he can still angle for the Rebels as well.
Wonder if we'll see a full prismatic trait in our first game of the Tag Crown. I think that would be crazy.
I just want 2-7 trade tracker. That
Oh,
feels
it'd
like
be
the coolest
so
thing ever.
cool.
Gu Ao here is clearly angled. Oh no, this is Kevin Parker. Sorry.
This is another one of our visionary Chem Baron players, right? So Chem Baron, this is something that we're also seeing from Guan as well, correct? Yeah, the visionary Chem Baron.
Yep.
So we're gonna have 2 players on this line. Traditionally, there's 2 different ways to play this. You could play it around the Morgana 3. We've also seen people play it into a fast 8 going Heimerdinger as well. I imagine these players are going to be fighting to not contest each other, and both of them are level 5 right now, right? So it doesn't seem like either of them are going to be sticking with Morgana.
And this is one of the key comps that I think that had the biggest difference between regions, especially at the Golden Spatula. I think Americas and EMEA were very clear that we're trying to play for both the Heimer Chem Baron versions and the Morgana reroll versions quite often, a little bit more often than APAC, especially more than CN, who, because they were playing quite late into last week with the regionals, they were still playing on 30.6, and they were not playing Chem Baron Visionaries as much until the scrims came through this last week.
Oh, we are totally open to say we just stole that from Wade and Iverson. We watched him play it and it was like, oh, this is really good.
Double getting Family Online. Something that's pretty interesting, I will say the priority of the Rageblade on Draven has been something that's come through in the last couple iterations. It's one of the ways that you can play the Family line without artifacts because of how much damage he's able to put, especially during stage 3.
And the tailoring as well here is really important. Darius on the bench trying to go for the chance at the 3-2 family emblem.
Yeah, this is why Vander is so important, getting in on 2-1 when we're playing no scout, no pivot. If you go to 3-1 without leveling here, now you get the emblem choice of pit fighters or family itself, which is a massive boost. And I love that he actually tempo rolled on 2-6. This is a very, very rare play, and one of the hallmarks of double 61 is that he understands tempo really well and will always try to maximize his streaks.
Especially because he had so much gold to roll with anyway. He was very ahead when it comes to stage 2 gold, so going down to 40 instead of 50 is not really a big deal.
Let's see what our augments have. It's going to be silver.
Oh, this is a bit of a letdown. I was really
Yeah.
hoping for trade trackers or emblems to come out
Gold would
here.
have been great.
I am seeing doubles presented with a couple different options, whether he wants to go into combat or if he wants to just go straight into econ, getting the rolling for days. Personally, I find rolling for days pretty valuable when you're playing no scout, no pivot because you have that scaling, those scaling stats coming through, being able to guarantee that you hit your units. It does look like that's what he opted into as well.
Everything is going to be toned down just a little with the silver augments. Not enough power,
Oh.
but El Coco.
Wow. And I love, okay, so this is a really brave play coming in through Lococo.
Lococo. Yeah, absolutely. He's taking up the power up. So we know that the next augment is going to be gold for everyone else, 100% prismatic for Coco. So this is the highest value that you can get out of this augment.
And think of the shape of his game, right? He's really made it very clear the
Level
way that
7
he wants
already.
to play this. He's level 7 still. He has the what doesn't kill you and power up. So he is essentially sacrificing board strength on both 2-1 and 3-2 in order to ensure that when he spikes on 4-2, it is a stronger spike than anyone else in the lobby.
If you take a look at the cards that he's currently holding, it does look like an artillerist angle coming in from him. So most likely Emissary and playing around the Corki. In this meta, you can also get prismatic augments for your 6 cost. Those prismatic augments were massively buffed, so very, very good cap out way.
And with what doesn't kill you especially, I think the lead into Emissary makes a lot of sense. You have a lot of great carries. You want to itemize so many different units. Now you can. You have those extra components to do so.
And it's expensive. Having all the additional gold from the full loss streak that up to this point, he does win there, but he's made so much money at this point. Level 7, 63 gold. He should have, you know, I don't want to ruin it, but he should have no problem hitting his units.
Dishsoap is also still win streaking.
This is amazing from Dishsoap because he's going to get 7 Rebel online very easily. He can even do it without playing the 1 cost, some of the 1 cost necessarily. And I expect him to, with this kind of a board, it's very easy for him to go like a 12 win streak all the way to stage 4. And that sets you up for the Jinxes.
The Band of Thieves pick is pretty interesting. It's actually not something I intuitively would have really valued in the Rebel board because a lot of the carries want specific items.
They do, but I think that having Band of Thieves actually gives you a good stability option to actually get to Rebel 7 because you give yourself actual tank items. That's something that Dishsoap is missing right now.
Especially for the Rel 2. You have a Rel 2, no items, you don't have tank components, you already built a Morella with one of the belts. You know, might as well go for that. And showcasing one of the buffs in the recent patch, at least in the backline. No items just yet, but could be, if you get a Rebel +1, one of that emblem holder for stage 4 and 5.
Big pickup here for the 4 cost. Mbessa with 2 quick striker players on the board. Who's going to get the prize?
Even for like Coco, maybe even the emissary player, but he's already picked up components that needed that BF sword. And no Elise for Dishsoap, as expected, hopefully.
I think you take the glove, I guess. What if you get another glove, maybe more Thieves gloves? It's not what you want, but you'll take it if necessary.
Yeah, gloves are still a very decent option here for Dishsoap. Obviously, he had to pick last, so not that many options. But I expect him to just run full tempo, especially with the Band of Thieves as well into stage 4. Because playing Rebels, the only mishap that can happen to you is you don't have enough gold to find that Jinx.
Interesting spot from Quoho here. So had the Firelight Watcher and Black Rose emblem. I thought was maybe going to opt into something like the Zeri, like I was saying. But based on the items we're seeing slam, this does look like we're actually just going to be playing Dominators despite not having a Dominator spatula. We have the Shojin and the Nashers, and quite frankly, the Dominator line is the line you want to play when you're playing Pumping Up. Bulky Buddies as well get so much value because you can use Bulky Buddies on that Scion in the front line. So Quoho kind of foregoing and saying I'll get a little bit of Watcher value. I don't need full value out of my Mbessa +1 spatulas if I think my Augment can carry me through the end game.
And we've seen this line actually dominate in SIA, and it's one of their preferred lines, very different from other regions we see across the globe. The way they like to play it is with these combat augments, and there's also a really strong pivot that Alan shared with me, going into the form swappers instead, using that Shojins onto the Jace. So there's a lot of different ways he can play this still. What? Level 7? Jace?
Oh. Okay, then.
Okay.
Are you speaking it into existence, Clement?
This is like Tac Crown buff, I think.
This might actually be the backline Elise vertical bruiser line. This
the
is
OG start of set,
yeah.
6 bruiser, and then you need damage somewhere. Oh, Elise? Oh, she's buffed? Oh, yeah, don't mind if I do.
This is pretty interesting. I think a lot of people, when you see those spatulas coming through on your Golem, you just kind of assume you'll be playing Twitch. A title instead gets AP items dropped, or maybe even prioritize them. I'm not exactly sure, but one way or another, this is a really cool tech coming in through title.
But I think that title's items actually do allow him to leave himself open to the actual Twitch if that's what he actually hits. Like, you just need glove, maybe. You also have a Reforger on your bench, so you could find yourself good Twitch items.
Absolutely. I expect him to go for the tier next to complete his mage item components, but you guys are going to have to help me with this one. I heard there was a saying that some people wait a lifetime, but then some people just find it on level 7.
as the saying traditionally goes. Yeah, that's it.
Looking at doubles board.
Still level 5, has lost now the last 3 rounds, has not really found that last little upgrade, and will have a chance to start leveling up and again, trying to push for more pit fighters as we go into stage 4 and 5.
I think what's tough for double spot though is you don't really have very good items for the Violet. You have a belt, and I think that's it. And so just hopefully the Wolves are going to give you something to be able to actually make all of those items.
I really want to take a look at Coco's board at this point because there are 2 very heavy favorites in this lobby already that are pushing tempo like crazy. How can Coco actually stabilize? What is going to be the trick? 4-2 is going to be huge. That's when the prismatic augment comes.
He's already rolling to be able to try to put some of this board together. Gets a Jinx early.
And moving into Scrap instead of the emissaries for now, has found a Rumble, has found an Echo 2 already as well.
Finally
with all
found
the
the
extra components,
quirky.
makes a lot of sense. Scrap, no longer the boogeyman that it was a few patches ago, but still in the right conditions. This augment being one of them, very, very strong.
One of the ways I've seen people play the Mbessa encounters in general is if you get 3+1s that you feel don't work for your opener, just play Scrap. Because you get all of those additional items, you get the additional shield value, all the reasons you just outlined, David. It is a really strong fallback plan. This feels to me like textbook TFT when Lekoko recognized he didn't have a way to play from ahead. He instead will very successfully play from behind, and now has the opportunity to slingshot himself forward. And remember, he had power up, and now is going to be able to hit his real spike.
This is the big question, because honestly, Scrap on this patch is not a win-out composition. It will not stabilize you against 7 Rebel or the composition where Title is already going on to Force Form Swapper. So it is pivotal that this Prismatic can actually save him.
He's got Lucky Gloves, Freaky Friday.
Radiant Refractor sounds pretty reasonable to
Pretty
me.
good.
He is going to go for extra item components in the Freaky Friday, so that's 4 components. I have to say I'm not sure this is actually enough. The spikes are coming in from Dish Soap. He is going to get 7 online already with the Zoe.
Well, I think the way you can think of it is that he's essentially getting a gold augment value right now. And if he feels he has enough board strength to contend with stage 4, the rest of the rest of the field, then in the back half of stage 4, he'll essentially get a second gold augment if you're thinking of portable forge, right? Getting one of the Triforces and the Infinity Force and getting a second one later on. He believes that it's going to be enough tempo with most of his board upgraded right now to carry him through. But
This
we'll have to
is
see.
pretty rough from Huohuo. Big roll down, 0 Silcos. So Dominator plan not online.
No.
5 Black Rose though, got some front line, and we are seeing the back line at least holding those items, and she can hold them quite well, but the 7 Rebel online on the other side with the Edreal 2, 3 items, a very, very strong carry in this mid-game, and the cloning facility allowing him to have additional DPS of his little backup buddy right behind him. There's a lot of power coming in through Dishove, who maintained his 100 win streak through 4-2.
Dish Soap starting off right where he left off in the Golden Spatula, dominating the lobby, almost guaranteed the top 4 at this point with just the HP lead he has over the rest of the players off of that win streak. And Rebels is a scary comp where you do have to high roll. There are games where you just completely whiff on the Jinx and you don't really have a win out potential without the +2 Rebels, for example. So just the HP lead is a big, I think, buffer for Dish Soap and a big source of tranquility.
This is a pain point for Gua because Coco just took all of his echoes. So he's sitting on 4 Ambusher with the Jinx. Kind of like the most unhappy situation you could be in. Ambushers is still a very strong comp, but I don't believe he had actually that much Chem Baron. Yeah, he's still waiting to cash out on this.
Great call out. Yeah, that cash out could be enough to slingshot him back, but he's running out of HP to play with, right? At this point, 22 HP, you take 2 more bad losses and you're out of here.
400 is the cash out that people don't like to take the most. There is that 4-star singed cash out that instantly torpedoes your game.
Especially the relative resources you get from a 400 cash out in an Mbessa encounter especially is even less important than it is in a normal game of TFT.
The big thing for Coco is actually that Rumble. Kevin Parker saving the lobby from Title, making sure that Jace 2 isn't here online too quickly.
Not really anything too appetizing left on the carousel after these first few picks. The Silco is also picked up by Guao.
Gua really needs that Echo. The 15% durability is massive for the Ambusher comp. He has all the rest of the components, double lifesteal plus the Titans onto the 3-star Smeech. But
and the +1 Firelight is not insignificant. I mean, there's a little bit of...
It is kind of insignificant without the Echo.
Touche.
Small correction.
You win
small
this
correction.
round, Clement. We're seeing another player on the precipice of a cash out, though. Guan here, our TOC champion. One more round, it guarantees himself the cash out regardless of win or loss here.
And CN, the quick adaptation into this Chem Baron Visionaries line. Game 1 already, trying to execute on it. And one of the lines that I think will be one of the dominant forecast lines across the entire weekend.
I have to say, though, if you look at Guao's, I believe this is Guao's board here, there is a 3-star Rennie. So even with the correct cash out, he's not going to have a main tank. Guan's position is very perilous unless Guao actually just
gets eliminated.
Oh no.
I didn't want to jinx him, but it looks like it's going to happen.
Oh.
Guao, we said at the beginning, one of the underdogs coming into this tournament from the JOC, had a rocky road in that tournament, but you know what? 1/8, it's not the end of the road.
Oh, Discope actually just lost his first combat.
It's okay.
I thought he was a perfect player. What's going on here? How's he losing a combat?
Don't worry.
What's wrong, Gately?
All right.
No, he's in a great position, but I was like, wow, we got to point out that it happened.
Right.
Hey, isn't it your favorite anomaly?
It is.
Gately?
It's Gately's
Dual
favorite
wielding?
anomaly dual wielding.
It's a good consideration, though. You don't really have the Zoe items. This fixes Rebel's problem of needing a lot of items and a lot of gold. This is one way to get those items, to have both duo carries, the Jinx and the Zoe, once you split those items when you find the Jinx upgrade.
Double 61 online right now. Is able to 3-star most of the board. Still missing the Vander. I will say, when you're playing no scout, no pivot, it's all about turning the corner. You have to live long enough to get to a point where you are able to outcap the board, or the lobby. Sitting at 29 HP though right now, I'm not entirely confident that Double Spot is going to allow him to turn the corner this game.
He really needs 6 Pit Fighter to stabilize by stage 5, and I think he's so far away from it. So it's looking like a placement game coming in from him. On the other hand, Kevin Parker, with 19 HP left and not a great spot, is going to find a potential life raft in that 6 cost.
For double, you could find a Family Emblem, stage 5 carousel. That's maybe one of the outs from this position. All in all, this looks like a pretty standard game of Family. And once again, when you think this is an best encounter, that means that you're in trouble.
Absolutely. Other players are going to have much higher caps at this point. Really interested to see dig into Kevin's board a little bit more and see what are the outs here.
I think you just need to find your upgrades.
That's very good analysis. We're thinking Heimer one still
I
on the
think
board.
she's right. I don't think you need any more analysis than that. I think
that's
Necro's spot
it.
on.
It's a starting point at least. Maybe needs a little bit more
That's
than
it.
that.
Let's move on.
Like Coco, I mean, like we talked about this before. Like Coco believed that taking the Freaky Friday would allow him to spike hard enough to streak through stage 4. Has now been able to maintain that streak, 5 streak through the last stage, and can now has 3 full items on this Rumble, going into the next fight. I think Coco's in a position now where, like Clement said, this is not the traditional win-out comp that it was in previous patches, but if you're playing the board from a higher tempo, which though he's playing low tempo in the beginning, he's certainly playing a higher tempo now. If he can find a Corki 2 relatively soon as well, he might actually be in a position to find that top 2 placement.
Which is impressive because I think this might have been one of the weakest combinations of Ambessa emblems we saw throughout the lobby.
Also, we'll see if he buys this Gangplank. Could be going for a Gangplank 3 as a way to cap this board even higher. Maybe wants to preserve gold to try and go 9 instead.
Does have the comeback story on the Echo. The best kind of like board cap here would just be, finding that extra Jinx if he can reach that higher level. But I agree. I think Gangplank is the more reasonable out at this point, even though he can't use the Artillerist.
Well, especially because you're only sitting on Corki 1, right? So you're incentivized to continue rolling on 8 because you have multiple ways, not just the Gangplank 3, to spike your board.
And because of this Hope's pretty big roll down on 4-2, he's still only around 40 gold, so still pretty far from going 9 and having enough gold to find a Jinx 2. Warwick could be the saving grace here.
I think it was there before.
Already.
It didn't seem to help.
Yeah, this has been on the board for a couple rounds now.
Let me believe.
Yeah, for just a moment.
Now
we can
that's
believe.
actually copium.
Jailed Warwick, though. That's a different story.
Yeah, that might help. Helps you get the Warwick online a little bit faster in those combats. So good
All
test
right.
of strength here versus Guan's board.
Don't be fooled. Yeah, this board that we have on the bottom here is not Kevin Parker. This is Guan. This is the 2 visionary players up against each other, and we can see. Let's see what the strength of Heimerdinger 1 versus Heimerdinger 2. The one side does have the Warwick. He's been unchained. He's making his way through, and you can see he's just kind of
The
slashing
silence
all
cosplay.
over.
And it didn't matter.
Close.
I was like, how was Kevin Parker going to sell his Warwick? That was seems like a pretty high play, but it was Guan.
Going to be it for Kevin. Double now also down to just 1 life, 2 HP. So not the greatest start for Amiye, but Lekoko is still, around the middle of the pack there. We'll see how this stage 5 looks compared to the stage 4 win streak.
Yeah, I think Lekoko does need to find a way to his next spike, reaching that next rung, which we outlined before. There are the 2 different outs. You have something like the Gangplank 3 or the Corki 2, both of which can make a pretty big difference in your board. I think Coco's running out of time to find that spike. So I imagine we might see a roll down coming if it has not already come in.
And double no Savika on 8, unfortunately still on 5 Pit Fighter.
Well, you need to level up as well because of the no scout, no pivot, just to be able to get the Savika into the board. And so your one saving grace would be maybe you actually get to this carousel, but it could still be tough going here as Guan with this visionary board. But
Violet
maybe the
Hunter with the back
Berserker
line, though.
Rage.
The right hook from the middle of the board actually touches the corner. Great target selection from Violet, proving again why she is one of the protagonists of Arcane.
True.
I mean, and all of a sudden, Double's in a position where
Family Emblem
if Coco
on the
takes a really
carousel.
bad hit, yeah, if Family Emblem comes in, we'll see.
Do we get it?
No, we do not.
You guys jinxed it.
One more fight win from Double 61, though, could swing 1, maybe even 2 placements.
TG could be big. Picked up the Jace here. No Jinx also for Dish Soap is pretty massive. There is the Alawi, though, right? I assume Dish Soap already hit the Alawi, too.
But I think just having an extra tank
That's
item
maybe-
is not a
maybe
bad
he didn't.
idea.
It's a big upgrade, then.
I love this chibi from Tidal. She's just swimming in a pool of free LP. This is too easy. Looking at her drift around.
Oh, Warwick coming through, but you can't play it. Our board's
tough.
blocked. Unfortunate.
The one big downside. Corki 2 for Lococo is really big for the stability here for the scrap player.
And we're seeing he opted to not play for the GP3.
Wanted to go 9 instead.
Yeah, instead going 9, playing for the Corki, is now able to get 3 full items and on Corki and GP. And GP2, quite frankly, does a decent amount of damage for being a secondary or tertiary carry. Actually, whatever the 4th version of that word would be in this board.
Quadra carry?
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah,
Sounds
you're right.
menacing.
The rumble there with the double.
I would say the 2 placement players from EMEA have to play each other this time. There is a chance that Violet
Violet's
just walks
bursting
directly down.
She's taken off by the Corki. The Corki upgrade seems to be pretty impactful here. It's only the Draven and the Dummy
ramping.
left alive. I think it's not going to be quite enough. Maybe I'm wrong. It's a close fight, but Double unfortunately taken down in 6th place, and Guan now also down to 1 life.
This was a really good 6th place from Double 61. I feel like if you look at those Mbessas and the fact that you have to play a 1-cost reroll in this lobby, a 6th place is about what you can expect.
And really sad that it wasn't Gold Augment to 3-2. Gold Augment is generally very good for melee comps. There's so many greats, Omnivamp, item,
+1s.
Very strong, and the +1, especially from family. So the fact that it was silver, I think definitely threw a wrench in his plans.
But I like that he committed to try to get that cap anyway, because that's what you have to play for this weekend.
And Double in Golden Spatula in EMEA. He's a player who played 4 out of 6 games of reroll on day 1 and then completely went off of them for the next 2 days. So maybe already he's going to do a quick switch after this game 1.
Oh, Disup already with the Victor. It's going to be double Victor right here. There's actually small tech. If you let Victor get hit sometimes, you can actually stagger the casts. Let's see if that does happen.
Nope.
Doesn't look like it, but I mean, at this point, Dishop's got all the pieces on the board, right? He's got 3 items on his Jinx. He's got 3 items on the Zoe. You called out the Zoe, the Victor before, but on the other side, Juan was able to find the Malzahar that last round, get 3 items on him, and that actually was enough to find him another round win. And look at the HP totals here. 6 HP for Guan. Lecoco in 2nd place with just 15. 1 fight difference for 4 of these 5 players.
But isn't it crazy that Dish Soap's been kind of free-falling from this position? Because he was 100 streaking at the middle of stage 4 and has lost every combat since then.
I thought this was the safest guarantee of a top 4 of all time.
You picked
And
him.
somehow I'm always wrong. I'm not calling it anymore.
I do think he was missing some critical items. The best items for Zoe is actually going to be the Static Shiv and the Gwinsu, so you want to go into attack speed a lot more. No bows for this composition, slightly rough.
Dishop does hit a couple things, though. Finds the Echo 2. We see the Malzahar 2, though, on the right-hand side coming in from Tidal. Tidal is having no problem hitting everything he needs.
We kind of expected that, to be honest, but yeah, it was...
And, whoa, I mean, this was the Dominator board that kind of forewent the Mbessa +1s from the very beginning, playing around the pumping up, and is now in a position where he's contesting for this top 2 finish alongside Tidal.
And look, Tidal actually did go down the direction of having the Twitch at the end of the day, but was looking for the items to actually be able to put it into the board, left himself open to that out, and now you've got this enormous Twitch 2 that's going to be firing so quickly as long as nothing stuns it in the back.
Yeah, he has perfect items for this setup. You want double Gwinsus when you're playing 6 Bruisers, and just to note, he does have that Experiment emblem, so he still has a lot of cap to go for. He still has 7 Experiment on the board as a possibility.
Really cool tech playing around, the Elise from the very beginning, and then going into the Malzahar, though. We do see, though.
One dish soap.
That's going to be 2 eliminations, both Guan and Dish Soap going out. Dish Soap by
in the top
1
4.
HP.
Thank you, Guan. You got me. Dish Soap guaranteed top 4, like I predicted at the top tier analyst.
And this is so impressive from Coco. He was playing a full loss streak scrap and was able to get a top 3 from this spot. I didn't expect him to be able to stabilize.
And hit the Corki 2 very late. Now, maybe, slowly and quietly, everyone whisper, on the way to a Corki 3. 2 itemized Corki 2s in the back lane now.
I'm just saying, Title has 2 eyes. I'm pretty sure he can keep track of 2 players.
He's too distracted by, his beautiful Malzahar, his Twitch in the back line.
By his 2 championships, I think that would be it.
Super important fight right now. It's really just a question of how fast can you break through this incredibly beefy front line coming in from Title. Do you have enough damage threats to break through until you can actually reach the Malzahar and the Twitch before they infinitely ramp? It's looking a little scary, though, as the front line does fall for Lococo.
How big is the loss is the big question.
I mean, it looks like a huge loss to me.
That's
and just like that, that's a double elimination as Woho loses off screen and Title double eliminates them both and finds a win for the first game of the Set 13 Tactician's Crown.
And Title, the anomaly will share your energy, but he's not sharing any of his energy with the rest of the competitors. Comes into game 1, continues to dominate. After not playing tournaments the entire set, one of my big mysteries coming to this day 1 is, does Title have a different meta read? Is he going to play, completely out of his mind again for another set championship in a row?
But how much was that meta read, or was it just, I've got to play the Ambessa and the protagonist energy that he had?
That was definitely a high roll from Title. There's no way to sugarcoat that. He found the 1% Jace on level 7, got the Elise when it was 3-way contested as well, had a completely open Twitch that he could build into. So a very just straightforward game coming in from him. However, for me, the most impressive person in this lobby has to be Coco. Like, full loss streak into that. I think a big way that he was able to stabilize his board is he didn't have to spend much gold for that comeback story.
Well, that's a big part of it, right? We said from the very beginning, you have a lot of gold, but you still need to be efficient because you can't just donkey roll to 0 and hit nothing if you're actually trying to slingshot your way back. Instead, we see Coco, who, keep in mind, going into this tournament, apart from Woho, who only had 9 games in the TOC, Coco had the highest top 1 rate in the entire global field. And I think it's so poetic that despite Coco being in a top 2 position, contesting for that top 1, that first place finish, and cementing himself as even further in this highest win rate, it's Title, the Enigma, the protagonist, who comes out of the woodwork, and now, with his first game in Set 13, Title has a 100% win rate.
Stop the count.
Yeah, we got.
I don't want to put the hype level that high because I know this game, honestly, I feel like I could have top 4'd if I got his spot.
Statistically speaking, Title will
share
never
your
not
energy.
win.
Press X to doubt.
Press X to doubt. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
See how many X's are in chat.
But I also want to give some credit to Woho, though, because getting a 3rd place, and again, with a set of emblems that didn't look so great right off the bat, decided to forego a lot of those synergies and actually went down that Dominator line instead. I think you do have to take a look at both Coco and Woho for saying, I got to make the most out of a kind of bad situation, and you get 2nd and 3rd. That sounds pretty good to me.
I think he did his scouting homework really well. He looked across the lobby, Dominators was completely open, 2-1, best augment possible for the line in the pumping up, and even though he fumbled that 4-1 roll down, no Silcos on a roll down all the way to 7 gold, he was still able to stabilize. So great performance by him.
My big question is, with how the draft went, you're stuck in a, group of death, really. Game 1, high variance encounter with Ambessa coming in, and you bought 4. If you're Kevin or Guao, how do you bounce back mentally? I think it's really, really important from a game that you maybe say, hey, I low rolled, everything went wrong. How do I come back into game 2 with this same lobby that is still a group of death?
I think that's exactly the mentality. I low rolled. The first game didn't count. Go next, right?
Ambessa again?
No, but don't
please no.
This is something I wish I had the stat for, but resilience of TFT players is actually a very important component. There are players that when they go bot 4, they are more likely to go bot 4 once again. These are like the quote-unquote tiltable players. I think the more natural...
That person.
Oh, yeah, no, me too. I think the more natural way of kind of talking about it, though, is the players who are good at bouncing back, the players who have strong mental. I know, Panda, you even talked about before that Kevin Parker is someone who has made great strides recently in improving his ability to bounce back.
And this exact example he talked to me about a few days ago, I asked him about his mental. He mentioned before in the past I would go 8th, and then the next game I would also go 8th, and the next game I would also go 8th because I was tilted. No longer the case. He's able to bounce back much more cleanly. We'll see if he lied to me, just trying to stay faith, or if it's the case here in game 2.
Maybe you get a streak going for double ace. Is there any reward for that? No, not really.
Nope.
Okay, never mind.
Don't promise rewards we don't have.
Okay. I think Kevin Parker was just stuck in a very hard place because he was contesting the Nunus from the top player in the lobby as well from Tidal, and Tidal was not going anywhere. He was also contested on the other end by Guan, who was also on the visionary line. Never found his Heimer too, so just a tough position to play from.
GG go next. That's the mentality right there.
That's the Mbessa portal, so I think there's a lot of variance here.
I will say, when you're in a lobby full of the stars, right, the heavy hitters, if there's anyone I kind of believe in to be able to bounce back, it is those players, right? And so it kind of puts a very a scary position for someone like Guao, who went 8th this first game. He is not one of those players. He has not been able to prove himself as being amongst the most resilient in the field. And these players who did go bot 4 like Guan and Double 61 are players who have been able to show during their regionals runs and the history of TFT that they're able to do that.
I'm sorry, this is just really unfair on the graph. So if you look at Tidal's HP there, he spent only 9 rolls on level 8 and going like, you know, my board's stable enough.
Good.
I'm going straight to 9.
Sometimes, I mean, that's part of it, though, right? There are players who are better at capitalizing on high roll than others. There are some players who will tend to overroll. So being able to recognize the threshold in which you can go 9 is a skill set. Like, I know you're talking about all this high roll. I mean, Tidal's my GOAT. And I'm kind of surprised that the APAC rep over here is paying no respect to the GOAT. Tidal knows he only has to spend 9 rolls.
And that was the case for Disho, maybe. 100 HP, still rolled very heavily on 8, thinking, hey, I have to become stable to try and go 9. And because he rolled so deeply, couldn't make it to 9 until late in stage 5, lost infinite HP all throughout stage 5, through all those losses, and in the end, barely scraped the top 4.
But that's the risk of Rebel, and we were talking about that. You can have the emblem, but you actually need to hit the right champions to actually make that vertical strong. So missing out on the Jinx 2, missing out, I think, even on the Alawi for a little while.
For all of stage 4 and most of stage 5.
Yeah, right? Like, that is the way you lose with the Rebel 7.
His itemization was really rough. So if you looked at his items, he actually had to build offensive first for the Elise, and his main tank in the Alawi actually ended up with Crown Guard and Steadfast Heart, which is not really what you want on those units.
And remember, he had to take the Band of Thieves as well to actually get that stability in the front line. So that, I think, speaks even further to the fact that he didn't quite have the tank items he would have wanted in that situation.
I think there's a path there, right? There's a world where you take this Band of Thieves, you find Alawi 2 really early, you find Zoe 1, maybe you feel you're stable off of Ezreal 2, Zoe 1, Alawi 2, and you go 9. All of a sudden, you have the out of finding Jace 2, finding Echo 2 early, both of which can use your Band of Thieves, your Thieves Gloves extremely well on level 9. I think Disho had a very clear plan. At the end of the day, he didn't hit the units on cadence that he needed to hit them, and I think 4th is pretty standard. I think if you look at the endgame match history and you see how strong his board was, it looks like a pretty reasonable 4th. Most of the times that you see those Rebel boards go top 1, top 2, it's off the back of going 9 and then being able to find a 2-star legendary to supplement your already strong base damage of your Rebels.
Or even the high roll of finding 2 emblems on a best encounter and having just the win out, basically. So there's, I think for Rebels specifically, there's 2 very differing outcomes in terms of only finding the +1 from the Mbessa dummy, and then the rest of the lobby becoming very strong in stage 4 and 5, you being kind of a normal board looking at stage 5 specifically, or finding the +1 at 3-2, and then having a chance to win out the entire lobby.
Yeah, I think his augments could have been a lot stronger. He was going for the Temple game plan, but the last one, and I think the Shield's power-up, was not exactly what Rebels were looking for. You know, there's like paint the town blue, there's a Rebel emblem for one of them, there's a lot of different better outcomes.
I wonder if it was a position where he was just willing to roll all 3 augments for the hope of finding something like the Rebel +1, like really banking on one of those win-out augments and kind of accepting, hey, listen, at the end of the day, if I take something that's not super good, I have enough HP, maybe I just play for a 4th. And I think that might be Disho saying, I'm willing to make a high-risk play, because if it works, I go 1st, and if it doesn't work, I go 4th. To me, that's actually a pretty good risk-reward.
Even no Jinx on the 4-2 roll down means no anomaly on the Jinx, which means kind of a lower cap, playing for dual wielding, which is a safe and good anomaly for that Zoe at that point with the items that were were missing, but it's not that win out, finisher, nothing wasted on a Jinx that when you find a Jinx 2 just becomes an insane unit.
And I do want to point out the general landscape of the meta here is we do have 2 visionary players. This is widely regarded as the strongest comp coming into it. And the second one, from some tips from Alan, we compared our tier list, is also going to be Rebels. Now, the reason why Rebels is so good in this meta is a lot of times Rebels has access directly into your backline. The comps that have fallen off the most have been something like Zeri. We saw 3 Firelight emblems, no Zeri takers because you have split damage and you can't go through the sentry frontline.
Even you can't really melt the melee carries. You can't melt, where Tristana is the opposite. Tristana does have that single burst damage. It can take down the very scary Akalis and Smeeches that are running around the board. Not so much the case for Zeri, who does very, shared damage across the entire board over a longer period of time, stacking the Rage Blade.
Well, for a treat, we're going to be following this exact lobby for our second game of the day because there is more story to unpack here. We got the Mbessa encounter, so maybe we do get a chance to see all of these tacticians maybe on a more equal playing field if we see what encounter comes next, or maybe Panda has infiltrated the
I only
RNG
called for
again.
one. If it happens again, this is not my fault. I'm no longer, it's Mordog now pressing buttons.
The undercover Noxus councilman got to choose the first one, so I think the Italian emissary
yeah?
gets to choose the second one.
What are you going to pick?
I'm going to say it's the Vi. It's the component handle coming through.
As a reroll player, I'm down.
Yep.
I really like the Vi start because in Disso video, he actually recommended everyone to go for this silver hero augments. If you can get the perfect item set for anything like the Mad Chemist, even Combat Medic, it is so much tempo generated. You can just cruise all the way to stage 4.
We didn't talk about it before, but Disso on his 4th consecutive global championship, set championship, makes him the only player in the world in the history of TFT to have ever accomplished that. Disso's on the precipice of history, being able to join title with, a second potential Tactician's crown. To be able to do it within 4 consecutive sets would make that accomplishment even sweeter.
And on the flip side, I do want to mention Guao and Huohuo, both first time at TAC round. We didn't really touch on them much. Huohuo is known as the highest capper coming out of the TOC. 30% first place rate over his 2 TOC runs. He's one of the newest faces coming out of them. Only started at set 11. A lot of expectation on him. And Guao has the most unlikely story.
Yeah, Guao's story is, to be honest, it's kind of unbelievable. This is a player who was eliminated from the JOC, and then due to a certain set of circumstances and a player no longer being able to compete, he got a second shot at life, and right now he's playing on borrowed time. Unfortunately, not starting off the way you want, going 8th. Huohuo, though, I want to talk about this player for a second. Despite only having 9 games in the TOC, had a 44% win rate, and of course, small sample size. Let's not pretend like that's indicative of anything, but it's descriptive, and it's interesting, and it tells us that the way he got here was fiery. And how poetic is that, that Huohuo, previously known as Fire from the TOC,
Here we go. We're in game 2. We're already going off the rails.
His explosive entrance into the Tactician's crowd.
Gangley's not a TFT analyst, he's also a gymnast.
That's right.
Yes, the Italian emissary is teaching us Chinese today, so I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
I also want to touch on the fact that some of the narratives around nerves and pressure maybe are coming through. Bot 2 players in this first game are both players that are inexperienced on the global stage. Maybe the fact that you are now playing against not just very strong international players, but maybe some of the strongest in the entire tournament in that very first game, you could have a slip up when it comes to your execution on the line, the decision making, your augment selection, your itemization, and find yourself with an 8th or 7th.
But I also wonder how much of that inexperience also just came down to potentially not being able to match the actual tempo of the lobby. We had a couple of players that were sort of artificially enhancing it, or they were really pushing the tempo past our normal breakpoints that we see in TFT. And I do think that if you're not used to that, that can throw you off your game quite a bit.
Or just having a really bad set of Mbessa.
That is also
Guao
very
had
possible.
nothing activated from his emblem when he died out.
Ugh. Yeah, that is a really rough game 1, but talking about mentality and adjustments, I think you can chalk that up to Mordog. Game 2 is about to begin. It's a new start.
It is.
Okay, this is a little more subtlety, guys. The script can be this obvious.
The
2 games.
prophet, he speaks, and the world listens.
If we see a hero augment and silver augments, Clement, I will start getting worried.
Another great start from a Vibe portal is actually going to be the Morgana Visionaries. Usually you cannot find a blue buff in your start, but with these extra, anvils, you can make it going from 2-1.
Yeah, playing the Morgana reroll line and not having a blue buff makes it so that your losses end up being extremely heavy early because you just don't have enough damage to be able to kill anything.
Any Maddie takers? No?
I think it depends. Like, there's a world where, like, you start with Steb and the Trundle as well, and all of a sudden, maybe you're playing around Enforcer. I think, in general, Enforcer's kind of fallen out of favor, though.
I know.
One consideration as well for the Vi encounter, playing into rerolls, yes, but also if you find artifacts at 2-1, very strong multiplicative effects, having a 3-item carry right away. Things like Mogul's Mail with full tank items can be really, really strong as well in terms of printing gold in stage 2.
Wow. Guao already has
Wow.
a power.
You got it, Necro.
Wow.
On point.
That was not on purpose.
Amazing analysis coming in from Necra. does have the
My point
powder
still
too.
stands.
What was your point? Didn't you just
I
say
said,
wow?
No, I said Guao.
Do you need
He's
more,
got-
Gang Lee?
I said Guao has a powder too.
Oh, okay. No,
You
you're
guys
right.
got
Your point
I
does
would've
still
said,
stand.
wow,
That
powder
is
too.
correct.
guys, I got this. Don't worry. His name is Guao. It's actually
Guao.
2 syllables.
That changes nothing, Clement.
Really? Okay. I want to say this is a decent start going into the scrap line. Extra components.
Prismatic.
Expected unexpectedness. Take it.
I do wonder if there's an argument for Build-A-Bud here, knowing that you have the 2 anvils, you have the flexibility. There's
You
a
can
world
guarantee the right components for whatever
Exactly.
random high variance you pick up.
One of the scary parts about playing Build-A-Bud is if you get a backliner and you don't have anything to put on them, you get almost no value. You take Build-A-Bud and now you have 5 potential components. It's pretty easy to be able to make something and get more value out of your 3-star 1 cost.
And it wasn't Guao, but it was Guan, who's also in this lobby, who played a Draven 3 off of Build-A-Bud into an Emissary board, and that was a really, really cool way to play Build-A-Bud especially.
Well, you get the Lux.
Not exactly the highest priority champion you would like to see. Like he's holding on to his anvils to find the items there. You actually much prefer the Zyra if you're going for this composition.
But
Academy,
I think
though, could be interesting.
That's what I was gonna say.
JG is one of the Academy items we're seeing in the top right. Deathblade. Forward, you want to do kind of a hybrid carry with Lux and maybe the Corki, for example, and the Vow as well.
He
Or
actually
Ezreal.
took a second tier. So I don't know if he's actually slamming blue buff on this Lux and just opting to play blue buff Lux into the Heimerdinger later on. I didn't see if he actually had an option to take a sword, but if he did and actually chose to take a second tier over the sword, I think it's a pretty interesting decision, and it shows us that he's choosing to play for the higher cap with blue buff Heimerdinger instead of the damage right now you'd get from Shojin Lux.
Great selection from Double here, picking up the Lucky Gloves, picking up, obviously with 2 components, you can guarantee or almost guarantee getting a few of those gloves early on to try and have a much higher chance of finding 3 or 4 or 5 TGs even coming to stage 4.
This is the Tactician's Kitchen being selected and also finding a Firelight. So this is one of the weaker ones that we've said in the meta right here. I'm very interested to see how he's going to play this out. And there's also no starts for a potential Zeri. So I think that's the key thing. Can he find his bows and go into that line?
Does he run it back?
He could.
Extra item component?
You think he's just playing scrap?
I mean, if it worked.
I think there is a difference when you're playing the Mbessa encounter and versus just taking a prismatic, but just taking a prismatic augment and just saying, I'll just play scrap. just forget about it.
I'll just scrap it with these players coming to stage 4.
We are seeing 2 tempo options being selected here by both Tidal and I believe Double 61 going for the Lucky Gloves. Unfortunately, Tidal not able to maintain his win streak here. Is going to have that drop down a little. The selections I'm most interested in is actually Disso because he's taking Ghost of Friends Pass. 2 very different styles right now. One way is the full win streak, the other is the full loss streak.
I've heard most people talk about this augment as a way you can play the game when you don't feel you have a strong opener. This is a way that you can open the majority of all of stage 2, most of stage 3, and then on stage 4, Slingshot. You need to start winning there. And if you're playing the AP variation of it, it gives you a lot of base stats. The additional health can make it so that you get a decent amount of actual stats for your front line. But the Visionary line is the line in which the AP Ghost of Friends Pass is strongest because of the base AP you're getting on your units.
And you can see how he's leaning into the loss streak he has. He hasn't actually slammed his anvils. He's holding on to a lot of AP components as well. So when you do get to the point where you want a slingshot, you actually have the ability to do so.
And that's because you can also play into the AD line. There's some consideration depending on what components you have early on. And playing into emissaries, playing into Corki as a carry is also kind of the alternate path for that augment.
This is such an interesting decision from Guan. He's building up the best Violet Radiant items with only one Violet. So I want to see if he has a secondary line for him to pivot into after this.
I wonder if you actually take this direction towards maybe, like, do you actually try to go level 8 and find Vi instead?
I think it's pretty reasonable. I mean, I think if you have these items and you're trying to just play around the melee bruisers, you could play an emissary line alongside the Vi, which is maybe not as strong as the Corki variation, but with these items would certainly be very, very powerful.
Even Vertical Enforcer from the right spots and high rolling a Vi 2 on your roll down in stage 4 could be a way that you find a lot of success in this game.
Does
setup.
have a lesser a lesser champion duplicator as well, and so it's important to note that if he does choose to play around the 1-star reroll or the 1-cost reroll, then he's going to have a little bit more leverage, a little bit of an easier time hitting his full cap.
Absolutely. Does look like he's going for family. Meanwhile, Kevin Parker going big or going home. This one is upwards mobility. He's going to take a lot of damage early on and go for a level 9, big level 9 roll down. And honestly, if you have a bad 2-game start off, remember the cutoff is only 6 games.
This is one of the best augments to play into Rebels, though. This is a combo that's very, very strong in the current meta. Kevin has acknowledged this in his scrims. He's been playing a lot of Rebels. I think pretty much every single player has in the field, and this is one of the ways to get there.
I don't think he has nerves at all. Like, if it was me, I would not go for 1st or 8th augments after going 8th, after going 7th.
I think it's telling of a lot of the progress that you've talked about. I think just being able to opt into it in of itself is saying something about the player.
Meanwhile, for Tidal, actually taking the lucky gloves and has a pretty good setup there for the front to back. We're going to see the side-by-side.
These are supposed to be our 2 win streak players. However, this is not Huohuo's board, just to clarify.
It's like Guan's board, right?
Yeah, it's Guan's board.
That is Guan's board. On the right-hand side, though, we are seeing double with the lucky gloves that we called out before. Really great pick when you have the component anvils because of the ease you have of that second Thieves Gloves. And up against a board that clearly has no match for him, so not too much to worry about there.
No interest in winning.
Nope.
Full lock streak from double. This is the coolest thing I've seen from players. Players that are able to switch up their styles based on how they performed in the last game, seize those opportunities. It's going to be fun to track double.
One more thing to mention with Guan from the item setup we have is that there are pretty strong 3-2 hero augments that could come into play. Gloves off Vander, for example, is one of them. If you don't have many violets, that's a chance to hit that. Maybe even Brutal Revenge, Rennie, complete pivot at 3-2.
Really close fight there between Huohuo and Guan, and the Lux barely able to get the cast off on the Darius before he casts one more time. So Huohuo able to maintain the streak alongside double.
I like playing Build-Up with Lux into a Vertical Academy off of a very high-tempo start. I think it's not a bad game plan at all. Obviously, Lux is not the menace she was on some patches in this set, but I still think it's strong unit to play around.
It's good enough to... It will do for now. I will say this lobby is shaking up to be very, very perilous for Kevin Parker because there's the full loss streakers and there's the full win streakers. And when you are the person that's trying to loss streak the entire way and then build up, this is the most terrifying because the relative gold is going to be so high on those streakers.
I mean, we're even seeing it now, right? Kevin Parker, before picking up the orb, was lower gold than both Guao and Disho, and so he's going to be playing a bit on the back foot as we see Guao and Disho pick up their gold right now. Kevin Parker wants to be the player in the lobby with the most amount of gold, with the easiest time going level 9. Of course, with his augment, that should still be the case. But like you're pointing out, Clement, it's going to get very, very scary if he finds himself in a position where he cannot outcap the lose streakers, but also can't keep up with the tempo of the win streakers.
This is kind of sus from Guan. He has committed to the 1-cost family reroll, and I believe he's already rolled a bit. The items here are also kind of sus. Double tier into this composition, a bit difficult to use.
Especially with only 1 copy of powder. Maybe you can have a powder as a tertiary carry with some of these tiers, but in this case, it's going to be very difficult. We'll see the 3-2 augment. It could bail him out. We have 2 Vanders already.
I'm not a family believer when you only see 1 violet. I'm just throwing that out there.
Are you a gloves off believer?
I am. That I'm down for.
Okay.
He does have the IE, and...
Let's agree to agree.
I think it's gloves off of bust, to be honest.
Let's see. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a world you do just see what 3-2 is and then decide you just want to pivot out of family, try and play some tempo there. You still have a lot of HP. Maybe decide to go into something like Emissary. And
could still be Enforcers, like Kaylin, blue buff, and having the Vi items already.
So a handful of options. I don't think Guan is...
I'm pretty sure he rolled on 2-7 though, which is
silver augment as well.
Okay, so this might be a test for missing connections. If you can hit it, we're still back in the game.
Are we?
We're slightly better than before.
There are some outs, yeah. I mean, I think rolling for days 1 would also feel pretty good there for Guan. I think at this point, it's really just being able to make sure you can get the unit to ASAP.
Absolutely. We're going to look at these items. Huo going to go for the support
mining.
Dishlope got rolling for days, and then Kevin Parker actually took branching out.
Oh, I really like this pickup from Dishlope. I'm assuming that these rolls are not going to be used until he tries to stabilize on 4-2, and instead he's going to opt to fully lost streak through stage 3, and then make one big push to slingshot himself back and make the run to go into top 1.
Ooh, Kevin Parker got an experiment emblem from that, and immediately finds a Twitch with the Rage Blade.
This is a really good, in terms of augment power generally, I think we have to mention Rig Shop. That is by far the strongest silver augment we have in the lobby, coming in from Tidal once more. It gives you 9 free rolls on 3-2, and then every couple of shops you get to see those 3 costs even more. So he's already holding onto the double Swain in that lobby. Looks like an Emissary Sork line coming in from him.
And I think it's one of the few ways to go into that line with how expensive it is and how risky it is in terms of missing your 4 emissaries. You have to really know what board to play until you've hit all 4. I think Crafting is another good one where you have all these extra rerolls in high component portals like the Vi in this game too.
You know, I actually really like the recognition from Huo there going for the support mining. At first, my thought was, oh man, well, you know, wouldn't you want to try and maintain your streak? But one thing about playing this Lux 3 when you're playing on stage 2 is once you get into the back half of stage 3, everybody's starting to get level 6, level 7. There's more units on the field. Lux is way weaker as a carry. And I think Huo is kind of saying, I recognize that it's not my turn right now. I'm going to make myself weaker in order to spike on 4-2, because that's when I believe I can find my Heimerdinger, get more of my Academy units online, and find the spike. I think being able to recognize when it's your turn to spike in the game is a huge skill that's going to be tested this weekend.
I love the level 9 call out. That's where the comp really shines in the Rumble 2 and the Jace 2. So he's not trying to push tempo in 3-2 anymore. He's saving up for more gas to go further. In the meantime, for Coco, I have to say both of his spots this game have been so rough. He's given the wheel to Mortdog, and I think Mortdog has kind of driven him in some interesting directions.
Oh.
I wasn't going to go that far, but...
Let's pick up the elites in the carousel. It looks like no Silco, no extra Chem Baron. Unfortunately, he could still be playing into the Smeech reroll with the current items that he has slammed, but it's a fairly late Chem Baron, and not too many Smeeches from what it looked like.
Yeah. It does look like the Smeech items that he's building into, but a big reason why Smeech has kind of fallen off compared to the Visionary line is your chance to hit that 2-star Smeech are so low. It's only up to 25% chance in any of your cash outs. I don't think my relation with Mortdog is as solid as Coco's, because I probably wouldn't be playing his lines.
Let's see right now exactly where he's sitting. So he's level 6, 60 gold. He's not particularly rich, to be quite honest with you. He seems very far from a lot of things. This looks like a very difficult position to get himself out of.
Well, especially when Zeri's fallen out of favor and you've got a Firelight emblem you have to play around. What really is the cap you're looking for
Just
there?
Echo, really. And there's a few different ways, but it's going to be tough. Double, on the other hand, very, very stable, taking a page out of Dishlope's book from that game 1, trying to win streak all of stage 2 and 3. No,
I remember that book.
I meant the 14 win streak part, not the part 2.
Ooh, taking a look, I have to say there's a lot of rough spots across the field here. Guan, he's only sitting on 6 of these violets and didn't find a good augment to further his 1-cost reroll. This is not looking like a strong spot.
His HP is okay, though, and he's not massively behind Cadence. I would say at this point you do really want to have one of your 1-cost three-starred by now, but the fact that he has the lesser champion duplicator, again, does mean that he's a little bit further along. 85 HP does mean he can probably afford another loss here. What I will say, though, is if he doesn't hit very, very soon, he's not winning out. He's probably going to need to send it on 4-1 in order to get his entire board upgraded, and then on 4-2, find a way to go 8, go 9, get 6-pit fighter in.
Ooh. Looking at the discrepancy in HP across the lobby, Double 61 is still win streaking, but you see Dish Soap at 35 HP and really needing to turn things around at that stage 4, and so it'll be very important to watch what happens after this point.
Front line's falling here.
This is super interesting because if we look at Title's board, he's taken a completely different pivot. He's sold all of his Swains and now is going with the rig shop into what looks like
Ezreal.
Yeah.
With no Runons, but very interesting read from Title, who has not showcased any of his meta reads up until this tournament, so very interesting.
But Ezreal reroll was super popular at the America's Golden Spatula. We saw a very distinct study group coming out of that region actually leaning into this Ezreal reroll. And when you have something like Deathblade as an academy item, that's a really great item to be able to put on this Ezreal to pump out insane amounts of damage.
I'm just saying, I'm almost never selling my Swain pairs. I just love that Swain unit so much. But this is... I can't help but be drawn to see how this plays out. He does have to go for a 3-cost-centric composition, and there's a couple outs here. The TF could be one. There could be a hybrid of compositions.
Okay, I wanted to draw our attention to who the main characters of this stage right now are. We're seeing Guan, one of them, who needs to hit. He needs to be able to spike, because the other two main characters in this lobby right now are Dish Soap and Coco, who are trying to spike early in stage 4 to stabilize their board. Question is, how much is Dish Soap actually going to roll? How deep is he going to go? Find some Malzahar, which is a really big
Heimer
hit.
yet, though.
No Heimer, you're right.
It is unfortunate. We're down to already 20 gold.
Oh, no.
Plus all those extra rolls you had, so has spent a lot of gold already.
That's a massive whiff coming in from Dish Soap. You really...
Again,
Second Malzahar?
Is it the 5%
Tell me you don't
save?
find a Malzahar 2 before you find a single
No,
that
might actually just be a delay.
Is that the champion diff?
Okay.
I think
that's a delay.
That's the shop delay. Yeah.
Okay.
We got 200.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. There's no Malzahar 2 coming in right now. We're just seeing the shop catch up to Dish Soap's speedy little hands.
Yeah.
But now you gotta find a Heimer now.
Unfortunately, not a great roll.
He snapped his loss streak. He's on a 2-win right now, and right now he needs to continue winning. So he cannot afford to be greedy, I don't think, at least. I mean, my personal read, I think you really need to just continue winning right now.
He just goes 9 now.
On 30 HP. Let's go.
Yep.
Now, what should be going into the Academy pivot right here?
Remember,
level
he wants
8?
Heimers as well. So he and Dish Soap both want to find those Heimer dingers.
Alawi's a great pickup here. Main tank already is locked in. I'd pick
Did they
up the
remove
4th one.
Heimer from the game? Nobody can find this guy.
Can't see him.
Kevin thought the same last game, so.
Where's Heimer? Huh.
In another lobby.
Oh.
Find
There's
one.
one.
We do see Dish Soap also on the right-hand side rolled to 0, so there's a question of whether or not Dish Soap was able to find a Heimerdinger.
There's 2.
2 found for Woho, though. Might be getting a little bit scarier for Dish Soap if he can't find it and stabilize.
I think that was a shop lag also,
Yeah,
guys.
I think that's also just 1.
Okay, just 1.
All right, he does have the 4 Academy in here with 2 Academy items, and
Awful
I just feel
damage,
bad for that Lux. I feel like that Lux at least deserves one of those JGs, but it's going to be enough.
I do think that Heimerdinger is just such a stronger unit.
But I'm worth 9 gold. I'm a Lux 3.
I know. She's like the golden student, this bumbling professor's wobbles into class and gets all the goods.
Is Coco going to get himself out of that position? If he does make it, he's going to be my all-time favorite. I'm sorry. It's just...
It's looking very tough. Only sitting on 6 Smeeches at this point in
His
time.
duplicator. Keep that in mind.
Oh.
We're going to wait for the shop to catch up to us. We're only 1 Smeech off.
It does not look like...
Yeah, our resident EMEA player may not be Smeechin'. It's looking really tough.
Oh, can he roll for a chain? Nope, doesn't get it.
Now he just has to put items back on his units and hope that this is going to be enough.
We have Moonlight Double on the other end, going for the emissaries. Already found the
Echo's
LeBlanc.
in a good position.
Okay.
The big win for Coco that he absolutely needed. Buys Maybe just one more round. Maybe the Carousel could just have a Smeech here, and that could be it.
And I do want to point out that his Savika actually just hit one of the jackpots. We saw a shower of gold right there. It's not the big jackpot, but the small jackpot.
Every little piece of gold counts in this position.
Yep. The toughest spots possible. When Mortdog wants to test you, this is what he puts you through.
And in the toughest lobby as well.
Yeah.
Look for Smeech. There's a Smeech on the carousel.
There is a
It's coming straight to him.
It's right in front of
you
him.
can see him. He's trying to break it. Get me out of here.
Okay, it's my turn for the copium storylines for EMEA players.
He says it's Smeech 3.
Still got a long road, though. He's not out of the woods yet.
Can he make it back all the way? This would be an incredible story if he does. Looking across the board, we do have Guan with full level up upgrades as well, and Guao going for this scrap composition. We haven't seen him in a while. Meanwhile, Kevin Parker with the experiment.
Second tier as well for Dish Soap, which is a blue buff now on his Malzahar and his Heimerdinger.
I just wanted to call out as well that Kevin Parker not only had the experiment emblem from branching out, but actually picked up the experiment emblem again from the gold augment. So that's a big board.
Yeah, it makes it way easier to be able to fit 7 experiment. Obviously a very fantastic cap. Yeah, and if you can find the Warwick, we can see was able to find the Caitlyn on 8. One of the very strong ways of capping out this board is by finding that early Caitlyn.
I think it's a necessity, actually.
Yeah, enabling you to go 9 relatively easily, and we are seeing it here with upward mobility, of course, and streaking. I mean, Kevin Parker is looking in a position where he can find himself into a top 2.
Dish Soap is not looking super great right now.
Heimer
has the
pair.
pair of Heimers, but still not the Heimer 2. Has a Jace as well as the pair of Elises, but you gotta be able to get through this Twitch.
One more cast might be enough.
You can do it.
I mean, that's the value of Ghost of Friends Past. Don't forget, we're seeing this board from Dish Soap, and yes, the front line, the back line may look like it's a bit underwhelming, but it has so many base stats. These 1-star units are essentially 2-star units already.
So imagine what happens when they do get 2-star.
That's right.
We've only got a few gold to roll.
Could Bully be strong enough? There's not. It's only just Guan, I believe it's re-rolling.
Ooh.
I feel like
invisibility would be a good one.
15 gold left. A prayer. Yeah, I feel like you have to take this. This is not the best one. Smeech doesn't actually have any AP scaling.
And we did see dramatic entrance coming in for title.
On
the Aurelia. You don't need
Aurelia
her.
1?
Yeah, just let her, she can just let her do eat herself onto the board. It's fine. It doesn't matter who it is. It'll be a dramatic entrance nonetheless.
Sure it will. Sure it will be.
Would be crazy to see Experiment win back-to-back games to start things off today, if Kevin can do it.
I was actually so shocked that 7 Experiment, which is 100% on the extra bonuses, actually lost to Dish Soap's board. That's a board that's going to look very scary if you can stabilize.
Jeez, it's a giant Elise.
It is.
It is a huge Elise.
Anyone with arachnophobia, please turn away for this round.
I mean, there's a lot of scaling coming in from Dish Soap's board, right? So being able to find some way for your 1-star front line to be able to hold up against the enemy board is the best way you can find yourself a win right now. And we're seeing it come to fruition. The front line does fall now. The question is, did the other Heimer fall with this cast? It does. With that, should be enough. Dish Soap takes fight over Ho-Ho and stays alive.
Heimer ones are just looking at each other like, hey! Yeah.
He is moving into a form swapper front line with the Jace in front, getting every bit of tanking as he can for that Heimer to rank up. And Double has been having a really rough stage 4 after that massive win streak.
Not surprising, right? He's sitting on 50 gold, has taken his foot off the gas for most of the stage 4, trying to maybe go 9, now stuck in that weird position of saying, hey, am I actually strong enough? Do I have to roll more here for the Zoe 2?
He might be forced onto the experiment line here with the Moonlight.
Oh, is that a prismatic orb?
It is lots of gold.
Oh my. Huh?
Could fit in actually.
Actually, Casio is great. You just level and just add it. You throw a Casio in the front line, you got some Black Rose and a little bit of front line.
This is going to change a lot of the calculus here. Gold was great for Double because he just wants to level up. He has his items filled. And I believe this is, we still have a artifact.
Yeah, Ho-Ho has the artifact.
Oh yeah, this is Ho-Ho. Sorry, I got confused.
So Ho-Ho being able to get the artifact finds the Heimer 2 as well.
Best one's probably Mana Zane if you can open it.
Picked up the right focus already.
Oh, sorry.
It's the delay.
They had the support anvil as well, so you're just adding so much item power.
This is unfair coming in from Guan. Double Radiant item Violet just to save him out of nowhere.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Epitaph as well.
How did he get that? He also has a family +1. So additional attack speed across the board.
It's
not enough.
Gonna help him.
Ooh. Lighting Jewel on the Heimer coming through, actually being quite favorable for Woho.
So he had support mining into Locket and Prismatic into another Locket. That's
not bad.
Okay, pretty good, pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Okay, and now we're seeing Kevin Parker's board. This is the 7 experiment board that we saw earlier. Hopping off of that, though, to see Guan, who we said at the beginning during Stage 3 was looking a little bit scary, but like you called out, Clement, now he's kind of found all the pieces needed to succeed. Family is one of those comps that if you play it kind of standard, you are looking at that 4th through 6th place, like we
Big
saw
matchup
double
here.
on the other
Lococo
side.
on 1 life with the Smeech 3-4 win streak. Can he do it yet again? Can the Smeech do enough against this Violet comp?
It's on the Vander right now. Questions where it's going to go. It does kill the Victor before it's able to cast.
Should be a big deal.
Oh, but on the other side, we've got Dish Soap going up against Double 61, and unfortunately, Dish Soap is eliminated after trying to play this lose streak game. Just can't quite get that stabilization.
Coco makes it.
And you can see Dish Soap is not happy about that.
Title goes out as well.
Dish Soap opting into a very high-risk strategy. At the end of the day, was not able to keep up, was not able to find the Heimerdinger. I mean, quite frankly, if you were able to find Heimerdinger a little bit earlier, Dish Soap's playing a very different game.
I want to mention, coming into this Stage 5, the narrative reversal of expectations. Guao went 8th, currently sitting 1st in the standings. Kevin went 7th, currently sitting 3rd. Double, who also bought 4th, sitting in that top 4. So the players that had to turn things around in Game 2 absolutely are.
This is such a cool play from Coco. He actually took the Deathfire's Grasp to make sure the reset comes early for that Smeech. Not something I've seen before. And he's going to make another comeback.
Well, don't speak too soon, Clement. You might have just cursed him. He is still on 1 life.
Thank you, Clement.
On a 5 win streak. Let's hope that continues for the hopes of EMEA. On double side here with the Zyra carry. It seems to be enough as well here. Big, big win for the French player.
That's going to eliminate Woho, who looked like he had turned a corner, quite frankly, once he hit the Heimer 2 and the Blighting Jewel, but Double has so many damage threats that he was able to bypass some of that front line, kill thin out the back line enough so that he could break through the front line and win the fight. Huge win for Double.
Double with the Sorix. I want to see potentially if he does have that LeBlanc too. That's the next big upgrade for him.
Savika is big for Guan here. Just a free piece of the puzzle to continue capping that board out, especially with, you know, the hand-picked BT on that Savika.
Guan at 7 HP as well, right? So you're running out of time to be able to make that high cap.
This could be great news for EMEA as a region. If Guan gets eliminated here, that's all 3 players in this group of death making a big comeback in this game too.
Kevin Parker stabilized as well, 36 HP. The big thing, of course, is 7 experiment already online. Great frontline in place.
Caitlyn as well, yeah.
Caitlyn too is so big. After having that Caitlyn pair early as well.
Putting him on the side.
A lot of damage threats coming in through the other side of the board. Question is, does the Elise last long enough that your Twitch is able to ramp up? Anything that went to that backline, Twitch is nearly dead.
So
one more
Caitlyn.
deep heal might actually do it. Does not. Twitch and Caitlyn both survive, and you can look at the HP totals there. Everything's so close. Guan, it does look like he's taking a hit. I believe he might be in a
Coco is
cutscene.
out too.
Yeah, but Guan is as well. So Guan 5th place. I think again saving the elimination where Dish Soap went 4th last game. Now it's Lococo going 4th. So a top 4 for Lococo. Very, very strong performance for what looked like a doom spot early on in the game. And the top 3 is now locked in. Double 61, still streaking at this point in time.
Pretty interesting. So Kevin Parker sells the Garen 2 that he had on his board, opts instead to play around the Mbessa 2, deciding that these items fit a bit more. I actually wonder how much of that might actually be the Elise positioning as well. Before the Elise was locked into that hex directly next to the experiment hex, now he has the freedom to move the Elise wherever he wants. The question here is how well will this front line hold up, because the Mbessa is not going to be as tanky as that Garen. You really do need to make sure you have time for your back line to ramp up.
I think it's a more standard way to build the board outside of the Garen because of the big cap out in the Mordekaiser. Dominator and also Conquer Online if he can get there.
Now imagine if Kevin finds Warwick.
He doesn't really need the Warwick. It would be nice.
But like you could.
Absolutely. Gual also finding a lot of items from his prismatic. Oh, sorry, his prismatic was actually the radiant.
But also eye for an eye coming in for 3-2 augment. So there's just a lot of components coming in from this board. And despite the fact that there were players who were playing the full loss streak, Gual kind of playing this hybrid loss into scrap, something that we're not super used to seeing. And in the end, outplacing both Lakoko and Dissoap, who were playing the loss streak.
This last rolldown is going to be big. We found a Victor there, it looked like, comes onto the board right away. Still sitting on a Rumble pair. The upgrade will be pretty massive here.
I wonder if he has separate components for this Corki. He really wants 3 itemized parry.
Now. You got to get everything on, though. There's a lot of pieces to this that you have, and not too much time left.
Okay, does get the best one. He's going to get the Guard Breaker for the Corki.
Takes the Shojin for a Victor, which,
With triple Valor Leaf coming out from double.
Huge cast. It does hit.
The second stun would be huge, but doesn't come through.
And the front line is still living for the scrap board, and now the Victor will cast.
Too late. Gual stays alive here. Big win against Double, who continues losing HP now down to what should be just 1 life, considering we are in stage 6 and 14 HP.
maybe with matchmaking, though, it's going to be Kevin Parker that helps Double 61 stay alive and gets the matchup into Gual.
Is it going to be Experiment Scrap 1-2 for the first 2 games of the day? That is not on anyone's bingo sheet.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we saw Gual able to take out Double 61 in the last fight, or able to defeat him 1 round. Question is, can he beat Kevin Parker? 5 win streak? Looking a little spooky, not going to lie.
I think he has the best chance of winning out this lobby. Sitting on 55 gold, has very, very clear lines to cap. If he gets the Mordekaiser, or he gets the Jace 2, or even just the Savika, there's a lot of ways that he can even pump his board further. On the other side, the other players are capped.
Elise is going to hit everything here, I think. Yeah, take a look at that Elise ultimate coming through, casting on the entire scrap board. Does reduce a lot of the DPS coming through, but the front line is looking like it's falling. The Echo might find its way into the back line, but it's blown up before it gets there. The Corki, though, with 1 more cast, barely to win, barely able to win, and Double 61 eliminated off in the wings.
Yeah, it was by Kevin Parker's Ghost, I think, as well. So I think if it had gone differently, imagine Game 2 also ends in a double elimination.
I mean, this could be a almost exact flip, like you were calling out, Panda, right? With Double 61 was 6th last game. We had Guao go 8th. We had Kevin Parker go 7th. If Guao is able to win out from here, the entire standings are going to be equalized.
Wow, I'm so impressed by this scrap. I honestly had this composition much lower on the field, but just to get repack of this game, Gual was able to get Hive Mind, get a lot of gold, and get him to level 9 earlier. Let's see if he can do it against Kevin Parker once more.
Oh, the Corki did not cast before the Elise came through this time. That
There's
could
just
be
no
a
front
difference.
line for the Twitch and the Caitlyn, and the Victor Stun comes in at the perfect time. Every time, both Twitch and Caitlyn deleted there, and a very, very confident win from the scrap board.
How much damage is that going to do?
Down to 1 life, 5 HP for Kevin.
So we get a carousel where there is a Mel and a Victor available.
I don't think that these fights are long enough for anyone to actually get the Banished Mage proc coming in with
Probably
one
not.
last fight. And so unfortunately, Guan just not able to get a 6 cost that will probably make a meaningful difference.
Yeah, but I think I really like the ability to switch out the Mel maybe. Do you think that the stun is more impactful than some of the tread that she provides?
I mean, I think just having the Victor has to be...
Jace 2 for Kevin.
That's huge. He has the spare IE as well.
Problem here is that front line, though, right? That's, It's not a question of damage. It's a question of ramping.
Even the positioning, it's just the moment the Elise dies, there's nothing in front of the Caitlyn and the Twitch, and they both die pretty close after.
Okay. Decides to... Doesn't actually put anything additional in the front line. Instead, wants to just play with positioning, maybe get the Twitch away from that Elise, and he does do it, right?
Fight now.
And this is a much better position for the Twitch on the opposite side with the sniper damage bonus coming in and equalized Victor stuns.
Victor for everyone. Nobody gets to ramp.
At least second cast.
Front
Does come
is
through.
dead.
It's really big. Stops the Twitch again.
It's just the damage
It's
dealer.
a close finale, but it's a win for Kevin. Elimination, a clap, and a sigh of relief.
Look at him.
From the EMEA player who has come back from his 7th place in game 1. The mental is there. I'm feeling confident in EMEA.
He was not lying. No more 8 streaks anymore. He goes into one of the highest risk decision tree lines into that upward mobility and still is able to crash out.
I mean, it's a really good win. At the end of the day, I mean, he was playing on narrow margins. You saw him lose that fight multiple times. At the end of the day, he had a little bit more damage coming in with the Jace on that backline. But I think the biggest difference was that he had his snipers on the other side of the enemy board damage dealers. And so he was able to whittle them down enough so that when it came down to this 1v1 of the damage dealers up against the damage dealers, he had enough burst because he had already worked through some of that shield.
And the biggest difference maker for me, I spoke to Kevin a few days ago, he specifically mentioned when it comes to augments, he will take branching out every single time it's offered. And that was maybe the big difference there. Double experiment emblem in the end off of the branching out and then the +1 later on. Knows how to play into the line, has the gold and the resources to do so thanks to the upward mobility, and knows how to cap, really. You have to be able to play against around every single +1 or +2 trait in the game, really, off of branching out, and that seemed to be the case there.
On the other side, we had a Firelight emblem at some point from branching out. Definitely not maybe where you want to be, but still able to make the most of that too.
I'm really excited that this lobby ended up being so equal. There was no clear favorites running away or any of our heroes being left in the dust after these first 2 games.
Also some just pretty cool lines. I mean, we got to see the Build-A-Bud into Vertical or into Academy from Huohuo. I don't believe he actually found the top 4. I think he went 5th that game. It was a pretty cool pathway to opt into prioritizing the Heimerdinger items, still able to find the 5 streak. We saw Tidal kind of make this pivot and again, didn't quite work out, but it's what we're seeing is that these players are willing to take the risks that they think have a potential downside, but when it works out, it pans out and they can earn those points.
And my personal highlight from these first 2 games has to be Lekoko. 2 top 4s, 2nd and 4th off of very low roll spots. No 10 or 14 win streaks for him, and still he made it work. It's a player that I mentioned early on in EMEA. He's been impressing us for many different sets now, and I think it's his time to prove that globally as well.
He's a quiet favorite, right? For so long, I think the EMEA players have known how strong he is and that he's almost like this secret weapon because to the rest of us, he shows up to international and we don't get to see the Lekoko that you guys are seeing domestically. This time around, I think he showed up domestically in a way that nobody else could afford to ignore him anymore. He was so loud in his dominance, 3.1 average placement across the entirety of the set, some of the strongest single-day performances we've ever seen in TFT. And now, for the first time in, I think, history, the players outside of EMEA are going into the set championship, not seeing double 61 as this solo, single S-tier player. Lekoko is right up there with them, and to some people, maybe even above KC double 61 as a favorite for this event.
I think that's awesome. I feel like we have consistently sold this story of EMEA becoming stronger and stronger and stronger every single set. Part of that, I think, is Panda Copium, but I do think that a lot of that is proof in the pudding as Panda gets ready to fight some people.
We're just starting, but Clement's already digging in.
I'm sorry. I do have to say this was a little bit of a sad game for APAC as the only representative in title. I'm not really sure where that line was going, to be honest. He got forced off the Stork line, went into Academy, was also somewhat contested there, and just ended up without the Ezreal 3.
But I think he should have just stuck to the Swain. Like, I think, as you were saying, like, why would I sell a pair of Swains when I have rigged shop anyway? I feel like maybe you still put your foot down when you've got the rigged shop.
It was contested by double. That would maybe be the only reason why Tidal says, hey, I want to have full agency over what happens in this game. Academy's not contested at all. I can play for Ezreal. I do think maybe it's the outcome of Tidal saying, I'm not going to play tournaments, I'm not going to scrim, I'm not going to showcase any of my meta reads. Maybe his meta reads are not as polished as we considered, specifically for that situation with Rick Shop.
I think there's some element in TFT. There was a great quote by Polygon, one of my favorite North American players. He said, sometimes you have to curb the voices in your head that are saying, what if I tried this? I feel like that's a little bit of what we saw from Title this game. It was an ambitious pivot, and it didn't pay off, but also that's what Title's made of, right? That's what got him to the championship. It's very hard for me to question the big picture game plans and decision making from Title, because he has the results to prove that whatever has led him down the path that he is on is good enough to win not one but 2 Tacticians crowns.
It's worked in the past, why not in the future?
Yep.
Another player that was also contested on that Heimerdinger line has to be Dishsoap. I actually really like the way he was able to stabilize, was winning multiple rounds on just Heimer 1 with Ghost of Friends Past, but unfortunately took a 8th place when running into, I believe, Kevin Parker with a much high rolling board right there. He showcased the strength of the augment, and I think this is a little bit of RNG that he wasn't able to turn the corner.
I think that's a really important point. Listen, sometimes we talk about RNG, and it's very easy to kind of hide behind it and say like, oh, it was low roll, blah, 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 and you don't really take accountability for the game. The best players, though, are really good at understanding when variance was just not on their side, or when they're opting into an unoptimized line where you're flipping a coin, but it's not 50-50, it's 40-60. The best players know how to flip a coin that's weighted in their favor. And I think Dishsoap did do that. Sometimes it's weighted in your favor, it still comes up tails. And that's okay.
And maybe even in 2 games. The Rebel roll down in game 1 was also not ideal on level 8.
That's true. But I do feel like as well, when we've talked to Dishsoap about just his performance at an event or something like that, he's very truthful and very honest about it. When you watch any of his VOD reviews, I think he's the first one to say, it was my fault, or I know that maybe the game wasn't exactly giving me what I needed in that moment, but he is always the first one to take accountability from a spot that he took.
The bottom line is, even for the best of players, they only come to TAC round about once every 2 times. And for both of these best in Double One and Dishsoap, you know, they ended 27th and 32nd respectively the last time. This is not unusual for a game of variance.
All right, we're going to show you an alternative lobby that is just finishing up right now, and before we can show you the standings. And so let's take a look at some of the highlights here.
top 3.
Experiment once again on the menu.
Wow.
What is this? What is going on? Something's in the water here.
I think it's like shimmered.
EMEA looking very good. France looking very good. Experience with the top 4 here. And Jeduzor, one of the players that I think is following in the footsteps of Weijin and Wedzongler back in Runeterra Forge. This is one of the up-and-coming rising talents in TFT. His 3rd global championship in 4 sets. 4th place in the Macau Open behind Lilwo and Title.
And aren't Jedusor and Lekoko on the same team? They're on the
Gentlemates. They're also prep partners alongside Experian and Tartman. So a very, very strong combination of French players who are coming in with a very good meta read for this day 1.
Can he actually get over that maximum Sork cap right there? That's a Mordekaiser 2 with Radiant items and the extra AP and an anomaly.
I think the answer to that question is no.
That's probably the highest cap unit we've seen today.
So that was, I believe, Kansung Jung, right? Who took that loss there. And so it's going to be just the top 2. Jedusor up against Milo.
How can he deal with that Mordekaiser? That's the only question that matters here. Can he burst him down?
It doesn't look, I mean, a lot of your damage that is on the board right now, it feels more like chip damage. You have the LeBlanc being able to spread, you have the Warwick being able to execute when they get low. You do have, your Elise that maybe if it does end up targeting the same unit after everything else is killed, you have damage. Yeah, you have a bit more, but to me it feels very hard to be able to kill this Mordekaiser on the other side.
You can't stun it either because of Quicksilver as well, so
3-item Mel.
Yeah, maybe.
No, the 3-item Mel coming in from Milo makes this, even if you can break through the Mordekaiser, which is half HP, which Garrett also half HP.
The big burst of damage, the Warwick doing a lot as well, and the hunger for blood maybe is good enough.
Whoa, I mean, that was a little shocking to me, I'm not going to lie. I felt like that Mordekaiser was going to be able to survive long enough, but so much burst actually coming through between the Elise and the LeBlanc that it actually didn't really matter.
And this is the big winner from the 30.7 patch. Backline Elise carry, in this case, taking the line for Emissary, now with the Force Sorcerer, not really being the AD variant with Corki. Instead, it's Elise as one of the carries.
I think you have to move that Mordekaiser somewhere else. It got stuck on the Garen for so long, unable to take DPS off of the board. So if Milo can find a different angle, perhaps that's the key.
Yeah, but Jettasaur just went level 10.
And I like this positioning.
So-
Jettasaur's positioning in a way that makes it really hard to wrap on the back line ever because he has both the Rennie and the Swain, and then in that pocket is that Warwick who's going to be walking up. Even if you put your Mordekaiser in the back line, it's going to be very hard to find the wrap.
So we do see the swap from the middle position to the sides right here, trying to break through the Rennie. Rennie cannot stun here, and if that Warwick does go down early, that means no execute.
Does the Elise block the Mordekaiser? No, it doesn't. Okay. I was thinking if the Elise can block for him.
It's all the Garen now. Can he hang on for long enough?
falls.
The Garen's down, and the rest of the units follow. A big loss for Jettasaur, but still a lot of HP to work with. A massive buffer here to maybe have that one fight that the RNG is in Jettasaur's favor, and that's game over.
This is fun because it becomes that positioning puzzle of TFT, right? Each player are going to be watching these fights very keenly to figure out how these units are moving, and even the slightest adjustment can alter the timing of when your units are spiking, what they're dealing damage to, and oftentimes that can be the difference maker. The other thing is if Milo can find one more fight, he goes into the neutral round, will get additional gold. He's still sitting on a LeBlanc 1. A LeBlanc 2 will be a huge spike for this board.
Vanish Mage already used up here by Milo. Can the Vietnamese player find a way into it? Another different positioning. He's trying to sneak his units in, make sure it's not focus fired on the Mordekaiser. He should get the right side.
The Elise has not hit anything relevant on Jettasaur's side. Both the backline Elise and the LeBlanc completely untouched in that top left corner. The damage now coming through directly onto the Mordekaiser. Can he shield for long enough? Can he hang on?
One more.
Looks like it's the case. Jettasaur another loss. Down to what could be one life if we're moving to stage 7.
The damage from Mel actually
pretty insane.
Completely significant in this
The ring
fight.
out of Mel is kind of nutty.
I mean, we're watching that Garen fall, and the Mordekaiser falls along with it, and it feels like, oh man, is Jettasaur's board going to be able to clean up? And once that final Mel cast comes in and all the damage comes through, he's able to just wipe out everything.
Well.
Vlad 2 spike, maybe?
Surely.
Surely that's the answer. I wonder if he's going to overlook Bulky Buddies at some point in this fight, because all he really wants to do is have that LeBlanc and Elise both targeted on the Mordekaiser. That's the key for him. But because of the augment, he sometimes is going to be slow on these repositions.
Jace 2 is big.
Do we see LeBlanc 2 from Milo, as you mentioned? That's the big
There's a Mel.
question here.
Do you take out the Warwick for the Mel, maybe?
I don't think so. I think Warwick is giving you a lot of effective HP, which is really good for both the Elise and the Elise and the LeBlanc in the back line. I don't think you have time to really get value out of the Banished Mage either. I
No
feel
LeBlanc
like
2.
Warwick feels too good here.
It's all positioning once again.
Okay, no last second swaps. Both players feeling confident about their positioning.
The Garen.
Oh, the Garen's right in front of the Mordekaiser.
wow.
That's actually a huge deal.
Thing is, there's not a lot of damage threats on that side. It's just going to be the splash damage going on in the Mordekaiser. So if the LeBlanc
The Elise
and
is almost
the
down.
Mordekaiser can break through, Victor cast coming in, Garen will fall.
No second cast from the Elise there. It's just down to the LeBlanc, and that's just too many units to chew through, it looks like.
Wow.
Jettasaur taken down for a third time.
Every fight so close down to the wire, just the smallest optimizations making a difference there. And at the end, Milo is able to solve the puzzle 3 times in a row, find that win over Jettasaur. I mean, great win.
With the help of Victor, by the way. So that was a huge thing, slowing the executions coming down. A big change right here in that fight was we had Warwick unleashed, going for 3 executes in a row, but then Victor stops that in midway, and Mordekaiser able to finish it up.
Both Mel's blessing and Victor's blessing in the same game.
And Mordog's blessing.
That's right. The 3 keys to success.
Perfect. That's the ingredients, right?
Yes.
You're talking about at the beginning of the game.
That's right.
Well, I mean, we're just getting through a lot of the action here, and hopefully we're going to be able to compile those scores to be able to show you the full tally, because we've only seen, 2 full games and a partial game on broadcast. We still have had our alternative lobbies, so hopefully you've been able to check out the action over there. And I'm excited to see these scores, because I feel like things have been spicy over in the other lobbies.
I have a good feeling about EMEA. Don't want to jinx it. We're only 2 games in, but I like what I'm seeing for now.
I think a big question for me is, where is Lelor, our other world championship winner? I don't want to see him too early. Don't point at the screen now.
Lucas from the Americas running at the bottom of the standings. His 4th set championship, a veteran of the international scene. Wet Jungler and Distope, I think, two very surprising names. But you know what?
Regional
I
champions.
think Taro as well is a little surprising
Yeah.
to see at the bottom of this list.
I will say, though, being near the bottom and going 6-6 is not that bad. So it actually tells me that these scores are very similar to one another.
I mean, look at what's happening on this
Yep,
page.
1-7,
You've got
1-7.
Falhalp and Spencer that have gone 8th and then 2nd, respectively. And so we are seeing quite a bit of just a flip in the standings, even just from the first to second game.
Spencer barely missed out on top 8 last set, largely off the back of going 8th 3 times. I really want to see him dodge those 8th place finishes.
The CN wall being built in the middle of the standings. Hopefully that wall moves up
And look,
slowly.
4-5, 4-5, 6-3, 6-3.
8-1?
Everything is
Iverson?
flipped. I mean, we talked about 3 points being 38th place. You're talking about 9 points being top 17. I mean, this is a very, very small gap. We're seeing hardly anybody run away with it.
There's only one regional winner that we haven't seen just yet, and that's Ironbog, and he's still not here.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
that's
Moving
good.
up. Bio with a strong start. Not quite the first or 8th that you guys analyzed, but close enough.
Darn it, man. Where's Chaos?
He was on the previous sheet.
First or 8th or no?
He was first or 8th,
Oh,
which is the opposite.
God.
Sorry.
No,
man. Guys.
The stats lie.
We're going to need
canceling
a
the data
new
den.
tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, guys. We'll get you guys back into the data den for sure.
That's right.
A good start for Precedent on his first ever showing, finally on the international stage with 10 points after these first 2 games.
Tardamine, I feel like, maybe not the same exact shape as Precedent, but also a rising stock over the last couple sets sitting there with him.
No way.
What?
I'm sorry,
I
D6
did
is at
say
the top.
I was
and
getting a
almost
good
all of this
feeling
page
about
is
EMEA. Has the time finally come? Have our prayers been answered? I'm not going to say anything else because I will probably jinx it and we will still not make top 8.
What about Vicious from Americas?
Also, the big underdog.
The lone Latin American representative here at the Tactician's Crown. Stocks so low on this player that he was one of the first players picked in the draft.
Yep.
And look
Popping
at him
off.
right now in
I'm-
the standings.
Alongside that, I feel like Dasik, yes, he's in that EMEA group that is doing so well. It's very easy to celebrate them all together. I feel like we should single him out. Dasik is this old school legend of the game. I've heard people describe even his playstyle as a little bit old school TFT. It's this intuitive play, figure out what works together, play around win conditions, not just what's broken, play the game like it's a balanced game. Last time we saw him at the set championship, he didn't do too hot, and now we're seeing him go 1-1 in the first 2 games of the day.
Is it a fluke for some of these players? There's still more to show. I've got Panda on the side shaking his finger because no, it's not. We've got more EMEA dominance potentially ahead. But we have
Keep going,
a quick break we've got to get to, but stay tuned because you're not going to want to miss the exclusive Set 14 Cyber City details that we've got coming at you. But break first, more later. See you soon.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics into the Arcane Tacticians crown. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, Alan ZQ, and Clement. Hupe, how does it feel to be back?
Amazing, man. A pleasure and a privilege. Also to have you back once again, Casanova, Cas, now Casanova host. Yeah. So great to have you here. And of course, a privilege to have Alan here. You came through the heads gate, and I love to have you here on the council, man.
It's such a pleasure to be joining you, fine gentlemen. And yeah, getting to cast such a wonderful games, and it's a pinnacle of the gameplay, and getting to do it with all of you is a pleasure. Clement, how are you feeling being joined by us?
I was thinking, did you mean gentle mates, maybe? Because we saw a lot of stuff from EMEA that was very unexpected. You know, kudos to your region.
Yes, but let's not forget about Dejik, who is at the top of the ladder.
Yeah. Double to one.
Yeah, and he has been put in the bottom of the tier list. And he said on the Twitter, on the X, that those tier lists are not accurate, and I'm gonna show you. And exactly that's what he did.
All right, well, before we jump too far back into the competition, we have something very special. We've got an exclusive look at Set 14, Cyber City. Let's take a look. How cool was that trailer for our next set, Cyber City? We even get like a little sneak peek at some of the units. I mean, what were you seeing there, Clement?
I was getting goosebumps because there's a lot of themes that are related to that. You know, that Blade Runner theme, or like the Cyber 2070, some of those things. It really is my favorite like genre of fantasy to indulge myself in, the sci-fi dystopian future.
The little cyberpunk, yeah.
Absolutely. I've seen plenty of chunk there. Maybe we could get some chunk action eventually in the set. We've been all pretty much fans of that big boy.
Cyber chunk this time around.
That was one of my favorites. And of course, Hyper Carry Seri with the white hair. Love it. So obviously with mobility, so maybe we can do some shenanigans to put it in the front lane, get the mana lock in there, something like that.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we got the Elise as well that looked in there. And then there was that big like boar-looking guy. I'm excited for that.
Oh yeah, like it looked like a Kabuko, I think.
I think chat can say for us because I cannot say legally.
All right. Well, let's circle back to the tournament. We will have plenty more about that. We'll even get to reveal some units later on, so stay tuned. Make sure you stick around because you're not going to want to miss that. But we got to get back to the action soon enough, right? We got Game 3 coming up here. We're going to be taking us to Lobby 4. This is going to have a couple players. One that I know you're going to want to talk about, Upe, is Vicious, who is going to be the sole representative from Latin America.
Yeah, 100%. I want to build a little when Alan was saying about Dasic. He's first, and Vicious was also the last, maybe in some tier list. So Dasic and Vicious were the last, and Vicious has 13 points. So he's actually third right now. He's the best in the Americas, and great performance. This is the breakthrough from Latin America. A player that has been recognized in the ladder, but has not been in the stage so far, and he's doing amazing here in TAC Crown.
Really big player there as well. I think the player I'm most excited about is actually Bintum, who has been perennially the second best player coming out of the APAC region. He started competing in set 6, and from then to now, there's only one other player that has attended as many TAC rounds as Bintum, and that is Tidal, who is actually in the same lobby here as well. He missed set 12 and now back set 13 again. This is going to be a great performance from T1.
I mean, we cannot forget about Jedusor, who has been so prominent. That's his third appearance at the TAC Crown, and he's been ramping. He's been winning the competitions left and right, and he is looking for that crown. He wants to join that double Coco level of recognition at the major scene.
Yeah, and I want to call out Dank Memes. This is a player from the Americas who, in the last set, was his first breakout. He used to have the highest 8th place rate of any of the regular tournament competitors in North America, and then in these last 2 sets, he has completely changed his tune and come out very, very strong. And even in this event so far, yeah, he hasn't the best 2 games, but he's kind of middle of the pack right now, which is perfectly fine for the start.
Yeah, also in terms of preparation, the teams that have been assembled for this, I want to construct a little more on Dank Memes. He has non-well-recognized team players or team to compete and to try to practice, but actually they have helped him a lot. So I love the story about having such a big study group and actually getting a little bit of them and having his second Tactician crown. I think middle of the pack, he can still improve a lot.
All hands aboard for the Dank Memes.
He's my favorite player to watch out of all of these player cams because he is so emotive. Yeah. You feel his highs, especially in the America's Golden Spatula, when he hit that 3-star Corki. That was a huge moment. You could see him roaring, all the work finally paying off. And also when he low rolls, you can see the frustration very well too.
You feel it very heavily. We had a great moment, right? He had gone 8th the penultimate game, right? The last game to try and make it into the top 8. He has to go first now. And you see just when he finally makes it into the top 4, he beats a Vi 3 with his gloves off Vander, and he kind of recognizes he's on that home stretch, and just seeing the emotions flow out. I mean, it's definitely the player. You always have to have eyes on his player cam.
Yeah, but Tidal also ups and downs. First with a first place, then with a 7. So we actually wanted to see a little more about him. He hasn't played in tournament, as we were saying, because he already got the qualification. He only needed to play a little ladder. So Tidal, being Tidal, first game, totally amazing for him. Second game, a little more difficult. So once again, he will mix it up here.
On the title note, he has been practicing on the NA server. He has been helping out other Japanese players. So he's contributing to the community. He's trying to get people better and to get to that level that he's at.
Yeah, he even said that he didn't want to go deep into tournaments because that would be eliminating one spot, and he already had the spot taken. So that's great.
Yeah, he's saving all the positions for Japan and the rest of his teammates in Yatsuhashi that just recently joined Zeta. One region we haven't talked about just yet is going to be CN. And unfortunately for these players, I do think they're coming into this lobby as a bit of underdogs. Wunsan and Salpimi. Salpimi actually was in the 4th set.
Yeah, set 4.
Set 4, I can't, Fates, sorry.
Yep.
Fates, so this is not his first time in the Tactician's crown. He's moved over to the JOC afterwards and has done really well there. On the other hand, Wunsan, this is his first time at TAC Crown. He used to be known as I don't want to go to sleep because he wants to play more TFT, I assume. He's also a bit of an underdog, the lowest seed coming in from the TOC. So we'll see what we have in store.
Yeah, I mean, the last player really to talk about here is Maris, and I actually kind of had higher expectations than the initial 5 25 points. Of course, it's just 2 games, right? There's plenty of road to come back, but Maris was a very exciting player coming out of APAC.
He's the only consecutive representative from Vietnam, and he's gunning for that second best Vietnam player title outside of mid-feed. So he's trying to do the best here. He is known as a very unique player. What we remember of him from Golden Spatula is he will hold on to your units and then do a full board pivot on stage 4, 8 up, 8 down.
He did a good, in the last run of Tactician Crown, he did a good run, right? He was like, like good in the previous one. And also I want to highlight again, you were talking about this, Alan, the player camps. So Dang memes, obviously with the aura, with the expression, and the rest. Ambitious, I totally believe that if things go well, he will show also good emotion.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Maris node, like in the board that Clement mentioned about full pivoting from one to another one, often players hold on to the until hitting that specific 4-cost carry. Once they hit it, they are full swapping because they hit that carry, and they are selling the other side of the board, and then going 9. That's what pretty much determines the best players and separates them from the mid level of the players.
I want to still bring it all the way back to Bintum here as well. I know you brought up earlier, he's been to plenty of Tacticians crowns, and it feels like Bintum is due for his win. It's felt like he's gotten close many times, right? 2 top 8s and 9th, and I know that maybe this hasn't been Bintum's set, but when it comes to just overall career, it feels like we're just a matter of time before Bintum finally earns a crown.
Bintum has been 5 times here. Like statistically, he should finally get it in.
All right, well, we're going to jump into the game. It's going to be Echo this time around.
The perfect timeline for Bintum might be showing up here. Just to say how crazy his set 12, even when he didn't make TAC round, he won 2 Korean TRCs as first place and was runner-up at Esports World Cup.
Yep.
So even his worst seasons are better than most people.
Yeah, and good emotion. I also had a chance to meet him in person, and he was amazing also with the T1 representatives and the community. He's an expression guy. He's joyful when playing TFT, and I think that also transferred in the maybe Asian or possibility of going deep into the career. This is a guy who loves TFT and will stay here for a long while.
So we see the Echo encounter, which means pretty much triple prismatic arguments, where players will look for the certain combinations of the arguments that can elevate pretty much their position to the first. And holding a bit unusual type of the units, the 2 costs, like the Quick Strikers, due to how often you can get Living Forge on a 2-1.
Exactly, that was what I wanted to point out as well, and he's going to get extra gold for the Automata.
Okay, Jedusor also with a early Ezreal here, and also with the possibility of Conquerors. Obviously, great place to start. Getting the Rebels also as a plan. So very good board, because he has a chance to doing everything, doing the due diligence, telling us some possibilities here. So good rampart for him. Obviously, once again, what you said, we need to actually see the augments and try to find a good path.
And if we're looking at the Academy items here, there is an Infinity Edge, which is the one that you are most willing to go into the line with.
On the Academy line, you usually look only at the first 2 items, and you want both tank and AD type of items. You usually lean away from the Academy if there is such as a JG item.
He gets the Leona.
But given the free cost angle and getting early Ezreal is so massive, and having already birthday present, finding that Singed, which could be pretty beneficial once he gets the Tyrelia to go through with the free level type of opener.
Yeah, and we've seen Birthday Present really cap out high before. Dish Soap, notably when he won his TAC crown, was off of a Birthday Present line. So it's always a very fun line to watch. Very high tempo if you can push it. We're going to see what else we can pick up here. Exalted Adventure is one we've seen cap out extremely high as well.
Risky, but can be very rewarding. Dunk Memes goes for more conservative line, goes for the Tactician's Kitchen to find... did we see what was the emblem there?
We did get a chance to see it.
Double scrap 4 cost from subscription service for Maris. Wow.
Ooh, that is insane.
And it 4 scrap to start too.
Okay.
Oh, ambitious birthday present. That will be a good tempo.
So 2 birthday present players.
Yeah. On the quick note, subscription service is considered often as one of the worst prismatic arguments on 2-1. But when you load
this,
GP from box, Echo Corki on 2-1. Maris certainly makes it like a nice argument.
That's the thing. That's why you gotta. That's why, you know, when there's no stats, you get cool things like this, where it's like, you know what? I'll just go for the little high roll here, hit both of the scrap units.
I do want to mention he is in a position where he needs the high roll for the rest of the 4 games.
True.
The lowest point someone has ever made it out of day 1 is 29, so he has to pass that.
Yeah, and starting with 5, it's a big road ahead with the next 4 games, and I think this is a really fantastic start to at least look for a top 4, right?
Worth pointing out, it's a full gold opener. So like there was like options like going for investment strategy, given you have a accelerated econ early, and just going for some sort of scaling reroll, like the Sentinels with the Quick Strikers, going with the Zeri. But on the other side, if you try to go for reroll, and when the Krugs do not provide the components, you might find yourself in the rough spot. So it's double-edged sword.
Yeah, 100%. Talking about reroll, we see here Vicious just playing tempo. He will not stay with the Tristana, but just want to mention Tristana already won a lobby with Weishan. And actually, very different comps are winning the lobby. We have Smitch, Family, Twitch, Tristana, Sentinel. So there's actually not a comp that's dominating right now.
It shows how balanced is the current meta. I think this is the first Tactician crown where players feel that the field is pretty well balanced, maybe outside of the Chem Baron being slightly over.
I knew it was coming. Chem Baron Visionaries coming in? Yeah, of course.
Okay, Jedusor once again. He still hasn't found the locks, so he's not playing Academy, but obviously going for Breather Present and just maintaining good tempo here.
Give me the 2% Corki, I'm happy.
Yeah, hey, I mean, we got a couple of these coming through, you know.
You can pick a Prismatic Argument to get a Corki, you can just get him naturally.
Everybody gets a Corki, actually. It's free Corkis all around.
He's on the discount today.
Yeah, it's a Corki discount.
And Tidal, because of that gold opening Alan was mentioning, is going to go for the level up. This is not an augment you see too much, but in triple prismatics can be extremely powerful.
Exactly, and this also eliminates the RNG of crack drops, because you can lean towards either AP or AD, depending what you're going to find.
Yeah.
It's going to be a game plank on the board, big find there.
Yep, picked up by Dank Memes initially. No spatulas or any craziness at the start here, so just trying to find the components that match. As you said, gold start, so everybody kind of really needing to find a component to pair up with what they had.
Yeah, Wensan, interesting. This is maybe the tech that you proposed to me in the beginning of the set, Clement, that he's maybe playing tempo first with the Chem Baron, and then he will try to lose, maybe on stage 3.
On the Bintom side, has a dual purpose, which often leads into some sort of free cost reroll or pretty expensive type of 4-cost board, perhaps going into Emissary. So I would expect if Bintum gets a bit more of AP angle, it might be some sort of Swain Nami reroll if it's not too contested. And we see already double Swain.
Yeah, the pair is very nice to have to kick things off. You see, finding a Garen, everybody's kind of finding 4-costs very early on in this game. Everybody hitting their 2% 4-cost.
Wintan obviously going for the Chem Baron right here, already on the 2-lose streak, and positioning so he can continue to lose as well. Alan, I really want to ask you more about dual purpose, because that is almost one of the, like, it's a very difficult augment for me to really wrap my head around. You have to like level every turn for the 2 gold and stuff like that. So how's the best way to play it?
I mean, absolutely. You do not ignore the part that you have to level every turn.
Yeah.
And then you have to realize what kind of angle you are taking. Because the first question is, if we are playing AD line, what are the viable AD lines for the backlane carry nuke? So clearly, that's Ezreal. For melee carry, that's a Smitch. So are those contested or uncontested? Then if they are not, then you consider those. And then if you're looking to AP line, it's either Quick Strikers or it's the Swain Nami type of line. And then there is the other option to just go for some sort of 4-cost line. Most likely it's Emissary Flex.
So still high cost mainly most of the time.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a heavy econ argument that relies on hitting 3 cost to stabilize.
Ah, got it.
Makes sense. Do you ever commit and then to the 3-cost reroll at that point, or do you just like to play the board and then transition later?
You look how your shops shape when you are going towards 8, because you are not rolling, essentially, you are spending always your gold on leveling.
That makes sense.
And if you are not finding 3 costs, you are leaning towards 4 costs at this point.
Cool.
Ooh, Jedusor has a very tough fight ahead of him as we see full itemizations coming in from Bintum. 2 level 6s on stage 2 going up against each other.
That's very unusual to see, unless it's exactly an econ against econ argument that relies on some tempo on the full gold opener.
Yeah, it's a very close fight, but it looks like actually Bintum might just get the better of Jedusor here and stop that full streak from happening into the Krugs.
We can see that it's just the matter of the strength of having 1 slam. Red buff Twitch is so powerful early on.
Just want to point out that he actually sold his Mundo. He's like, this 4-cost is not better than Watchers. Goodbye, Mundo.
It's tough to see the poor Mundo.
Yeah, he's really been a bit of a letdown, to be honest.
Even in the Dominators, people prefer Blitzcrank 2 over Mundo 2 normally.
Yeah, they don't remove their items from the Blitz.
Yeah, okay, so important that no one with win streak, no one with an actual streak here, so it will be a very good parity lobby. Tempo will be a little diminished, so actually decisions right now would be, I mean, more important from now on than it was before.
When Jen with the best at the 4 loss there, wasn't able to get the first loss, but from then on out, able to lose out, and has a very strong economy because of it. Dank Memes, of course, not able to keep the full loss, but also having a strong economy at the bottom of the table.
Worth noting now, so Pimi will get another dice roll from the expected unexpectedness. And if it's gonna be gold, it's gonna be very bad for him because how heavy gold econ the lobby is. So we're gonna see just in a second what's the outcome. It's 4 costs.
4 costs.
Not too bad ones.
Yeah. I mean, the Elise, of course, we've seen many
Always
different
great to
comps
see.
with the form swappers.
Yeah.
You can use it as backliner, frontliner, whatever, form swapper, being great like that.
And
But also the
TG
Echo.
as well
Very
that
special.
he can utilize.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that would be really strong as a way, as long as he has some frontline to stabilize with it. So a great way to pivot out.
That does bode pretty poorly for Dank Memes, who is locked into the Black Rose line. So I wonder how these players are going to negotiate this.
Yeah. Dank Meme had Ambusher +1 also, right?
I think it was the kitchen.
Okay.
So on the Maris side, he's already sitting on 2 Echo that came from the subscription service, having a Vi, having Corki. So pretty much getting on average at least 2 good units every time he sees a shot.
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's been great. Maris definitely having a good way to scale up. Gonna have I think the stage 4 is gonna look amazing for Maris. It's gonna be where everything kind of hits at the same time, and he's got the board really, really popping off.
As long as he hits, he could just see some at Mundo Twitch, and he's gonna be like,
that's fair.
Mort?
That is fair.
Don't jinx him, please. Not for Maypack, please.
It's looking good for him. Let him have it.
Oh, we have the... Oh, yeah, it's Echo. I was like...
Prison
about,
Energy.
that is not
Again,
Prison
what is
Energy.
this? No, of course.
What a sorcery.
Let's see what title ends up picking up here.
Oh, this is a really good quality over quantity. Great stuff if you want to play Emissary Sorks. Spread out your power across multiple units.
It goes great in power with level up because we get to put those extra units in so to utilize those components. The problem is you want to have items like Sunfire, Sheaf, Spark, Vow, Warmog, Shojin, and without those, like having like JG is kinda suboptimal, Nashor is suboptimal. It's not amazing, but his choices might have been even more awkward. So
look here at Dank Memes with 2 Ambusher emblems online as well as the cape. There's a lot of power that can come out of this.
Absolutely, that should be probably just some scrap type of 6 scrap, 5 ambusher board.
Yeah, makes sense.
Given that we have a +2 and it's fairly easy to fit in and just get a rumble in, and suddenly your rumble is a demon with the 5 ambusher buff.
Yeah, and I also want to point out when Chan with the 2 TG augments, being able to get just so much power out of that, it's going to be pretty insane. I think having Lucky Gloves and just being able to get extra gloves on top. Yeah, Lucky Radiant Glove as well, right?
Yeah, the only downside of that is usually when you have this type of combination of the augments, you want to play for tempo.
Yeah, that's true.
And when you're playing Chem Baron and you're gonna end up playing some sort of a Smitch reroll, if you don't have an actual items for him and one of the slots is taken actually by just TG, which does not benefit him much, it might be an issue at the end.
So he's actually skipped over the double Smeech cash out, which is something you would usually take if you're going for the ambusher line. Must have seen
Double
the Dank
speed,
memes.
double rainy, so it was perfect for tempo. He want to keep losing. Yeah.
Clearly, it might be just the line where he's going for the 500 cash out.
Yeah,
and he's gonna completely ignore rerolling, just gonna go 8, gonna try to go for the Silco at 3-5. And if he gets it, he can, I believe, go for 500 from the spot at 4-2.
So there's either the Silco option, and then there's also just the Kember and Visionaries, right, as well, just going into the Heimerdinger and trying to pivot out of it completely. We saw this a lot more in the Americas, where that was kind of the preferred line out of Kembaron, take a big cash out and just pivot the board to 3 Chem and playing the Heimerdinger.
Worth noting is, like, usually want to have 3 item Heimer, 3 item Reni, or at least Nunu, depends who are you hitting. And having, like, again, taking that
The
one
gloves,
slot, yeah, it's kind of awkward. Like, Sorks love that, but not that specific lines of carries.
No, that's a good point. So maybe instead that Silco version makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I would take the Rennie too if I'm playing for Visionaries. I'm like, yeah, I'm not skipping over this.
Yeah,
unit,
of
sorry.
course, right? Yeah. Get a lot more power there.
I'm going to play it safe. Some of the fun things here we have, I think Maris's board is just so fun to watch because he has that bronze as well with the Scrap Star. You know, Scrap really has a lot of these 3 trait units in their line, so very high cap from his side.
Kind of weird to see when he was one of 6 scrap and opted towards more bronze for life while having the subscription service. Maybe in his mind it was like, okay, if I'm gonna take, like I have a bunch of icons, if I try to take another icon or some sort of that argument, I might find myself in trouble even if I hit.
Because he knows he's going to go Call to Chaos and then 5 emblems. That's the plan. That's the plan.
Absolutely.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Triple prismatic.
Wanted to call out, the changing tempo from Vicious. We were just seeing his board. He actually went birthday present and then pipeline. So he's actually stacking fully the stage 3, losing, perfect lose 3 for him, and then he will ramp up on stage 4. And that will be the plan for him. Title here, taking the loss.
Yeah, Jedu able to still save a lot of HP, right? The early big streak, took a couple losses, but he's back to winning, finding some more tempo here, playing around the academy, grabbing more items off that blinding speed, so just going to be very, very powerful in the meantime. Maybe reduced cap on some of these other boards that we're seeing that are playing a little bit more greedy, but he's going to save a lot of HP in the meantime.
It's a little bit worrying from Tidal when he picked quality over quantity and then goes into a big lose streak. Of course, he does have level up, but usually that's an augment that pops up really strong in the mid game and then falls off as everyone is itemized.
Once again, it capitalizes on the specific items. If you do not have those items, it's not as strong, so he has to get the proper items from just the wolves.
Okay, both with the chance here, split possibilities, both with maintaining the win streak, especially for Bintium with 7.
4 sniper.
Yeah, 4 sniper in already. You would usually worry about the front line, but he had that early Garen. Even though it's the Garen 1, it's still holding on for stage 3 at the very least. 3-item Garen is an incredibly strong unit.
It's kind of interesting that we do see the... on the other side was also playing snipers with the 3 bruiser items already. Wonder where that Nocturne Tune is going to go. Ooh. Okay, big finds.
And we see that the slow level up while having those shops rolled with dual purpose, just getting in those getting those level ups to speed it up, because clearly he wants to level up next turn and he has to think about every shop whenever he's pressing that level button. However, on Jedusor's side,
Ilaoi 2 with the level 8.
It's very good. It's very, very good.
It's pretty solid items. Rageblade, Archangel, while having already that Ilaoi 2, definitely will help.
Had the Zoe in the backline, decent items on her as well to carry for now, playing the 5 Rebel.
Expected and Unexpected gives another set of units. Rumble, Mordekaiser, while playing around the Silpha already and the Dominators. So that might come pretty handy. Having TG even for that Morde.
This looks like a very good 4-form swap already on the board. This is the winning composition coming out from the CN region by Guan. Everyone knows how powerful it is.
Yeah, usually 4-form swapper, you're not really getting to see that come online till stage 5, so just having all of those pieces together, good items on Elise, really solid spot to beat. Tidal has been kind of the worry in this lobby, and going up against Bintum, who has now hit Twitch 2 to add to the sniper board, and the Garen 2 for the front line. So this board that was already win streaking very heavily has just seen upgrades on the most important units.
Truly a masterclass from Bintum, going into just the econ tempo argument, going into more item-heavy argument, just having that itemized Twitch and Garen, finding the right spot to play the just 4-cost angle instead of 3-cost.
Yeah, and Dankming, we were just seeing exactly what you were telling about Alan. So he went for the 5 ambusher, and now he's going deep into the scrap vertical.
Yeah, now we got our last prismatic picks coming through. Wenchan offered the Call to Chaos, gonna go here instead.
One more loss for Vicious, for the Unsan, and he's gonna enter the 500 cash out with having pretty solid arguments for the combat.
Malzahar too.
Ooh. He's got 2 copies of it, he just needs 1 more.
It does look like you're right. He's going to go back into the Visionaries.
Yeah, 4-2 Mouse pair is really nice, though. I mean, if he can hit it on level 8 during this big roll down trying to stabilize, it's a big way to make it happen.
Looking for some sort of a frontline item for the Rennie to capitalize on those TGs on the backlane. Instead, having that Malzahar, having the extra TG on the Renata is a bit suboptimal, but hey, we take those.
Looking across the prismatic augments right here, we also have a Call to Chaos being really interesting, and Bintum, particularly getting that sniper +1 is probably going to be the highest cap out of the lobby.
This is really bad.
Yeah.
Having Queen here might actually send Woods on the bottom. Like, he overslammed a bit items, which resulted in barely beating Title.
That's 200 IQ play from Title. That was not a mistake.
Lose that fight, win the game, down to 13. Board's not great, but, you know, definitely maybe a spot to gain a placement if it completely booms Wensen's game.
Yeah, it's hard for Title here because normally with this augment you have good damage, but you need at least one Tan 2-star that makes sense. The Garen is the only one trying to do something here, but no one 2-star. So damage is decent, especially with the Elise 2-star and with the Nashor's Tooth, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Vicious, on the other hand, Jace too.
I mean, birthday present.
Yeah, of course.
I was wondering where those 3 bruiser items were going to go, and here's my answer. He skipped
I
the
don't know
Investa
if
option.
Jace is the most optimal unit to hold it, but hey, I'm open to be surprised.
And surely on 4-3, phase 2 with these items is going to be pretty powerful, so...
Okay, it kind of looks good.
It does. I mean, but also that's the fact that it's 4-3. I mean, even in a triple prismatic, it's very early. And this is the power of that birthday present, with Vicious being able to just push to 9, knowing that you get to power up your board so much. And now, from there, he can stabilize, see if he needs to roll for his board even more. I mean, pushing 10 is always going to be incredibly difficult in this game.
There is a Jinx for Jedusor. Will he get it? Nope. The Vicious plays the defense in the lobby, as much as Title does.
Yeah, Ori level 9, so he's going to be the one to step up. Maris, we haven't checked in him for a long time, but is going to get another good find onto the pit fighters here. Ori has a +1, so interesting he took the the Call to Chaos. He actually did go for the line I said, but I wonder if he found it.
Well, it did look like a couple different emblems there, so you might...
Did I actually?
I think you
I'm
called
surprised.
it.
There is no way.
I would like to see Maris's board in a bit here, just to be able to like even cover that more. But
okay, yeah. If this is actually happening, we're gonna be accused of.
I know, just because y'all were calling way too much in that first game correctly.
You have to relax a bit. Going from the first series now to this, nah.
One can hope. One can hope. The Title is on his last legs here with 4 HP. Only one upgraded frontliner. I don't see him making it through.
Just the combination of items. This is not it when you are looking at the quality over quantity.
Yeah.
We have the Sunfire, we have the Spark, but like our backlane, we have the upgrades, we have Elise too. But the problem is, again, those items are not it.
There's a few upgrades, but like, when you look at the entirety of the board, there is still just way too many 1-stars for this to work out. You need the base stats to go off of these Radiant items when you can't stack these units.
Yeah, and like the way to go with it is the Blazing Soul for sure.
Yeah.
But the front lane is just not there.
Yeah, I mean, look at that 1-star Swain, 1-star Nunu in the front. The back line is still all 1-star. It's really just 2 key units that are upgraded, and the rest is just not good.
Yeah, center of the universe, additional damage here.
Yeah, not tied to any of your item multiplicator, so really good with that.
We see that players recognize how strong Form Swapper are after getting that buff on Elise as another carry, utilizing Jace rarely as a frontline.
It actually was called to Chaos. Yeah. I called it. He knew Prismatic Augment was up. Called to Chaos into the 5.
These hits are phenomenal, by the way. Excuse me? Look at these different emblems that he's got.
He's probably got a Reforger somewhere, but Mars has the game plan. This is how he likes to play, always aiming for the highest cap possible.
I'm sorry, he has another even Reforger, but like he hits so well.
Look, Artillerist, he's got the Ambusher +1.
What did I say?
What is this? This is incredible.
What is going on?
This was the chosen game for Mars. I want to see how this ends for him. It's going up against Title. He might be ending Title as well, because there were not any upgrades found. So this is just as weak as the board has been the whole time. A Nami to the only real addition, and I'm not sure that that's going to be enough.
I mean, the fight looks pretty close.
Yeah, but still
there
the
is
4
still
left. Is that Brink of Dawn still alive? It is not.
Oh.
Very close, but not quite enough for Title.
And Title actually goes bot 2 twice in a row after that loss right there. He had a really strong start at the start of the day.
First 7 and now 8th.
Yeah, now only on 11 points.
He's putting opponents to the sleep, so they're just gonna be suspicious, and like he's gonna just come back stronger, swinging. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, and maybe Alan was a little right to be skeptical of the Jace with the bruiser items, because we have been seeing Vicious struggle ever since that first fight that we watched, where it looked kind of okay, but since then it's been 2 losses, and he's hemorrhaging a lot of HP.
Let's check the 500 cash out from Wuntan.
It's the Toxin, I believe, on the Renata.
Yeah, I wasn't able to catch which one was the perfected. On the other hand, Salpi Me going for, again, the form swappers.
So many form swappers in this lobby. Like, that's a third player that opted towards the line.
I like how Jedusor just took everyone's Jaces and like, bye-bye.
Have so many Jaces out right now. They're just everywhere.
Yeah, now he hits everything. Now he gets the LeBlanc for additional damage, the Garen 2. He should change items here, probably. No,
yeah, from the Nunu to the Garen.
Yeah, from the Nunu.
Greeding still on the Golden Nico, but again, that's a clever utilization of HP for the resources. Wants to go for the highest cap, so Pimi realizes this is the win-out spot, having the item into its very strong combat argument.
And we're going to be taking a look at the perfected item count coming in from Wuntan. He should have been able to cash out on 500.
It's Voltaic Saber or the Toxic.
Yeah,
I'm not sure which one is the perfected there, but it's either one or the other.
How would you rank those hits? I think that's kind of okay-ish, you know? Could be better if it was a tank item, I think.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I don't think it's close to be good. It doesn't make him win out.
Is it the first Silco he's seen as well? Was in that shop right there, but just gonna play around the Renata for now.
Vicious in a tough spot here. Only 1 life. Infection Anomaly already spreading here. So not in the worst spot, and now going up against 7 Rebels.
Yeah, hit
Is
the
that the
LeBlanc
Jinx
too.
That's a Jinx too.
That's gonna be a little scary. Those items are pretty good, and as Alan just shouted out, has the Anomaly. These are kind of the conditions that Dish Soap missed earlier when having that Rebel spot, and they're all here for Jedu.
Oh wait,
but look at the Jace, he's too beefy.
Oh my god.
To go down. This is gonna take that win. Jedusor is actually gonna be in a lot of trouble here down to 9 HP, even though the board is strong. Could look to fall pretty soon, as Tidal, of course, was the one to take the 8th early on, so couple of players fighting to escape that 7th.
Gangly has to be proud right here. Normally he wanted to see the Gunplan front lane, but we got to see the Jace front lane, so the advanced version of the comp.
6 scrap, 5 ambusher, another Call to Chaos player being going through right here, and Dank Memes fighting for his life on 2 HP. Unfortunately, there's not a primary carry that's really worthy of bringing to this stage 5 fight.
The board looks pretty strong, but again, keep in mind, this is a triple prismatic lobby, so the boards overall will require a bit more to be taken down.
Yeah, very dependent on the Echo going to the back line, trying to get good damage on the back mainly. See if it's enough. Oh, good damage there.
Yeah, I mean, the Corki's blowing everything up, and the
Look
Jinx
at this
finally gets the cast, but the Corki still holds on! That's a huge win because he was fighting with Jedu for those bottom spots. And it looks like this just won as well. So sending Jedu probably to the 7th there. All 3 of them just hanging on by a thread.
Going 7th with Jinx, 2-7 Rebel.
Crazy.
2 losses in a row, yeah.
Crazy. I mean, it's just the triple prismatic lobby, right? I mean, as you were saying about Dank Beam's board as well, it looks like such a powerful board. But then you look around the rest of the lobby and everyone is so strong. And it just, end of the day, you end up losing with some of these incredible boards that would win out in other lobbies.
Taking a look at the rest of the strong boards, Bintum, Amaris, Wuntan, they all have great chances of winning out. And Bintum's already on 6 Sniper, I believe.
Holy.
6 Sniper, Caitlyn 2.
Okay. There is, I like the Vautech just to get initial cast faster. I actually like it more than another 2 set of other carry items.
Notably, Bintum is also just 1 Zeri away from 3-starring the Zeri. I mean, this is an insanely high cap here at level 9. He's on 5 Twitches. He's even potentially looking for that as an out to cap this board further. I don't think we're going to get there, but at least the Zeri 3 is possible.
Without the doubt, the highest damage player right now on all of these boards, and Vicious has to face him right here. Does he have any backline access? That's what I'm looking for.
Not really. The Swain has walked there, and this Jace is just bulky enough, though. All right, I changed my mind again. The Jace is just being able to hold on against all the damage.
Vicious just might be a genius. He knows stuff we don't. He gets the tech.
Holy! Yeah, I mean, he's survived another placement here. Dank Memes ends up falling. Vicious up to 5th place at the very least, and maybe can hold on for another placement. He's on a 3-win streak.
It's interesting what you say about Vicious, because in the beginning, he was well known for being a guy that, for example, he slammed AP items on AD champion, but I'm talking about years ago when no one was doing that. So he's actually an innovator that now perfects comps. So actually seeing this here of him, I'm sure that he had it cooked previously. So this is not an investment, and great to see from Vicious that it's actually working.
He now has to go up against Salpimi, who also found his Jace 2, also playing the 4 swappers as well. We're going to see if backline Jace or frontline Jace is the correct answer here, because I think frontline Jace just disappeared.
Yeah, it's looking like backline Jace might be the answer, but look at this Elise cast coming through. Big damage, but he doesn't quite take it down.
Oh my god, 1 HP,
It was so close, and you can see Vicious looking upset about that result. It seemed like maybe slightly different fight RNG actually gets there. It didn't seem like a big difference of backline versus frontline. It was just small things happening throughout that fight. Those boards so close to each other.
Yeah, and it was the bulky buddies tech that actually saved it in the end. We saw the Hex Core actually die, give a shield to Jace, and that prevented him from dying to clean up the entire thing. That is one of the most important techs coming out of CN, is that you can actually place your Hex Core in trial in 3 units together, and it will still proc.
Same as Sion. Worth noting, the known Garen tech, buffing the Sion, utilizing the bulky bodies. All good. There was like also had more the casting on 1 HP. It was so bad for Vicious.
Just to remember a little the scores, he was 3rd with 15 points, so now he will be maybe 10th in the overall, so a good position still for him.
Yeah, so, I mean, a 5th is not bad. That's something you're still happy to take as we're looking through these shops. We're seeing some 6 costs start to get picked up across the board.
This is the craziest top 4 we've ever seen so far at Attack Round. You have Call to Chaos, you have massive cash outs.
We're going to see that Call to Chaos fighting off against exactly that, the cash out. We're going to see if it can actually take it down. All of those extra trades. The Corki with the ambush.
In the back.
Through. That's perfect. The backline access there, but not able to take the Heimer down yet. However, it seems the Corki is still just cranking on through.
Down.
It does take out the backline, but the Nunu 3-star Nunu.
I mean, he was buff, and now we can actually feel it.
And we're finally seeing those TGs and the combination of them really paying dividends as they've been able to bulk up the front line. 3 fully itemized tanks, 2 of them at 3-star.
I'm also just to say that he's losing with the 500 cash out, pretty well capped board, but the Heimer at the last centimeter of HP just kept casting, which allowed to pretty much just stay Nunu solo against Corki, and that was not a problem for the Nunu.
Salpimi looking like the most normal board in this lobby of high rollers coming in here. We saw him win the last one by being able to obliterate the frontline carries, but I don't think he can do it against these double 3-stars.
I mean, look at the Mord is just cleaving them. It actually feels like the damage might be there. Rennie's gone. He's still got everything up. Salpimi with the normal board, actually able to win. And this is why everyone's playing Form Swappers.
500 cash up, but doesn't have a perfected item on his 3-stars. And goes 4th place. This lobby is insane.
Yeah, we also saw Maris go down as well. So now it's just Bintum versus Salpimi.
Yeah, worth noting that was a Murder with no defensive items, which is usually he wants 2. And against the ramping.
This is the mega cash out.
Oh!
He went to level 10 as well.
I mean, 16 HP. He could take a 3-unit loss steal to get there.
Let's see.
And there's Carousel coming.
Okay.
He's got a lot of damage, so really should be good at killing a couple of these units here. And still the front line pretty
Mordekaiser down.
One sniped down by the Caitlyn. Caitlyn popping everybody off, but not taking out the Jace just yet. Jace still getting plenty of damage, but it looks like a win for Bintum. And Bintum doesn't even need the Twitch 3. The 6 snipers does enough, and Bintum able to take the W in this game.
He just shakes off his shoulders. Another day in the office for the T1 organization and claims game 3. It was a really good gameplay by him. I think the critical part was he was able to break Jedusor's win streak, level 6 on that 2-7 round, and also go into the sniper knowing that he had the mega cap out at 6 sniper.
Yeah, also to highlight Saupimin, perfect with the form swapper, the LeBlanc. So he had good tempo, the Mordekaiser doing damage in the end, but actually good defense and actually a little ramp up or possibility of scaling with the LeBlanc, with the Ginsus. That is normally the tech that we're seeing right now, mainly on stores. So great for him. Perfect second place. And it's amazing that we saw his board. It was like the weakest board, but it was actually legendary 2-stars.
Excellent note on the LeBlanc itemization. Usually, if you have free itemized LeBlanc, her damage only doubles, given her debuff doesn't scale. So all you look to put on her is just pretty much attack speed items or some sort of support items. So that's why you're trying to avoid itemizing her instead of putting like items even on the Zoe instead of LeBlanc too. And great on the note also on the Bintheum, because what he was losing fights. He had on the Scar sniper emblem, and what happened? That the Scar was flying away to his own backlane, pulling carries there. Once he removed it, there was zero issues anymore with actually facing those boards.
Yeah, he did have the 3-star Scar, so you definitely don't want the sniper emblem on him anymore at that point. I think in this lobby, there were a couple of players that could have gotten much better placement. Vicious was winning all the time. The Jace 2 birthday present with Infectious Anomaly getting stronger every round.
The frontline Jace 2.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that one didn't work out as well.
I want to ask, maybe, do you think it has to do with birthday present in a triple prismatic lobby? Do you think the fact that, you know, it kind of falls off as we got to the point? He hit level 9 relatively early. A lot of other players started to hit level 9. And yeah, he does get that free, 2-star 5 cost. It stabilizes the board a little bit. But everyone else just starts hitting their 2-star 5 cost as well, and they've got an extra augment.
Keep in mind, there was a prismatic pipeline as well, which fed him the extra resources that allowed him to push that 9 at 4-2 even. Yeah. And then the triple item Jace was strong enough at stage 4, kind of fallen off later on, but with the extra addition of other upgraded units, allowed him to push to the top 4.
Yeah, 100%. The same happened to Maris. We saw the Corki early, we saw the Echo early, so the combo was amazing, and then it got delayed. It got actually totally destroyed by the rest that were actually capping the board. So once again, good tempo in the early game. Normally, it should be enough for a top 4, but obviously everyone was so strong that they were fighting the mid-level positions.
I just wanted to say again, I call that subscription service into Call of Duty.
No, I know, it's a problem.
I was trying to hide and not mention it about it anymore,
sorry.
and we're just bringing it back shamelessly.
Follow my pick'ems, That's all I want to say.
No, but I want to talk a little bit more about the form swappers as well, because we look at this high-power lobby, the average kind of high cap-out has been form swappers, but did we expect it to continue this success even in a triple prismatic lobby?
I do want to say the buffs to Elise are just massive in the meta. It's 180 damage for each, not for each, sorry, total for the damage. No, for a 2-star Elise. So it's massive buff. They also reverted they kept it to 44% on the damage amp as well for the character. So it opens up a lot of macro lines.
So Elise already as a 2-form swapper is the best 4-cost carry AP. The damage output it has. And imagine once you get it to the 4-form swapper and you add on top of that a solid anomaly, that unit is pretty much terrorizing as much as it was at patch 1 that we had. And now we have an addition of multiple buffs to Jace since then, GP being at the prime, and then Swain.
Yeah, totally. And I want to recognize maybe how this is changing the meta, because we are seeing a lot of Twitch that we were not seeing before, because people were putting Elise in the front line, and that was the counter, because it was very easy to know where Twitch was going to be positioned. With so many Elise in the backline, now Twitch is a thing. Anything with a Ginso that can scale is actually a more prevalent, and it's actually winning right now.
Well, you even see the Twitch this time in the 6 snipers, the Garen front line, eventually, getting towards that Scar, playing around those Watchers overall, but we've also been seeing the Experiment line as well, and not so much of the traditional Bruiser line that you originally would have expected, but more of the vertical Experiment, and then of course, this was snipers.
To highlight as well why the Rebel struggled, even with it was Jinx too, there was 2 scrap players with multiple emblems, and the shielding was so big that the Jinx cast couldn't go through it, and the backlaners just were mana fed, and resulted in the front lane just popping from the scrap players and taking out Jedusor, even though that was very, very strong high cap board.
All right, well, let's take a break from the games for a second. I did make a promise at the start of that one that we would get get to take a look at some of those set 14 units, some that were featured heavily in the cinematic. So let's take a look at some of these right away.
Oh,
look at that.
who is
There's
that?
The 5-cost Kabuko.
Ooh.
That is incredibly exciting to see. It looks like he's got some separate boss phases. On top of there, we've got
Here's the Seri now with the after images.
Yep, the after images.
Zeri.
She's a 4-cost attack damage carry. She moves so fast, she leaves these after images. And then Elise on top of that, we just kind of saw a glimpse of that Elise. She's a 3-cost who fires lasers at her foes.
Oh, that's cool.
Shredding the magic resist. And Kabuko, you know, we're going to get more on Kabuko about his ability and traits later on. But yeah, he's got these separate boss phases. I'm really looking forward to what that has. We'll get more from him on the dev drop airing with the conclusion of the Tactician's Crown. So we'll want to stick around for that to find out even more about Kabuko. But what do you guys think about these initial abilities here, right? We got that 80 carry Zeri, we've got the magic shred from the 3-cost Elise, and we got that 5-cost Kabuko.
They're teasing a little the itemization. So the after images, I think they got the attack speed because they were getting quicker with the Ginsu. So now we're seeing that maybe triple hyper carry with the after images. So triple Ginsu Zeri, something crazy would be amazing.
was scaling with Rage Bait so far.
All right, well, with that, let's get back to the tournament, get back to the action. I want to take a look at the standings and see where we are after that game 3. As we start towards the bottom, that's a big surprise for me at Wet Jungler in 40th.
I mean, listen, someone has to take an L for the rest of the boys. Like, we cannot have a whole region just being supreme at top 8. So, like, Jungler stepped in and said, like, I'm in, boys.
All right, fair enough, Alan. I mean, as we see the rest of this, though, CN having a little bit of struggles here at the bottom part of this. Li Zichuan was a player we were really excited about coming in, had some high expectations, and he's also struggling in the first 3 games.
And JOC, again, not being able to make a strong stride for CN. 3 JOC players in the bottom 8 here. This has been a big pain point for the mobile players. Let's see if they can advance more.
Okay, now once again, we see 2 Americans in the bottom. Lucas trying, at least with a good position here, now with possibilities, a tough start in the end, and Memes also now here with possibilities. And tough spot here for Tidal and Kevin Parker that actually lower with bottom 8.
We see that CN players slightly catching up there on the points, but a bit too far.
This is something really interesting. Lee Law, he is my narrative champion of the set, master of the Arcane, slowly moving up into the top half after a pretty rocky start.
Who was your pick'em, sorry?
My pick'ems? I actually went for Ironbox.
Yeah, you've been solid with that.
I'll fix quickly my pick'ems after today.
My pick'em is making a big resurgence here. I picked Dish Soap once again. I picked him when he won the last time, and I'm sticking true to it.
And
getting that first
1
place to turn things around.
Yeah, 2nd place here for Spencer, and also we were just seeing Salpimin.
Yeah, this is more normal. Okay, this is what I'm used to. Wow. 4 players from APAC into the top 4. I want to give a special shout out, especially to Boomhey, the second only Thailand player coming into the TAC round.
Absolutely, and I mean, Ironbog, your pick looking very strong. Dasik continuing this early dominance, a 3rd, still phenomenal. And I want to give a big shout out to Bio. He's coming back to the TAC round once again, and he's kind of slowly every single time doing better and better. We talked about him being that kind of 1st or 8th player. We see the 2 second places already. That's looking very, very good for Bio.
And of course, Nandada, the JOC Seed 1 coming out from China, actually going into the top finals. It would be a miracle and something people have waited for a long time for a JOC player to finally win a TAC round. It hasn't happened before.
And in 3rd place, who do we have? Bomb!
Hey!
Bomb! Hey! Bomb Hey on 3rd! That's amazing for him, man.
Oh, we love to see it. I mean, what is this from APAC? We got Bintam also. I mean, he's been able to climb back quite a bit from those standings earlier on, getting that 1st place. Amazing. We mentioned he's kind of due, and even though this hasn't been his set, he still looked amazing in that game.
Absolutely. Another Korean player I do want to mention is Kan Sung Jung. This has actually secretly been the most threatening Korean player from APAC representatives. They say that when he's in your lobby, he exudes pressure. Very, very good high capper. Was a previous TAC Cup winner as well. 24th in the previous cup, but very, very strong.
Okay, once again, the lobby, we see the cameras. Different faces right now, remember? Salpimin, great results right now. Maris, also tranquil. Tidal, we had an expression. They saw him directly, I think, in Macau, and we saw him, and he has like this samurai aura of peacefulness. When you see him playing, everything is methodic and peaceful. It's like slow, but actually accurate. It's like there's no movement loss. So great to see.
Very peaceful.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to use that peace and meditation to move a little bit further towards getting those first places back after the last 2 games being bottom 2. Starting out with that first, he's got to turn things back around. Definitely can average things out if he can get another win here, but this lobby was looking really tough in that last one, just through those prismatics, and still a lot of players vying for top spots. You know, Vicious in 9th, Bintum tied, so they're all kind of tied for 7th there at the 17 points.
So given how Denkmim's kind of emotional player, do you guys think a bit of the point setback will affect him much?
I think it's not so much he's a tilty player. He's just very emotional within the games. I don't think that taking a few kind of rough games is going to completely tank his trajectory.
Yeah, it happened in Golden Spatula America. He got an 8th, and he needed a 1st. That was the only way to do it. And he actually played perfect. He was focused, obviously showing emotion, but he can make it happen.
I just want to point out something we have new on the screen is we can see their little legends now right here, there, and Denkmemes already has someone doing the crying for him.
Yeah. It was a big meme of the Golden Spatula where it was little legend and player both crying was what chat was saying all the time because he was in tears in that moment. It was such an emotional moment, and so people of course were joking about the Amumu little legend with it, but it is so fun to see all that emotion come out, and we'll see if he can turn this into a pop off after some rough games as we've got
Monkey Portal.
Monkey Portal.
Do you like it, Alan? You're a monkey man?
No. Okay, buddy, relax. Relax. We don't know each other that close. But we do see some Wind Up Monkey that has 4 different outcomes, and the most volatile one can be the minus 10 HP for whole lobby, which speeds it up and might lean away from the Chem Barons from some players. But hey, keep in mind, it's 1 out of 4.
Yeah.
So don't make it stop you from going for the Giga cash out.
My favorite cash out has to be those Radiant items when I'm playing like a 3-star carry and everything's invested in them, and I'm playing like a Smeech or something. It's a great find if you can get that spot.
On top of that, having sometimes the extra components while angling scrap or some sort of rebel board to have a different carries optimized definitely helps. Or just going for that fast 9 for some players with the extra 25 gold radius.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough when you get something like this where you have to play for the different ranges, right? You kind of have to be able to have your spot feel okay with whatever outcome, or maybe that's not possible. Maybe you just have to hope for the outcome that best suits your spot, depending on what the game is giving you.
So when we go into the game and you say actually there's a Wind Up Monkey, it's often worth to just consider what kind of angles benefit the most of the most outcomes. So let's say we have, let's take an example of a Rebel. The comp can utilize both very well. Radiant item, Radiant Shojin is amazing in the comp. Gold, that comp needs all the gold in the world just to hit the Jinx. And then we have the extra components. Hey, we want that, at least 1 tank and 2 carries.
Yeah,
and
emissaries maybe damage, also that you have a spread.
Yeah, even that 10 damage with the Rebels, we saw how people have been win streaking with that composition, falling off when they can't quite hit the cap. 10 damage might just earn you another placement or 2. You saw emissaries as well, being another great way for that to work out, as we've got Wandering Trainer, potential option.
Gamba time?
Oh, there it is.
It was picked up.
Oh, okay. So I was a little bit hyped, but
this is the America's Classic right now. This was very, very popular.
At least it's not sponsored. That would be a bit too far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. It's like the first. Wait a bit, is it sponsored? That would be insane.
And he has the 3rd one. He actually can go for the 3rd. Here
it's, it's already slammed. We have
it
a
is.
small delay. Yes, he will already have that. But that's an excellent spot. We're gonna see just Ezreal 2 later on carrying throughout all the stages.
And Bintum actually hits the Visionary with a Visionary start. Okay.
Rebel +1 on the dummy, that's the best possible outcome.
They're both really great options here, and so Bintum is going to have flexibility to go whatever direction he wants, and also Shojin Slam, reasonable for both, but of course that's looking towards the Rebel, whereas in Visionary sometimes you like the blue buff.
That's a great part about this dummy. You can angle both at the same time because you can play around Rel, you can play around Vex while holding onto the more towards the Rebel angle, and then you just pick up Rebel emblem here, get the Jinx. Perhaps the gold from the Wind Up Monkey could come handy. So yeah, very strong.
Phenomenal.
Spot.
Are you a Rebel man?
I do Rebel here and there.
Yeah.
Cooper. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Don't mess with me.
Okay, Rebel Jedusaur right here, going for the Akali, and simply good tempo.
really good outcome of the argument, getting the upgraded synergistic units, because we get the step, we get the trundle, we get the actually set, we get all the units synergistic between each other. So we'll see probably around something like 4 bruisers mid game.
This is one of my favorite starts from Vicious as well. It's going to be the too much value, too cost, you know, just garage sale that you hold on and go into the quick strikers. There's so much value that can be generated from this composition.
And helping me with a comp that, I mean, I have faith and possibility. We saw it several times in Golden Spatula America, the Super Cassiopeia, La Cobra, we call her.
La Cobra.
Very cool, with the Blitzkern through.
Oh yeah?
This was Dank Memes that was playing a lot of the Dominators
He did it
and
twice.
doing it this way. He did it multiple ways that he played Dominators, but this was one of them.
And the comp capitalizes heavily on Radiant Shoujin. So
Okay.
if he gets there,
Oh, that's a good point.
Cassio, Radiant Shoujin, that's like pretty much 4 slot Cassio.
It's a big out.
Yeah.
Quick look at Tidal playing for tempo. Just going around that upgraded Bramble.
There might be small issue biting him back later. It's great for now, but if the lobby leans towards AP, that argument will become pretty much a brick later into the game. But if he can capitalize it of like 5 streak early on, great.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 streak's actually looking a little tough here, right? Because it's just a bunch of 1 costs. Yes, it is an upgraded Aurelia with that Bramble on it, which can win plenty of fights, but we haven't seen all of the boards. There might be something that's a little bit too strong for that to deal with.
Maris is just, you know, cosplaying that he has the same augment as Tidal, but of course he made that himself with the slamming, one of the better gold augments that a lot of players are placing. You know, gives you tons of options in the macro line, especially with this sort of like Sork emissary start he has.
On the other side, Bindo has a pretty strong bench because we have already Renata pair, we're making 10, a solid angle, a solid baller already. So a bit of the Mordok special, having maybe on speed dial there on 3-2 with some Rebel +1, maybe Visionary +1.
All right, well, let's look at our first carousel, see what can be picked up. Vicious just getting a tier. It wasn't Ezreal. No, Vicious was not the one playing around the Ezreals.
Yeah. But he can use it for 3 Rebel, also gives him the lifesteal for the Akali. Good pickup. Also, the deny from Dank Memes is quite
of course,
important.
right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, if you can pick up the pair, or even if it's an Ezreal 2 with the Runan's line, you're going to be in an incredible spot.
Dank Memes having pretty much the 2 strongest combination of the units together, having Rennie 1, that's such a demon unit on the stage 2, and then Ezreal, that backlane demon. Like, the combination is just there.
Here's the BRB luck roll down for Wunsan. He does need some points, so going for some variance here. Does look like he has the Ionic Spark, so trending towards AP.
Picking an AP direction.
Ooh, into Sterak.
Ooh.
That can be just a tank item, but not a very optimal one.
Yeah, and then there was it looked like Smeech pair that I saw just as we were leaving as a potential like mid-game unit that he's going to play around, but I don't expect that to be a full Smeech reroll around the items that were picked up.
Do we see Sunfire Slam? So like when we could have thought it maybe it's gonna be towards ambushers with the Sunfire Slam, it looks less and less likely.
Yeah, it's weird for me this, but he obviously has an option. He decided pretty quickly, so actually he already has in mind the line. I'm not seeing it right now.
Yeah, I don't think either of those items are, you know, the ones you want for the ambusher line. So probably has another pivot. He has 4 Automata for Salpimi. See if he wants to go somewhere else.
Yeah, we'll see if he runs into Dank
What?
Memes. That's a Heimer?
Hello, you!
Where'd that come from?
Well then.
Hey, where'd you get that?
Well, someone is cheating.
Yeah, now he has a glove, so he can actually go for the double guard breaker here.
Academy. Okay.
No, that's great. I mean, Salpimi probably wants to dodge Dank Memes. That might be the one board that can start to take him down, but this is a very strong Amumu in the front with the Automata going into Bintum.
That Salpimi board, everything but Amumu would have died before that Mami would drop to half.
Yeah.
The Amumu buff is, I think it's just the funniest buff that they give. Like 20 damage reduction flat on a 1-cost unit. Unless you have big bursts of damage coming through on the other side, he's just
like look at this Mami with the gargoyle is just not dropping HP, and it's not like those units are not doing.
No, they do a lot of damage. Yeah, they're actually doing plenty of damage.
When I'm playing Morgana, this is the one unit I do not want to see. The ticks do nothing to him.
Yeah.
Oh, tell me about it. When I'm playing Swain, like this guy is just laughing at me.
It's like I
not
have
crying.
8 Ravens. And it's like, okay, split your damage.
Great. No, 8 is phenomenal. I love 8.
Meanwhile, on the Vicious side, we see already Akali 2 having a pretty good set of the 2 cost to benefit 2 rolls per turn, going into that line exactly you mentioned, Clement, into the quick strikers.
Yeah, he's pretty rich as well with this lost streak, which is looking nice, especially when you're playing this 2-cost reroll. And this is one of the options that are open when you're trying to take that lost streak and then look for a turnaround win out.
He's the one that actually enabled, again, that strategy. No one was actually opening, and then 2 patches ago, this is the line, let's go for quick striker. And obviously you already have a North, and no one should contest you here.
Yeah, you just rolled too fast for this one, and there's also the chance of the Radiant item later on. If we look at his items, one thing I love about Akali is you could just make her take anything. She's very, very
kind of an
flexible.
omnivore, right? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dank Memes, Heimer, Ezreal,
Salpimi with 1 upgrade has streaked all the way to stage 3. That's just like, come
These
on.
are our 2 current streakers. Dank Beams only lost the first round.
You cannot phrase it that way. That's a Amumu with Spark that blasts whole board.
I'm not giving him enough respect. I'm sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, here's the fight between the 2. Who's going to be able to actually hold on to this streak? The Amumu is such a beast.
Look at this Hurricane. And it had to work through the shields from the Dominators, and it will be just like, look at this guy, he's still standing.
The Amumu's still alive. You were right, Alan. You said the Amumu was going to be half and the rest of the board is dead. I mean, nearly so, right? The rest of the board almost falling, but Salpimi going to be able to hold on to the win streak. That hurts for Dank Memes, because this board was looking good to hold on to a streak, but doesn't hurt too much. You still got a very solid setup.
This is such a cool way to play, and it was actually one of the ways that we saw Salpimi play in the JOC as well, going for the 4 Automata leak in. A lot of times, JOC players will have very different reads on the meta that we might have to pay attention to.
Okay, Outlet, and now the stabilization roll down here for Vicious.
Prismatics and Wind Up Monkey in this one, so we're going to have some interesting caps potentially as well.
I want to mention, given it's a second Prismatic and first gold, there is a rare chance for the silver as a last argument. So Vicious could take an angle where he rolls for the free cost
on
3 star, and then angle for the recomp out. That's a very rare case where you can go for it when you get extra reach, but hey, that's an angle.
We call it the GPS, the gold prismatic, and then you get to prepare for your rerolls. You might want to roll earlier for a big win out if you need points.
Ooh, the rare choice of the golden ticket. Usually the argument considered as one of the weaker reroll arguments, unlike previously. Now being outpowered by stuff like Starry Night or previously mentioned, too much value.
Yeah, he is going to go and just play the completely open line, and one of the best lines of the patch, of course, still the Smeech Ambusher here. But as we said before, the problem with this line compared to the Visionaries is the cash outs. You have to get a little bit lucky sometimes to find those 2 Smeeches.
He didn't cash out, right? He just started right now with the Cameron.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you can angle for like 100, 200, get like a small Nico, get one Smeech. That's pretty good. I like the Spark. There was a fine because you want a Spark in this line for the Echo, for the Echo support. But the problem is the Sterak does not really fit the board because that Smeech needs to have upfront power, not backloaded sustain power that comes of the Sterak.
Yeah, too heavily on the Bruiser side for this Smeech to hit that really, really high cap that we tend to see. But maybe they can be swapped out later. Maybe there's an option to move them around depending on how many items we get. I mean, of course, with the Wind Up Monkey, we might just get more items. It might happen there.
We see on the Jaduso side has a calculated enhancement, a great argument when you're playing either Visionary or Rebels, just buffing with that AD, AP specific backlane carries, and we have already 3 item Heimer. This does not look like a Visionary, this looks like just a tempo into exactly Rebels.
Where does the blue buff go in the Rebel comp, though?
Oh, Jinx, Zoe, it's an item.
You can
it's not optimal, it's an item.
92 HP, still finding the win here, and Winston starting to stack up a little bit. He actually has quite a few copies of the Smeech already. I counted 4 on 3-3, and that's before the big roll down we expect on the level 7. Echo?
Yeah, I was seeing Salpimi still with the win streak.
Yeah, he's got the double Spark with the
He only has 1 upgrade. He still only has 1 upgrade. Okay.
It's just a Mumu. A Mumu only.
A Mumu things.
He's not crying this time.
Yeah, he's making Dank Memes a Mumu cry.
He did break Dank Memes' streak.
True.
He made him cry.
On the other side, Tank Memes did pick up Radiant TG. He did need a front lane, so that might just make it worthwhile. But it's held by Urgot 1, I believe, for so far.
Currently, yeah. Able to kind of re-streak, though, finding the win. So I guess it's working for now, but of course looking for any upgrade.
Monkey time, baby!
What is the wind-up?
And... boom. Radiant upgrade, I believe?
Yep, that's what it looks like. Upgrade an item.
That's huge for the rerollers.
Radiant Spark?
Oh,
no,
just to
probably
keep the streak, but
Gargoyle.
Garapala Stone Plate is going to be a really big hit.
He did
Spark!
Spark!
Oh.
Holy, he's gonna be blasting!
So he does have the upgrade, the gold augment that increases the power of it, so I mean, maybe that is taken into consideration with a Radiant Spark just getting even more value.
Radiant is double high voltage.
Okay, look, the problem with the Radiant Spark is the power comes that it increases its range.
Yeah.
And the augment already makes
has
a
the
pretty much wide board.
But it doesn't sum. Is the same. It's overlapping.
It's
probably
a bit,
stacks, right?
They stack, but it's a bit more damage. But
You
it's
can
not
get to a
double
corner,
power.
no?
I mean, you get to the corner already from the argument. You don't need another extra range. If it's in the middle. Now you can position the back lane.
Now you just hit everyone. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where anybody is. They're getting sparked.
Hold
Triple, but hey, that's good.
Radiant Spark back lane?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hold up, we are cooking.
Are we cooking too much here? What's going on?
No.
Now
Okay,
you're cooking with lightning.
Akali 3 per Vicious. He rolled a bit, didn't get the Twisted Fate 2 here. And actually, depending fully on this Akali to go here on the win, actually in a big loss streak still.
It does have some good signs of stabilization with that allowing him to run 4 Sentinel and 3 Rebel at the same time. But we're taking a look at Salpimi finally transitioning off of the two-star Amumu into something better.
But is it better? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a little better.
Hello? Is 2 Cassio really optimal on this board for now?
Yeah, I'm usually a little bit suspicious of even playing 1 Cassio, so...
Hey, relax, buddy. No bullying.
Okay. But like that was the thing when we were talking about the 3-star Cassio lineup. A lot of the CN players think that you just go for the 2-star Mordekaiser cap and they just forgo it.
I mean, look how fast Salpimi forgot about his best buddy and just sold it the second he says Garen.
10 win streak. Can't say he's wrong.
Saw that chiseled jaw and he just couldn't.
I mean, Amumu doesn't have any friends anyway, so...
Oh.
But he wants to. He just can't, Clement. He wants to, man.
You're making it sound like it's my fault.
I think it might be. Radiant Deathcap, the choice for Binsum here. I know you were talking about Radiant Sojin as just being a very strong item for some of these builds, but mostly for the Cassio.
Oh, there's
not so much
Blanc.
these others, so...
Huge
That's a pickup.
The Blanc for Salpimi.
Looking for frontline, the Garen. Pair of Garen.
Hold Heimer. There is a bunch of players that are playing Heimer. This
Yeah,
would be.
makes sense.
I would love to see denial of the Heimer.
He didn't play defense like this.
Yeah, no defense.
No defense.
Yeah, Marius also
That's
not
bad.
playing defense. Look, if all of those players started playing defense, suddenly those Heimer's lives would be.
Yeah,
quite
they're just
difficult.
going down. But instead, we got 6 Sork, 4 Black Rose here. Mars finding the upgrade of the Elise, which is a big hit. Of course, the backline Elise we've talked about a ton, but still
Akali,
a
the
great
backline?
frontliner in the pinch. The Akali does get the wrap, gets stunned by the Elise. The Elise playing defense, even if the players are not. And so we're still going to see if
look at this
the rest of
Akali.
the damage is there, but it is just not. That
What a
Radiant
demon.
Bloodthirster, just beautiful.
Also had a great pickup on the Prismatic Augment. It's the Piercing Lotus here to complement also the Hodge.
Silver?
Oh, you want to see the...
Nah.
60% won.
No Recon Bob.
Unlucky. Maybe we could have seen Recomp on that Akali. Gamba.
Gamba into a 3 cost? Yeah, it's tough.
Or the emblem. Now he can go for the Exodia, the Elise sword.
Yeah,
a lot
that
of
Elise
Storks in this
Stork now on the
lobby.
back lane.
2
That's
Storks
first
locked
enemy.
in.
He needs to get the Elise because
What
actually he got
Elise?
it. Yeah.
No, he has the Elise too. He just needs a front line is the issue, because right now the Elise has to play defense.
Has to play. Yeah, I understand.
Just one off. Where's the Smeech? Come on, come on.
One off.
Smeechy, Smeechy.
This Smeech has no damage with those arguments.
Yeah.
Even if he hits that Smeech,
Okay, there
I'm
it
sorry to bring
Yeah,
it
Radiant
to you
BT
guys.
is not my favorite Smeech item.
That Starak has to be removed.
He needs a real item there.
I mean, I think he can. He'll have time, right, to get a couple new items. The
He
question
does
is,
have this technically a hodge, and he did put it, but he should have put Titan. Like Titan is massive on Smitch.
Yeah.
Like he definitely remove all of this Sterak.
We have Radiant Category 5 on the other side as well, sparking
Wait.
90% damage.
And he's still losing.
Even with the Smeech 3.
The Ezreal
is Titan
doing the work.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Titan
no, I agree. I mean, he was alive the entire fight. That was a full stack Titan. 100%.
You need the resistances and the double lifesteal for Smeeches.
I wish that was Radiant Titan. That was the correct for sure. If he had an option to upgrade it, it's the definitely the best. But he didn't know he's the augment choice on the 4-2. That's gonna be another lifesteal. But if he had already Hodge, Titan gives the most power out of those 3 items.
Vicious we're seeing not in a place to keep re-rolling. Looks more like a maybe tempo down from now on and maintaining the Akali.
Look at the argument combination amount of the power. This is so much damage on the Jedusor side.
Yeah, and finding that Jinx, and you called it, right? Blue buff just go to the Jinx. Actually, even made it the Radiant item for this.
Look at her go.
The
And one more
Exodia!
She's gonna clutch it.
Man,
and
too much.
boom, GG's.
Yeah, I mean, well. yeah.
She's got
Omnivamp. He's fine.
Well,
that was satisfying.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful. Just pops the entire board. Jedu definitely stabilized a bit here with those Rebels and just going to be able to run away with it. This is a good call on the Rebels. I think a lot of times I would have seen that blue buff and not really thought that this was the line, but there we go.
It's not the most optimal, but hey, you slam what you have for tempo, and you'll worry about it later. Bintu went for the Econ Augment on the last choice, did miss out on the +1 Rebel, and opted for the Visionary instead.
The malicious monetization, it's going to be very important to see if he actually gets that win streak. You can get, I believe it's 54 gold total if you win all of the rounds. But if not, then you're just down one augment.
Like imagine you face some Gigat Garen and you kill nothing.
And Bintim has a 3-loss streak, so
yeah,
probably did not work.
What we were seeing there, just from looking at all of the different boards, is Bintim was missing on a lot of upgrades for his 4 costs. The rest of his kind of smaller units had those upgrades from when he was winning earlier, but everything for the late game he didn't have yet. But it looks like he just rolled down and hit Heimer 2. This should be new to this board, and maybe it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it's difficult because of Ilaoi. Everyone looking for the unit, Rebels. We have a lot of angles here, so no one actually with a good front line if that's the priority.
Oh,
ooh!
One-ton found Rennie 3. It's a big upgrade.
Move Titan.
He swapped the Titans as well.
Ooh, backline.
Yeah, but this is going to be that Radiant Death Cap on the Heimer. It's a lot of damage coming from the 6th Visionary. But can you get through these beefy Chem Barons? It doesn't look like it.
The Rennie is providing so much front lane, and Bintum will lose another round. That malicious monetization might not be too malicious here.
It was malicious on the other end, so...
malignant monetization. It's not... it's just sitting there, not causing any help.
Can't find his 4 cost. What would save him here? I can't really come up with an answer.
Kill streak.
Okay, that's probably the best, like... power right now, augment.
And we see the Akali with the anomaly. Not sure what it is now, but it is picked up on the Vicious side.
Yeah.
Looking
is
for the
that dramatic entrance on Leona?
Yep. That was the pickup for Dank Memes. Really been able to rely on this Ezreal with the Radiant Runons on that category 5.
I'm really surprised Dank Memes comp is able to win all the way through stage 4. 4 victories on. Look at his front line. He's like 1 cost on the Alawi.
Look at that Ezreal.
I think part of it is a lot of the other front lines are also equally weak. There's very few front lines that have actually hit. A lot of them are looking for this Alawi, and so we see multiple Alawi pairs, 1-star Alawis kind of around.
Yeah, normally that's the weakness of Ezreal. He cannot handle a full tank, beefy tank. No one has actually, so the additional AoE damage is doing the work.
The Radiant Hurricane with the Cat 5 is just so much damage on the board.
Elise? Okay. She wasn't moving. That's good. Okay, so much damage going once again. Matt is very strong with Elias too.
I think Meme's finally going to start losing a couple here, this time to
And it's pretty bad loss.
That Akali really popping off. I mean, I am curious what the anomaly that we got for Vicious. I'm sure we'll see it in a bit as well.
He decided to stay in level 7. I think it's perfect. He's actually very far on getting the 3-star Twisted Fate, but actually, if he levels up, he only gets the Ambessa. So actually,
he already has.
Bully.
It's
Ah,
just
there
a
he is.
matter of getting an extra Sentinel at this point.
Yeah.
For the more front line. But given we have no items on those Sentinels, it's not that good here. It's all about now TF, and it's all about.
I mean, he has
Ali.
double scaling on TF with the Arcane.
Yeah, so but just
He should hold that out. He play some more defense. How many people are looking for that?
This is going to be a trouble for the lobby. There's not a lot of boards we've seen right now that have the single target damage to deal with as Akali. It's Radiant item with this, and it's also a bit of a counter to the Smeech as well.
It's a bully.
Yeah, notably, not many other rerollers except for that Smeech, which maybe that hurts the bully not being able to affect it.
That's a reason to go to level 8 there.
I would probably cut Loris for now to just get her
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
I don't know if he found Shoujin together with that BF sword to get for the Mel.
Attack expert Smeech.
Big Swain on the other side.
Attack expert. Okay, this is not very optimal. Wunsan will probably end up going down. Not sure if it's just yet, but
I wonder if the skill actually procs attack expert.
It doesn't.
Okay.
It's
it's
stuck
clean on the
that's
back
waiting
line
for
here.
now,
Okay.
but finally gets there.
That will be just. It actually. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, actually might. I'm not certain on that.
Okay.
Because it technically scales the Titan, and like it should be coded a similar way.
Oh, Dankbeam's still holding on to a lot of HP, same as Uppy. They're both big chunk above the rest of the lobby and still winning fights.
Bintion in a dire spot. I don't see him winning the next round, maybe.
Everybody wants Ilaoi.
Oh, share your energy. Maybe that's the answer. The most, the highest ranked augment here.
I mean, with that many belts, that's a lot of HP.
Yeah.
That's a lot of resists.
Yeah.
That's something that Visionary needs to scale up.
Yeah,
That
gonna have to
Akali-
try and beat this Akali.
Okay,
It's
well,
gonna be
depend-
tough, as you said. Single target damage, kind of an issue.
It will depend on the access to the backline here. Akali now
Oh my
concentrating.
god,
bursting
that
out
is
the
so
Rel.
much damage.
I was about to say she might get hang up on the Terrell, but she did not.
The damage is like kind of there for the Heimer though.
Oh,
It's just, oh no!
She turned
Lady
around.
Vamp!
Oh,
Oh,
there it
she's
is.
just vamping through. No, she's just
Speaking
resetting infinite.
Yeah. When Akali kills a unit
Wow.
middle of the flight, she actually just doesn't go back. She just goes to the next target. Ooh.
Oh, that was pure slaughterhouse for
Title another bottom 2, 3 in a row after starting out with the first place. Bintam had him for his not to be another 8th, but still, the 7th is gonna hurt so much.
Yeah, difficult for him. Obviously, mentally wise, I don't think it's a problem. Title can make it out. And remember, from day 1 to day 2, only a few are eliminated. So actually, good position for now. We still have a lot of games. Game 3, we have 6 games. Still a lot to reset. I think the first place that he got was maybe given by the game, but he can ramp out once again.
All right, we have another rematch. Ezreal against Smeech. Will Smeech be able to take down Ezreal this time?
He's protected.
Yeah.
He's in the corner.
It's really
and
hard
the
to jump to.
Rennie is still standing. I mean, it looks pretty easy for Smeech so far.
He's cleaning the
Oh,
Yeah,
and
the Corki.
Corki.
Wow. Corki doing plenty of damage there, and Smeech just became the target before the Rennie, right? The Rennie not in a position to actually tank up the Ezreal. And that's just going to do it. We're not going to get another chance for the Smeech and the Rennie to hang on. Lentown's going to fall down.
I like how you say Corki does damage while Ezreal does their thousands of damage over the Corki.
But the Corki's still able to help get the shred and help deal enough damage. The focus fire on the Smeech.
Sure, sure.
I'm just so amazed that 2-star Ezreal is able to carry all the way until stage 5 carousel, no problem. Just 1 Radiant item. He's not even going for the 3. You know, he's just standing here happy.
You know, as the meme goes, my sweet summer child, you don't know yet. You'll know by day 3.
Clement, this was the Americas. This was, every time this popped up for Ezreal, it was just dominating.
All right, we have to have some justice, okay? The 2 3-stars should be able to win against the Ezreal
I think
for
potentially,
sure.
yeah. I think
did wipe the
this board is
last time.
incredibly strong.
Keep in mind, this is the double combat Akali with Radiant item. This is as strong as Akali as she gets. You might be wondering, hey, why my Akali doesn't do this? This is your answer.
Yeah. And this is full power bully against the rest of the field. The only other 3-stars were eliminated in that Rennie and Smeech.
Yeah, you don't have much single target damage against that Akali. For example, here we see a lot of swords, so it shouldn't be enough damage, spreading damage here. So she will be continuously healing.
But
and now
CC.
with some access to the backline, CC is very important, yeah.
And she might get stuck actually on that Garen.
Ooh,
Yep.
goes down.
Oh,
Exactly.
There you go. Oh, wow. I did not expect him to just completely get obliterated, but a big enough loss.
Perfect to 0.
This is a really good setup here. It's a double combat augment for the Sork, and it's long distance pals with a lot of that AP going through. So Salpimi seems like he's going to be... There was 3 Sork players in this lobby. Kind of crazy how congested that line was, with Maris also in that line.
Yeah, Bizio's going to take another 5th. Still pretty consistent placements, making sure he's always kind of near that top half throughout the day. Definitely going to feel a little bit bad about going down there, considering how strong his board was looking against the rest of the field and just needed to hold on for another life.
Meanwhile, Jedusor is staring at the 1-star Jinx, 1-star Ilaoi, and he's thinking, how am I 4th in this lobby? What's going on?
It's the Radiant and nothing wasted. What a great combination coming in there. The blue buff there. Radiant blue buff actually gives you a sizable amount of AD as well for that Jinx cleanup.
Yeah, and the calculated enhancement with Rebel, that's like already 100 extra AP with
Oh, there we go!
There goes the entire board, and we can see how he's still in this top 4, even though this is just a Jinx 1, and he's on the pair.
Look at
he's
Mars
got the upgrade. It's over.
He's like, that's just unfair, man.
Huh? I blinked. Where's my board, guys? Hello? Someone call an ambulance.
Oh.
Not for me.
No, for me, actually.
It was for
me there.
He actually
Please.
needed it.
Yeah, and once again, this board. Ezreal's 2-star. We have, Rumble 1. Good front line. It's working. He's the runner-up here. He's the leader.
Yeah, Dankbeam's actually got to find the Alawi too. Be able to upgrade this board, the 6 Sentinels.
We can see some angle here. We have a upgraded item going into the Radiant version of it. Both players at the highest HP, leading with those early opener with the specific item here. On the one side, Hurricane into Radiant Hurricane with category 5. On the other one, high voltage with the Spark into the Radiant Spark.
Unfortunately, Radiant Bramble wouldn't have saved title because that was not quite going to be the same level of item. But yeah, absolutely. This was huge, especially considering that Ezreal line being so powerful. Oh,
finally
he found it.
I think Jedusor wins the lobby from here.
I think so too.
Holy,
the
that
backline
board
damage.
got a bit better since last time with him.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay. Okay. He does look confident.
Yeah, you have to be feeling good after seeing your 1-star Jinx one-tapping these entire boards. Now you got the 2-star and you get more time from your front line.
It's perfect.
I mean, look at this Jinx. She will not struggle against this one. This, like, the backline is almost dead. And she... Oh, wait, the stun?
She got stunned.
Hold up.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye. Say bye.
I want to see how much AD she has.
I mean, that's a quick math.
It's 45% from the Rebels, and then you get 60 from the Radiant Blue buff.
60 from the Death Blade, 45 from the calculated, or 50.
Oh, I don't actually count that fast. I know I have a...
It's around 200 at least.
Okay.
And then a damage amp that comes from blue buff and glass cannon.
True. That I think Jedusor is going to run into dank memes, and the category 5 is now going to be a battery. It's like, here, attack faster.
Maris doesn't get the LeBlanc 2, rolling to 0. That was the only upgrade here with good possibilities, so all the damage will be dependent on the Elise in the back.
Now, let's find out who's gonna be on the Jedusor's chopping block.
Oh, it looks like it is going to be dank memes. All right, there's
He has
surely
plenty
no
HP
way.
to spare, he can give away some.
Surely no way Ezreal 5 can actually live
No,
through.
no.
Ezreal 2 can live through this.
No.
Yeah, Dankbeam's board gonna look like the council building in a second here, and there's the big boom taking out
wait,
so
that's
much
nice.
life.
Feed the dream.
Oh,
never mind. Nearly this time. Can Alawi take the 1v1?
No, relax. She's good. Not that good.
Of course not.
She's doing it. She's doing it.
Nah.
She's doing her best. That's what counts here.
Epitaph pulling some wave there with the shielding.
It was a lot closer than I expected. The Jace surviving because of the inspiring epitaph. That might be a real haywire moment
bulky bodies there, and he would be fine, actually.
No, true,
Yeah, certainly going to have to watch out because Dank Meme still has a little bit of time to improve the board as well, and that fight was close. Jedisor is kind of capped out as far as the board goes, out of gold, trying to maybe donkey roll a couple more small upgrades, but nothing significant.
Yeah, the LeBlanc is more important. Once again, he doesn't get it. Holding Zoes just as a possibility. Very difficult for the Rebel player to lose, but okay.
I would like to see here a swap Jace for the Zoe and remove item from the LeBlanc on second Zoe. It should be slightly stronger, and you could actually snipe Jinx on one side, and that should be his only real out to deal with the Jinx player.
Oh, and Dank Memes keeps winning here. The Ezreal doing the work.
I mean, we were talking about at the start of the game, if Dank Memes can make a big bounce back after a couple bad games, and he's proving the Rebel emblem. There's a Rebel emblem
on
for
the
Jedisor.
Victor. For free?
Huh? For
no
free?
defense! No. Oh my god, this is just so easy for him.
Salpimi says, like, I have other ideas here. I'm not playing defense.
I mean, you have to be aware that, like, you are not winning out, and, like, you can only try to outplace Jedu. And, like, you have to hope that Dank Memes can somehow beat him.
He did go for the LeBlanc here, so I think that's probably understandable.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah, you just play Rebel Victor. Why not? You know? For free?
We're gonna be picking up that Echo after. I mean, he's maybe thinking about sending Victor, but that cannot be correct.
No, I mean, you were given a gift. Take it, run with it.
And he's has the 3 ambusher just to make sure that Dank Memes Ezreal is dead no matter what. Getting that extra crit damage.
Okay, Sapimin finds the LeBlanc, so he's actually much stronger than before.
Oh my god.
Ooh, the Jinx is actually getting chunked out. Zoe disappeared though, and Jinx finally gets the cast.
Oh.
And it's plenty, but hey, there's the Mel. Gonna hold on.
There is one big issue for the Jedusor. I mean, it's not big, but there is that sparks that are blasted than Jinx, and she's actually dropping so fast. So if the Sopi manages to snipe her with the correct positioning, putting the Zoe in D3 on his side of the board, he can actually kill the Jinx before she goes off.
It would be huge. It would be a way to absolutely just take out Jedisor, but that was kind of the chance. Now, Salpimi also has to potentially be able to beat Dank Memes to even get the chance to do that.
I think he does have a solid chance against Dank Memes, though. There's a LeBlanc, too. Plenty of AP coming into this one, and still no major upgrade on the Rumble that's holding the Radiant items.
Hold up, Clement. There is Ezreal too. You are comparing LeBlanc.
Ezreal too?
You are
LeBlanc
comparing
too over
LeBlanc.
Ezreal too. Come on, please. No, it's not that bad.
Look at this guy.
Stronger.
Look at this guy.
Please, please.
Category 5 double Hurricane Ezreal too.
This is like hero argument, Ezreal, buddy.
Yeah, it is very, very impressive. But let's watch the boom.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a stun on the Jinx, though. The CC was there. There's the cast.
Oh my god.
Oh, just deletes the board, but it's close yet again.
If there was ever an anomaly div, this has to be it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still HP, so still alive here, Memes.
An extra item gonna come through.
Oh, there's a
Sophie Me's
Rumble
alive
too.
as well.
Oh,
Rumble too. I don't know.
Now a proper...
This is looking winnable.
I mean, now if he rolls a good TG on the correct runs...
Okay.
If he gets just one ult on the back line, that should be enough to clean up the Jinx.
Yeah, I guess this last item pretty worthless for Dank Memes.
I think I'd like to see that Corki in the front lane on one of the sides against the Jedusor, so he flies back to reduce the damage he takes from the Jinx with the scrap bonus. Maybe that would be just enough to stay alive that one cast.
If you can reduce the armor on the back line, like Jinx is sitting at 15 armor maybe, it's true damage onto the back with the category 5, that could be a potential snipe.
Ooh,
Warwick. Okay.
That's a Rebel Warwick, ladies and gentlemen.
Not bad to do a cleaning here.
Oh, that's a good TG for the Jace frontline. 4-form swapper, this Jace could actually survive against the Jedusor board.
Wait,
and actually clean.
Is this an extra Ionic that Sophie got? Is this third one, did he have 3 before? Because the Jinx was very close to falling with 2, and there's a third now. But has to go up against Dank Memes first, and that might be the savior for Jedisor, not having to fight the real version of this.
Look at that, he's just dying from the spot.
Bad access from Elise, not a good CC here.
Looks like Ezreal might just have it. Yeah, it's too much.
He's playing
Selfie goes down. Jedisor
That was not even close. I mean, we have Ezreal, like, come on.
I wonder if Salpimi would have beat Jedisor with that one extra spark, considering how those initial sparks went. But
don't worry about it.
We don't have to learn if that would happen. Now it's just can Ezreal with the Rumble upgrade this time, though. Those item rolls, maybe not the best. It's a lot of damage. IE plus Morello.
I want to see the positioning. Can actually Jedisor find the stun on this Ezreal? There are certain angles that could make that work out. And I do agree with the Corki in the front line getting a snipe, maybe?
I mean, look at the Rumble item roll. A bit suboptimal.
No. I mean, we'll see if it's just enough damage to blast the front line in time. I mean, it's definitely not optimal, as you're saying, but we'll see.
Will we see the cast before dramatic entrance? And the cast come before the dramatic entrance.
No, dramatic entrance goes first.
Oh, no, it was so close to go otherwise.
Oh, but Ezreal dies in one shot.
Just Corki lives.
Corki lives. Zoe cast?
Corki lives.
Zoe cast it.
Oh, he got it.
Oh my god.
Jedisor got it. See it. Jedu able to pick up the win, but it was so close.
Zoe clutching with the final cast to take out the Corki there was absolutely pivotal for him.
Who thought that was going to be so exciting?
Look at this guy. He's just standing still. He was not surprised. He's like, yep, I got this.
I
not
mean, you
even
have
close.
the balance there. The difference in show of emotion, that means hurting in the end. He knew he could have won it, and Jedisor, total
He's
coldness.
like, nah, yeah, it's fine. I got it.
I got it, man.
Calculated. As much as his argument, calculated enhancement.
That was a beautiful combination, and why we really like those anomalies. Nothing wasted. His board was, he was lacking a lot of items in his front line, but it didn't matter. It actually powered up the Jinx faster, and then all the augments lined up together, like you were saying, with the glass cannon and the rebels, and of course getting the extra AP there, and the radiant blue buff. Chef Kiss, that was a beautiful demonstration of Into the Arcane.
That was so lovely to watch when you see the 7 units running down at Jinx and she just blasts the rocket, taking out the whole board. My god.
Yeah, and it was the entire time as soon as that even the Jinx won with the Radiant Blue buff came online, it was just the board collapsing, she's blowing everything up and just absolutely destroying. And outside of that, the other standout is an Ezreal too.
Yeah, it was totally amazing. It's so great to watch. Normally, it's a tempo play. You go for the Hurricane, you know it actually can allow you to go to level 9, to level 10 even, maybe get a Jace or something. No, he maintained with the Ezreal, Corki Ezreal, perfect duo, doing so much damage, and it's so good to see. I think there will be some adaptation from the rest of the players, and maybe we'll see it more.
I mean, if you were not aware of the Radiant Hurricane or with the Category 5 on Ezreal, well, now certainly you are.
It was a great demonstration, and it actually took out the Smeech 3, one of the big boogeymans of the previous patch right there. Wunsan, Rennie 3, Smeech 3, I believe?
Yeah, I can't believe Corki did that.
Hey, don't let the Corki take a hit for this one.
Corki almost won the game at the end.
Sure, buddy.
It was also good for Sopimin. He got a first in the previous round, and now he got a third. So first, third, actually popping up a little more, playing great, playing with the swords, and playing good tempo. So actually great to see. Once again, the Elise, the most contested unit that we have right now. So everyone's actually trying to go to play against her. And not only in the backline like we were seeing, we also see some frontline once again doing that tempo and trying to avoid the ramp up of the other, maybe the Rebel players. Didn't work out.
So slowly after 4 games, we see the development of the tournament meta not seeing so much as a Rebel being dominant, but form swappers. It's like the three-way comp being contested, where Rebel is pretty much just one way at most in those lobbies.
Yeah, and Rebel, I mean, of course, finding these big wins like in this game, but also really faltering a lot throughout this tournament just when you miss the perfect items or you just miss the Jinx for just around too long and then these players all falling off.
I do want to say we also had a string of games where a lot of additional resources were coming through the portals as well. So I still think reroll is really, really strong, but in terms of the games what we had so far, it does look like those 4 costs have been dominant.
All right, well, we've got even more analytical treats for you. We've got a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, and Gangly is going to walk us through something that happened earlier on.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. And let me just say, I am so glad that Jedisor won that game, because we're going to talk about how he lost earlier in the day. We got to see this a little bit before, where Jedisor was playing in an alternate lobby and had this really cool 1v1 against Milo. And so I wanted to talk about the positioning battle and exactly what the keys to success were for Milo to actually take this. So I'm going to load this clip in, And right before we start, let's take a look at the actual board, okay? On the side of Milo, our key threats are right here. We've got this huge Mordekaiser 2 with Sorcerer and the Radiant Guardbreaker. Alongside it, you have the LeBlanc. Now, two ways to win with Mordekaiser. Primarily, you either want to, one, wrap and kill a key unit on the other side of the board. But we can see everybody is protected. We've got a huge front line in front with the Garen, and the carries are on the other side. We're never wrapping. Mordekaiser is never going to get a cheesy kill. The other way is to focus fire all of your damage on a core tank. We can see the LeBlanc and the Mordekaiser both hitting the Garen from the very beginning. So let's play this out and we can see exactly how it starts to form. On the left side, Jetasaur's team is breaking through that front line, and we can see right here, just 6 seconds into the fight, this left side of the board is completely broken through. So much of Milo's board has already fallen, and we see right here, this Garen is full health. We have no way to break this through except for a key moment right now. The Radiant Guardbreaker gets additional damage amp from hitting Garen's shield, and the Victor right now, boom. He's going to stall for this Mordekaiser 2, who has very little health, prevent the LeBlanc ultimate, which comes out from getting shared damage. We do not have an additional Elise ultimate. We prevent the Nami ultimate from coming through. This gives Mordekaiser just enough time, watch this, to burst through this Garen before he falls. Now, there's one more part of this fight that we actually missed. We didn't get to see it, because right now it comes down to the damage dealers. And in the end, there's just enough damage on the side of Milo to win. I want to watch this fight one more time, but this time, we're going to keep our focus on this circle right here. Our two primary damage threats on the other side of the board are the LeBlanc and the Elise. If these two units can free fire and burst through the front line like we saw earlier into the fight, do that same damage to the back line, there is no way that Milo wins this fight. Keep your eyes on this Elise. She is going to die to 4 instances of chip damage. The first, the Claw, coming in through Mordekaiser, doing some damage. The second, going to be Mel damage, coming through. The third, Victor ultimate comes in, prevents the ult. And the final one, the LeBlanc ultimate, comes through. The fourth and final instance of chip damage is the reason why we don't get the second Elise ultimate. And for that reason, Milo's able to take the win over Jetasaur.
All right. Thank you so much for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX Gangly. That was by the slimmest of margins. One less of those abilities hitting, and that Elise lives. And also really just even a little less damage from any individual ability, and that fight goes the other way.
Yeah, it goes from the set mechanic, or not the mechanic, the way the set is actually made. No access to the backline directly with assassins or something like that, but actually you have this chip damage, you have the Jinx, other possibilities that I can actually access the backline. So thank you, Gangly.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings for our first 4 games and see where everyone ends up. Start with the bottom. What Jungler able to start coming back a little bit, and still the same kind of struggles from CN that we've seen throughout the day.
Absolutely, and again, we do have a cut after 6 games and after day 1 is finished, so the number that you want to do mathematically that has a chance to get in is 13. If you're not over 13, then historically, it hasn't been possible.
Yeah, Cassie got here, both Fall have, so 8, but getting a huge hit here, the ones with the most representative, and now once again, maybe that means here, the second we just saw, Chaos, and Lucas also with good performances.
Yeah, and as we're looking through, going up, Jetasaur being able to find that big bounce back after a rough previous game, now up to 12th, and we see Weijin and Prestivin both finding some great games as well, moving up the tables, making their way just on the edge of that top 8.
We see the French powerhouse also establishing themselves in that upper type of brackets.
Dasik, look at this, baby, another top 3.
Wow.
28 points for the unrespected EMEA player coming in his own region, and also Nandada continuing his heroic streak all the way from the JOC finals to this place as well. JOC, again, the players, they still are looking a big win and respect from even their own region.
Yeah, and Spencer is the new one. So Bio was already here in the top 8, and now Spencer with this top 1. Getting the 5th, and great placement for him. Tournament play.
He went 8 second first. I mean, a beautiful day so far of games for Spencer.
I mean, kind of nice story we're having here, because 2 players that were considered underdogs coming from the EMEA are pretty much the highest points-wise, because it's Xperion and Daisy, showcasing they are definitely not here as underdogs.
All right, well, we still have 2 more games to go on this day before we cut 8 players out of the competition. So we're going to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. The TFT into the Arcane Tactician's Crown will return right after this.
Go.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And welcome back to the Tactician's Crown for Into the Arcane. I hope you've grabbed your snacks, grabbed a quick drink, and are ready to lock in for the final 2 games of day number 1. Got my friends back with me on the desk. Cheers. Cheers. How you feeling before these final few games?
Fine.
I can't reach you. It's been good. To fill us in a little bit, if we're just tuning in, how did that last game go?
I mean, it was great. Mainly because we saw things that were unexpected. The Ezreal with the category 5 going for so many tempo and then actually capping it out in the end. And we're seeing that it's not so much about economy, about economic augments, it's more about combat. So the ones who are getting the triple combat augments, the ones who are getting the exact good items on the carry, I mean, basic fundamentals of TFT working out, and on the highest level, we see some surprises. Great to see.
My only complaint after these two last games, I leave the desk, 5 players EMEA in the top 8. Alan comes in. Finally, we're down to 2. Can we change things around these last 2 games?
Buddy, relax. First and foremost, we have to balance it, make it more interesting, and we don't have to be in the top 8 right away.
There's a cutoff. There's a cutoff.
Look, if we waste all RNG day 1, day 2, where are we gonna end up in day 3?
So it's calculated enhancements.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, now the two of you are on the desk together. Are we balanced now? Are we
We'll
polar
find out very soon,
opposite?
actually. Game 5 loading up very, very soon.
I mean, on the other side, Americas, we had Vicious. He lowered a little, but he's still in good position. And actually now we have also Lucas and Vicious once again in the lobby, and Bio with Spencer in the top 8. So America doing good.
Yeah,
doing well.
Bio and Spencer have been crushing it. We were actually getting a chance to watch some of those games off broadcast, and I think it was very exciting for me to just see Bio doing so well. I know there were a couple knockouts going towards EMEA players in some of the frames that we watched, and Panda was not super happy about that.
She was just laughing at me for the entire game 4.
You make it easy. You make it easy, man.
Hey, but it is going to be great to see how these final 2 games of the day finish, because as a reminder, we've got 2 more games to round out our 6 for day number 1. We cut the bottom 8 of our players at the bottom of the standings. And then day number 2, cuts are going to happen across the board throughout the day to get to the final 8 players that will play through our final lobby on day number 3. So the work isn't done. You don't just want to make it to that second day of competition. The points do carry over, so it's important for you to actually get as much of a leg up in the competition as possible moving into that second day.
So on that note, do you guys think we're gonna see the alternative strategies at the players that are leaning towards the bottom? Do you think there will be some riskier, perhaps even rolling for Chem Barons at stage 2? David.
4 players currently in the bottom 8, or even the bottom 16, considering there's 2 games left. I would say absolutely. I think Chem Barons is the trying to save yourself kind of calm, but it's also very, very strong in the meta.
Exactly.
And so there's some downsides, of course, but less than there would be in other cash out trait scenarios in past sets. I think it's a do or die moment for some really big players as well. Some regional winners like Wet Jungler, who I may be cursed on top of show, has to come back into it for the next
we've
game.
seen Title down there.
Also, yeah.
Like, he has to, given that he didn't didn't play tournaments, this said, given the approach he took, we'll see if he's gonna actually bite him back.
Yeah, to double down on Chem Baron, we have possibilities. We can play the Smith, we can play the Visionaries, Rennie, we can play it to a big 500 cash out and then just play good units with the cash out. So I think it's a great strategy and we will see it much more. Even Contested is fine to play.
Yeah.
But I think to Panda's point as well, there are downsides to playing the Chem Baron trait that I think we have seen work against players. On the one hand, you're also losing a ton of your HP to actually try to get these cash outs, and sometimes those cash outs don't actually have what you want in it.
I mean, we've seen the Unleashed Toxin on Renata 2 while playing Visionary, and that not ended up going too well. Player didn't go AFE, but hey, he saved some positions, but even though it was 500 cash out, he didn't manage to close it out.
Another line and another big winner from the last patch is the Conquer line. A Conquer line where if you have a strong start, maybe in the past you'd say, I can't really risk going into this line. If at any point I lose momentum, I lose my snowballing effect in stage 2 and 3, I find myself in stage 4 without enough resources. In this case, with the buff, maybe some players, we saw it from Bio in the America's Golden Spatula, could start off with Conquers and put their foot on the gas and not let go and try and go for those, crazy stack cash outs in stage 4 and 5.
Well, Bio didn't do quite great that particular game, so that's a horrible example to use, Panda. Thank you.
No, it's an example to learn from and do a different thing in this game 5.
Maybe you're right about that, but if it were me, I would take the Conquer emblem any day of the week and just try to push for the cash out.
Yeah, and once again, Conquerors has possibilities. Right now, Family, for example, was a comp that we were playing more in a lose streak position. Now, with Conqueror being strong, you can play in a win streak. And then, if you have good space to play Family, you can go for Family that normally is a top 4 comp, but today already get a top 1. So actually, any comp can win. So you can play your game and you can get a top 1, or you can risk it. Anything's possible.
We actually saw Wet Jungler, I think, in one of the games off stream go for family reroll and did get a 3rd place with that. So there's also something to be said about still trying to stick to those consistent lines to get you through to day number 2, and then you think about trying to turn on the gas a little bit more.
You can't be playing too risky at the start because you still want to have a fairly optimized line selection. You cannot be skipping a good spots where they are up to give you either 3rd or 4th, but going only for 1st or 8th gameplay might bite you back because on average you're gonna go 4 out of 6 times at least 8 or 7 in those spots.
Something happened when you guys started that you made predictions for the portal, and you actually got it. You got the Ambessa first, then the Vi.
Yeah.
So I want a bander now.
Okay.
I want a bander. Maybe some hero elements, something cool, full gold. You like it?
I like it.
I mean, I don't want to doing further predictions because we might be called on having some.
I'm gonna double down, Pupe.
Okay.
Built Div first augment. Golemify second augment.
Anger issues last.
Okay.
Oh.
That's good. That's maybe tripling down a bit too much. It's never gonna happen, but we can take the risk.
Is it too much for me to ask for a crab game?
Oh, a jinx.
Which one?
Any
Well,
jinx.
The
Any
crab or
jinx,
the
yeah.
scuttle or the crab?
Or the scary one.
Do you
Well, I
want
mean,
the
I like Crab
Viking
Rave.
ones?
I don't like Crab Rave as much anymore because it doesn't play the music anymore when you actually get the encounter, and I think that that's sad. But I'll take either of them, honestly.
I mean, we got the rights for some while. I think it was maybe too expensive. So for one set, we enjoyed it. It was cool.
It was good. It was good.
We need the prize money for this tournament.
No, you know, the real loser was the fact that Jinx doesn't dance anymore when you do get the Crab Rave.
I feel, Necro, you have a long list of complaints. You should maybe, get these in a document and send them over.
I send them right over to Riot. You're right. But let's go ahead and focus up on game number 5. We're going to lobby 3. And this features a lot of the people that are at the top of those points. We've got Boomhay, I think maybe a surprise, coming out of the APAC region. Ironbog, a little less so, but APAC very well positioned to go into this tournament and amongst the top of people's power rankings.
Seeing the cameras here, Ironbog a little sleepy. Yes. No, it depends, no? We were saying that normally in the start for Americas was a little early. Now it should be great. So Eusolucas, Vicious. Vicious is in Argentina, so Argentina is actually in a time zone that is beyond, so he got good units. But for example, for Eusolucas, should be a little earlier still.
Well, Jungler has no excuses in terms of time zone. And the 2 players that really have to watch out for, maybe 3 players with Kiana as well, What Jungler and Tatorin are players that have to really climb back up. I think the cutoff last set was around 22, 21 points to get out of the top 8.
So from those spots, the players needs to be averaging at least for a third.
Yeah,
because
on
if
average.
you go anything below that, you are not going making it through.
A third does not mean playing Canberra in both of these games and winning. It just means playing a strong, stable, and really understanding. You can play real comps like Family, you can play Quick Strikers, as long as you can see these conditions that elevate these stable comps into win-out comps in terms of artifacts, in terms of +1 with Family, for example, as well.
So what, another perhaps Ambessa, Golemic?
I'm asking for too much already. I already got one encounter right.
No, we already got
the limit of my
asking
powers.
for Vander, so maybe we'll just go ahead
Vander?
and
Or Jinx. You want the
fight
Jinx.
for that.
It could
No,
be Jinx
you know
too.
what? I'm gonna take.
No?
I'm gonna take
No, you
my
cannot take it out.
hat
You cannot
out of the
take it
ring
back.
here. No,
Okay, it's fine.
take
I'll
it back.
take it and I'll replace it with some Warwick.
Okay. I like
Just
it.
to spice it up for the
Yeah,
players.
Alan wants to be an enemy of the state.
Total aggressiveness.
I mean, I like chaos, baby.
Yeah. Both Warwick and Mel are nerfed as Portal, but obviously high variance if we manage to get either of those.
Yeah, but I think at this point, when you are looking at the players like LBTZ and downwards in terms of points, I don't know how much you want the high variance, but maybe you do. Maybe you say, I can only get the first place if I can really gig a high roll in this spot and take myself out of the bottom.
I mean, sometimes you just need to let the wheel go and let the more take it instead.
Oh, it's Savika. Talk about maybe some variance
It's cool.
here.
Maybe a lot of variance considering the possible outcomes at every stage. One key thing here will be playing into comps that can make use of that variance in terms of emblems, in terms of artifacts, in terms
Wandering
of
Trainer, it's time!
In terms of so many different things.
I love Savika portals. I love fun and variance in my TFT games.
Hey, as most TFT players.
So the most thing that players look for is exactly either some +1 spots, because what's the most common outcome from the Sevika is the spot or some sort of artifact, and those both tends towards like some family reroll, but family reroll loves the Sevika. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see two-way contested family.
Which can happen just because of the hero pool sizes. So you could actually see multiple people hit the family, but it's much harder if 2 people are contesting it. But then I also think about the fact that you have more Quick Striker opened up as well. Maybe you go for a Nocturne Quick Striker reroll instead if you do actually get an artifact.
Yeah, also you can use the additional resources in the comp. You have multiple carries. Rebel could also be a possibility and go for the vertical.
Oh.
Bonkers online.
Where red?
Wayne from the Orb is a great pickup always for stage 1.
Yeah, if you can get that 2-star for stage 2 and 3, you are feeling so good about your front line.
No Rel, no Draven still, but fairly easy to get.
Don't worry, it's coming.
Yeah.
And so
I
is
trust.
the Conqueror's stat.
I trust. Oh.
Ooh, spicy.
See Boomhay already farming those stacks on the Tristana, thinking about potential reroll and just to stack her up a bit. Hurts nobody.
Okay, we've got a gold.
Crimson Pact.
Some blathering action here.
The common strategy will be to scout around to see who is the first loser to pick an argument and open the orb to get more info, to get knowledge, if it's gonna be spot, if it's gonna be item, if it's gonna be artifact, because the heavily lean towards what's gonna be augment choice.
Another thing is lose streaking in stage 2 has a little bit of extra benefit, the chance for picking up a spat, having a clear angle in the stage 2 carousel for playing for +1 or +2 emblems, especially at 3-2, and playing into the vertical trait winouts, which could be a thing later in the game.
Well, Keon's actually going to take the Shimmer Scale Augment. So what gold generation did he get? It is going to be the Gold Collector, and so that might be an easy spot for you to go for this Tristana reroll.
What jungler? We said you might take some risk, he might need some Chem Baron, and that's exactly what the German player does, trying to make a comeback in terms of his point total, trying to survive the first of the cutoffs going to day 2.
Okay, I don't want to take too much credit, but I think we accumulated some power for the jungler right here.
No,
Alan, you should say that after he wins the game, not at 2.
Oh, sorry. I'm beginner caster. I'm sorry. Like,
take it back. We'll let you.
I love the duplicator decision also because it's like an econ augment right now. He actually is not going to use it, but he knows he's going to lose. So actually, it will be fairly easy to get the Renny 3, to get the Smeech or anything else. Obviously, he's going for the Visionary line, so that Renny 3 could be fairly easy to get whenever he wants to pop off.
I'm not certain on that, Hubert, because we've seen a potential Titan Slam and half BT. I think it might be more likely Smeech with those particular items.
Okay.
There is 0 tiers to go for the Visionary line. And given that choice, players think that he has that opener not only into Chem Baron, but also Nikos, will most likely stay away from both Ambushers and maybe Visionaries even.
Nice. Perfect. We have no scout, not pivot also, so maybe family here for Boomhay. So we will see him later.
But there were a couple of spatula pickups, or I guess, well, there's the frying pan on the other side here for Wet Jungler, or LBTZ, sorry. And I guess we'll have to see where that ends up going, and I believe that there was another emblem pickup from someone else.
See here.
Stacking that Vlad pretty much thinking about already Sork line, going into that Elise Sork is such a premium unit on the current patch. And is this a Garen worth the wait? Oh, that would be tragic for the player that is going for the no scout, no pivot family, if it is actually family.
Darius?
If it is
Draven worth the wait.
Yeah, if it is Draven worth the wait.
Garen worth the wait, I think.
That would be
It's not legal or possible, thankfully.
I'm sorry, I might have misspoken.
Rageblade Garen worth the wait, stage 2. New tag dropping in from EMEA.
Right?
I mean, that could be Zyra as well. There is 5 Zyras.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
true.
there's many Zyras.
We'll have to get confirmation on that from our observers.
Oh, we find out on 2-5.
That also works.
With the Rageblade Slam, I imagine it's probably going to be the Draven, leading more into the item slam for the upgraded unit here.
Otherwise, it would be probably Nashor with open road.
Yeah.
And going into some sort of GG.
He's maintaining the Violet, but I see a world. You wanted to see the Conqueror vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Totally possible here.
No
if he gets the
speech
spot.
here.
I think so.
And what jungler maybe considering?
TF Renata, jungler, they did not go for it, so interesting. Maybe we'll go for the Ezreal double Nico. Has a Hurricane Slam.
Is this America's?
I heard that. It's a good comp. I think you should believe in it a little more.
What, reroll Ezreal?
Oh, it is
Yeah.
Zyra. We see a Zyra upgrade here. So now 6 Zyras already for Ironbog. This could turn into the Zyra Sorcerer line that we've seen in the past. It can be very strong when you have the extra tempo from the Augment itself. You don't have to roll on early levels. You can push levels instead and then find a lot of strength off of the Zyra.
I was going to say, you can actually use that Rage Blade to put it onto a Zoe later, so...
Do both have Zyra?
I mean, it looks like...
So first it's Garen, then we think it's Draven for both, and now it's actually Zyra for both players.
That is wild. Well, at least they can both hit it, right? So...
We'll see if maybe the one who goes for the legendary Draven, Zyra reroll, baby.
I mean, it will be easier for them because of the Amen, but the problem will be Bomb High. Bomb High has no scout, no pivot, and the other guy has the Draven, and we confirmed that he was actually playing family, so very dire spot for him. We know the Draven is needed, and he is the one who's ramping up, getting additional economy, getting additional damage. So I think his spot is maybe the worst right now.
I mean, maybe there is a little coping that Draven will be sold, given there is Zyra, but probably Zyra worth the wait.
I think it is going to get sold. But it doesn't hurt to hold on to it to make sure that your opposition doesn't have those copies in their shop.
It's only Satoran win streaking here coming to the last fight of stage 2. Looking at both Vicious and One Jungler both on a 4-loss streak, I'm wondering if Vicious is trying to do any kind of open fort to deny the Chem Baron. Going to be really important for the hopes of What Jungler coming to stage 3 and 4 and his possible cash outs in the future.
So there is a solid chance that Vicious might actually go into the jungler there. And no, he actually dodged, he got Iron Box. So jungler should secure the loss streak. On the other side, Sitoren is fighting against Vicious, who was pretty much semi-open forting, if not fully.
Yeah, getting a huge hit here from the win streaker, Shitorin, so Vicious ensuring the lose streak, but good chunk of HP. 73, not the worst.
We have Mana Zane on Swain, one of the premium items on the unit, even besides Swain being nerfed, and it's a great one to go. And pretty much Mana Zane has the best stats on the 4-swapper line, and later it just transition to either Elise, depends what we're hitting. It's even good on Jace.
Not counting reroll artifact, it's the best artifact in the game in terms of just so many different comps can use it, so many units can use it. You know, Silco, we have even Jinx in the Rebel line, it's okay with it.
Oh, it's premium.
Yeah, well, I mean the
Rockets
Rockets are getting pumped out 24/7.
Oh, okay, so I want to call out that Vicious has a shop glitch. So we're going to see those shops get re-rolled during this PvE round, and is already picking up a bunch of the Quick Striker units. Having a pair of TFs after this combat that's actually going to get upgraded to a 2-star. And so I think Vicious is sitting in a pretty good spot right now. You just need to actually put those items together, but because you are on Savika, maybe you get a good item.
And this is one of the lines that can use artifacts well.
Golden fish!
Well, maybe not fish well, but you can try. One of the key conditions, though, for the Quick Strikers, I think, that some players, from what we saw in regionals, did miss, is having a lot of econ to work with, especially this new transformation of Quick Strikers into a kind of AP dual carry comp with Akali and TF. TF3, very expensive to hit in stage 4, alongside Loris as well sometimes.
But we see Boom hair rolling for that family, still on the Violet one.
Oh my god.
On the Draven, only 3 Dravens. This is an absolute tragedy.
Ooh, it's not feeling too good. But on the other side, you've got Ironbog that has hit the Zyra 3 from the Worth the Wait. Maybe a couple of rerolls in there as well. And we did sell a couple of the Dravens, but holding on to it just because you have those Conqueror stacks that are going to start to get put together.
Yeah, Zyra will do so much work here, has the scaling with the Ginsu, good items, so he will for sure pressure the lobby so much on stage 3. And the rest will just have to see and smile. They cannot contest against this.
I mean, looking at the Boomhaze spot, what's the possibly the best way to salvage it, not to go dead last, David?
Family +1 could be a thing. We are on gold augments here. You didn't tailor for family, though, on 3-1.
Yeah, that might be an issue because we are losing one extra condition. Spear's Will is not a bad one.
We saw the spot was saved last time around with double radiant item on a Violet. Maybe that's going to be the case here as well.
We've seen a Betrayal option, obviously not in that line. We have already Akali 3 items. We had TF2. There was an option of itemizing TF2 over Akali to with like a Shojin Morello, opted for to go for Akali instead.
I really like Crown's Will with Quick Strikers. I think it's fits perfectly. You get some extra AP, you get a rod that can help you build items for both carries, you get some extra armor for Akali. It helps with her survivability, which you saw displayed in one of those last few games where she was just dashing and reviving to full every single dash.
Kian right now, we saw him stacking up on this Tristana early, so probably he will stay here. We saw the Tristana Sentinel as a good possibility, also with good ramping up with good stacks, can be also a win outcome.
I think he also took Glass Cannon, so we're going to see this Tristana also just have an immense amount of damage output. And when you have the Hextech Gunblade already, look at how well that front line is going to stay up.
So usually in this line, this is a really good setup to start farming, but later when we go into the game, we want to remove that collector, move it to like Ezreal Corki and get her a Rage Blade, because this Tristana is definitely too big of a turtle.
And the key thing is, who is going to be your frontline in this comp? You need to have an accompanying 3-star frontliner of the Sentinels to accompany the Gunblade healing from the Tristana, the amount of damage that comes through, and just to buy time for Tristana to scale. Kian's a player who really loves playing reroll. He's an aficionado for anything that involves rolling and hitting 3-stars, so I'm sure he's feeling very comfortable with the start he has with both the Gold Collector and Tristana comp. We haven't seen too much of today on broadcast, but one of the stronger rerolls coming into this meta.
Any preference about Rail or Leona? For if you can pick, same?
Oh, Loris too.
Loris?
Okay, Loris too, yeah.
Not Leona 3 or Rel 3?
I mean, they are
Loris
nice. Okay, if you have Gunblade, to be fair, it's good, but Rel is significantly better because the timing of the durability as a defense, as even it was mentioned in the dev block.
Better for tanks also, you reduce flat resistances?
Yeah, exactly. The durability is not very efficient because when the tank gets to cast it at like 1 HP, it's effectively non-existent cast.
There's a Corki.
One thing I will mention, if we get another artifact, you already have Gold Collector, so you think it's maybe a miss, but Light Shield Crest, very, very strong on the Sentinels, and they really help to buy so much more time for Tristana.
Absolutely. There is a Corki with the glove. Did it go to... Oh, it went to the Boomhay, so it's not the best. Kian would have loved that.
He played defense. Great term. I will include it for sure from now on.
Glad that you appreciate
it. Yeah, it's good.
It turns a negative into a positive. It sounds much more optimistic. Oh, he's playing good defense.
Okay, we see that the Draven is still the item holder. We'll see if there will be a pivot into the Leona, but on this side, what is that on the board? That's Sevika on 7!
Don't worry about it. Okay, now we can start celebrating, Alan. Now we've done our job.
I'm sorry, this is Sevika and a Rumble.
And a Rumble that can stack here whatever he
wants. Wait, we hit 5 Baron. What? Wait, okay, this is not the usual. This is just a cash out. This is the Sevika cash out. That's okay. This is not the regular. I thought that was Sevika on 7, but clearly it's time to pivot into win streak. How did you call it, Hupe? Pivoting from loss streak to win streak?
The Helmi Necra. How was it? The slingshot. The slingshot.
There it is. The Smeech shot, rather. Considering it's a 3-item Smeech, dancing his way, hopefully going to be win streaking most of these stages. Now no one can really break his streak and put Jungler in a difficult spot. And we'll see. We saw from Lakoko, very similar game in Game 2 on broadcast. On 1 life, with the Smeech streak, was able to turn things around and turn it into a very good game.
Just a proposal, in case Mitch wins the game, has to be top 1, we all dance as Mitch. A little. Small. Think about it. You don't have to decide now.
I'll think about it.
We'll think about it.
Let's keep in the game. It's fine. Think about it.
I mean, that's a Sevika with 3 items and the Smeech. So Jungler would love to have a Reforger here for that the Toxin.
He has one.
Another one?
Yeah, okay.
Just to mitigate the potential another low roll?
Or maybe wait after Wolves, see what components he gets, and then decide when to pull the trigger.
Yep.
It'll be a scary lobby. 2 strong melee carries being developed, Akali on one side, Smeech on the other. Tristana very good in these melee carries. She has a burst potential where something like a Zeri doesn't, for example. So players have to start thinking about their comps and if they can deal with these melee carries coming to stage 4, once those 3 stars coming.
Yeah, we're seeing Shituren still maintaining the win streak, so strong, ramping up the lobby, so he's in a perfect position, and Ironbog also taking the win with Tristana. Shituren will be the man to beat here. So strong, the mana Saint, you guys were commenting, perfect spot for him to take the win.
But I feel like I've seen quite a few of our players actually try to go towards sorcerers or visionaries. I think Lucas, Cituren, Ironbug, I think they're all contesting each other. Even LPTC, I think, is also picking up quite a few of those champions. And so it's a race to see who can actually get that up first.
Yeah, who gets in the moment that you want to roll. Maybe Shituren can skip level 8, go to a fast 9 could be a possibility. So yeah, but the 4-2, when everyone's rolling for the sword, that would be the tough spot.
The wrong player getting the speeches here, but Akalis are coming through 2 off of the 3-star upgrade already.
And we got just a tiny little orb from our Savika.
It's only 4 speeches. There is, however, Jace, but unfortunately for the wrong player.
You could get the high roll small cash outs throughout the stage 4, the duplicator too.
I mean, he's 2 off speech.
She didn't roll deep and didn't hit many. Still.
There is Tristana free. That's a high roll.
I think it makes sense if you're jungler to maybe wait till the next cash out and then decide to roll deeper or not.
1 off Singe, Tristana free already. This is gonna be pushed level. Being very healthy, this looks like a top 2 Tristana spot. Panda, you clearly can tell because you are a reroll specialist.
No, I'm a Tristana reroll specialist. I'm a PBE believer. When no one was believing, I was a believer.
Kian actually did just lose that combat though.
Yeah.
So he
lost to Shidren, yeah. Who maintains the win streak, by the way.
It is an 11 win streak player. I think it's understandable loss there.
I'm just saying, the Tristana 3, but we do have a prismatic augment to finish out this game.
Calculated enhancement, another way to amplify that Tristana damage. Probably will roll over the other ones. Goes for the Call to Chaos, which will be actually Econ. Will allow him to go 8 and try to find that Corki too. Go for the 4 Artillerist, which technically should be stronger. Very calculated enhancement, getting that 45% attack damage buff.
No front line, 1 off of the Singe. So not having that 3-star frontline decides to go up in level. So maybe looking for the Loris or simply tempo from now on and get the Artillerist as you just mentioned.
Yeah.
No, but he's a lot of gold to work with on level 8.
Still Darius.
Yeah, this is not the board that I was expecting with this much gold.
Oof. Invested plus plus, a better version of the invested. The invested plus being considered unpickable by the players on 3-2, where invested plus plus is actually premium.
Very interesting from Ironbog. He gets the Ilaoi 2 that is not normally in this comp, but it's working. So obviously great front line right now. Ramping up and together with the Thwain and the Saida 3, perfect comp for him.
And you got the red buff, blue buff, so you've got 2 extra items that are going to be a part of this composition as well. So that's going to be nice to try to itemize a second carry for this comp.
And Ironbog also very comfortable. This is the exact game plan he likes to execute on, which is just high tempo early on, save a lot of HP, go into stage 4 with just a very free-flowing game plan of just stabilizing your board, staying strong, and playing what you hit, basically.
Well, because he had Slammin' as well. Yep. So he was just utilizing what the game gave him, and now he's going to be one of the higher levels in this lobby, too, and really capitalizing on that.
I don't know if Ice Arm tricking me, but I think I've just seen on the jungler's board 2 Jinxes and 0 Echoes.
We saw 2 Malzahars and 0
Yeah, he was 4 ambushers still.
Yeah. It's level 7.
That is wild.
Are we gonna see Jinx 2 before Echo 1?
Well, the carousel will answer your question very soon.
She only was holding TG, to be fair. Do you take actually Jinx over Echo there?
I think you do, because if you are able to just create the Infinity Edge, then you actually have no need for the ambushers.
Yeah.
Spatula there, what jungler once again, due to the Camber and loss streak, has that first pick. Also has very little HP to work with, so has to really try and stabilize throughout most of this stage 4. Akali 3 has been hit. Most of the family board has been hit as well from Boom Hey. So Vex 3 has been hit off the Worth the Wait. So all of our reroll players, which are 5, 6 reroll players actually in this lobby, we hadn't really noticed. Although some players are reroll oriented, but playing that as a tool to tempo onto level 8, like Ironbog.
Yeah, so Lucas, we haven't talked about him. He actually going with the best Vex 3-star. Normally we saw the Morgana 3-star as a possibility with the Visionary. Vex right here, good front line, trying to make it work.
That's a very smart Vex.
3 hats.
The what?
That's a very smart Vex.
That's cool. Great to see. And there's the double Jinx. Still no Echo.
And missing glove for the Ambusher emblem.
Yeah.
Really needs to get to the anvil. And jungler understands the anomaly on Smitch is so important that he has to preserve the econ now.
Okay, Vicious roll a little more. Akali 3 already, but far away still from the Twisted Fate. 3 remaining to get the ramp up.
And Akali on the wrong side here, so we're going to be very, very protected on that top right corner. Akali's breaking through, but again, it's only just the unitemized Elise. Can Akali move in on time? Board is just not looking that strong, it looks like, for LBTZ. Now finally onto the main tank, he crumbles as well, and Akali is just so healthy with the extra armor, the Blazing Soul, and the TF doing a lot of work at the start of the fight.
I mean, LBT's board just lacks not only upgrades, but also power in the augment sector. So definitely, even if he hits, it's not looking too hot for him. Meanwhile, we see anomalies. We'll be looking for some sort of good melee Akali anomaly. Not picking tank. Oh, that's the reasonable. Just getting extra sustain. We have already the damage. We have the Blazing Soul. Nice.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yep. Curious what's the jungler exactly pick up on the anomaly. We see it's already on the Smitch. Still missing the echo.
That is wild.
Bully. We have a bully.
Bully for
Oh! In this lobby...
I'm not sure bully is going to be the right option.
This might be too experimental pick, given we have 6 reroll players in lobby, 5 excluding jungler himself.
Just to remember, Chad, obviously challenger players already know this. Bully, if you have more stars than the enemy, you will hit more. So for right now we have a lot of reroll, so obviously very difficult for the Smitch to do more damage.
A lot of the 3-stars are backline carries though, so it's maybe not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, it's difficult.
I guess it does help you burst through, but...
The cool part about the bully on the Smitch is he usually targets unitemized units. Usually, he has to target unitemized units.
Exactly.
And if there is a full star, he's not gonna be targeted.
Hopefully it's itemized in most cases.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not, then something went absolutely wrong.
Well, I mean, did you see how quickly that Smitch actually swiped away at the backline?
It does not matter because he will go down at the end.
And that's really, really tough. 14 points for White Jungler.
It's actually anomaly diff.
An 8th place
Couldn't
here.
kill Zyra.
Couldn't kill Zyra, and that might be the end of the road in terms of trying to make that day 2 with a 8-player cutoff for our regional champion from MEA. So really, really tough start across these 5 games.
You see Vicious on the last inch of HP. Will he finally stabilize?
He was still far from the Twisted Fate, so difficult for him. Ironbog, good offensive anomaly here. Ironbog, the other regional champion here, coming up from APAC. The champion as a prediction here for our friend Clement Chu. And actually with good position in his case, so actually already confirmed to do a good placement for day 2.
This is a very questionable line, given players tend to believe that Zyra 2 is better than Zoe 1. Meanwhile, we see Zoe 1 having items over Zyra, not even 2, but Zyra 3.
Maybe just trying to prioritize some of that backline access. At least the Zoe does have the bounceable ult, so you are going to be able to attack things like a Heimer, like the Tristana, if you get it on the right side, and you can actually push that damage through. So very possible that that might be the reasoning. I'm trying here.
For Kian, I mean, both win streak players here really, really healthy off of these 3-stars. Tristana on one side, Vex on the other. Heimerdinger, of course, also joining the party. For Lucas, and especially the Tristana. 4 win streak, 52% stacks. Waiting to go level 9. 50 gold right now is being sit on by Kian.
It's a lot.
And as you mentioned, Alan, the gold collector is still on Tristana, but the Rageblade has joined the party. And very, very important item for Tristana to get those stacks going.
Interesting choice, keeping Collector over IE. This is mathematically incorrect. This is less damage.
But doesn't it guarantee you some of the actual takedowns to get more stats?
It's maybe the greedier line for stage 4, start of stage 5. If you think you're strong enough regardless, maybe we'll see a second swap later on.
You might think that as well, but the problem is you also start last hitting with the auto attack. Sometimes there will be bomb flying, and the Tristana will auto attack when the bomb is in the air, and will kill the unit before the bomb actually last hits the unit.
LBTZ could be in his last life, sitting on a potential Blitz 3, but the upgrade has not come through yet. Maybe not strong enough up front line to withstand the damage here from the Zyra.
Morde actually have pretty solid items, so he might be just strong enough to take down Iron Box. to one last HP.
Normally you want to see the 2-star, but actually with these items doing so much work and keeping himself alive, that's the important step here. Additional speed to ramp up a little more when he ults. So yeah, great more.
I mean, you'd like to see even 3-star more there. Like,
It does look like Ironbog might be free falling though. So let's take a look at maybe towards the top of the lobby. You've got Kian, you've got Cituren that are both sitting incredibly comfortable and just have leaps and bounds above the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, Vicious couldn't stabilize, didn't find the Twisted Fate 3 in time. So 7th place, he started good the day, and now with his 7, good for day 2, but actually in middle ground.
There's a Blitz 3 upgrade. Does it make the difference up against Lucas the Soko here on the left side?
LBTZ boards looks actually like a real board finally at stage 5. Took a bit to get online, but it evaporates so quickly. Look at this Vex. She pants.
Not buying enough time for the Soko or the Dominators. The kill on Heimer comes through, but the kill on LBTZ himself also materializes. The CN player is taken down. Boomhay is also taken down. The family, he could not make it work. And only 4 players now remain.
So great to see this about Lucas. He's we talk about this, the most creative player we have from Americas, not even from Brazil. And now with the Vex 3 making it work, I know his region is totally proud of this.
We've seen Boomhay actually didn't go dead last from his spot. That is worth highlighting. But his last argument choice probably didn't have anything better, but he had to pick Bronze for life while playing only 3 traits that are activated. This had to be really atrocious of the choices that he has been offered.
Kian with the win streak, and now Shituren, the one who win streaked all the early game until now, is still very strong with the Tristana and a contender to be on the top 2 spots.
Yeah, but Kian is still win streaking at 7 in a row. And so for Ironbog, having to go up against Kian now, is this Tristana just going to be able to chew through this front line?
We'll see what the Elise can do. If the stun comes through on Tristana, definitely not twice. I think there's just too much damage. Maybe not even once. The Elise barely gets her cast off before being blown up by Tristana's beads. And we can see it already. There's just too much damage coming through. And this unit is snowballing more and more as we go through. More and more econ coming through as well.
Ironbog will go down, but worth mentioning, we talked about it on the previous series, you try to avoid itemizing LeBlanc if you have an option to itemize Zoe too, because LeBlanc damage does not scale as well as Zoe does. And it actually could have been the difference there, where if you would pair it with that Zyra free damage to actually win the whole fight.
Something you'd have to go look at again later.
Makes total sense. Now we're seeing the final rolldowns. Everyone on 0. Kain very strong with the Tristana, still with a lot of gold. So planning to go to level 10. Maybe some 6-cost action here for Kain.
And Vex has now lost one of her hats, but gained a Shojin, casting a little bit more often. The battle of the rerollers here. Kian does not look too bothered. If he loses, he still knows I have a lot of gold to work with. I have that next power spike, whereas both of my opponents are sitting on no gold at all, but he is not losing. This damage is absolutely insane on the Tristana, demolishing every single unit on this board. Lucas now taken down as well.
I mean, he had IE on Ilaoi, triple death cap on Vex. I think this 3rd place is amazing and a great win.
This might be the game for your pick'ems. This is 2 players
at
76, 79 HP. This could be 7-2, 7-3 type of the game, especially if one of them finds a Mel.
I don't know though, because this Tristana is sitting at least 62.5%. It's quite a lot of stacks, I think.
And also showcasing the power of this Zyra 4 with the Greater Moonlight to the Mana Zane. This is just a very, very strong comp. You have to know that this is an angle you can play for once you get the right setups with the armor.
Ooh, Guardbreaker, drop Shojin, and with the Mana Zane and the JG.
You have enough mana anyway.
Yeah, this would be such a good setup. And you just got a remover. We'll see if he goes for it. Maybe he'll opt for more frontline just to against the Tristana. He might be like, okay, I have enough damage. I don't need more.
The Bramble, yeah.
Yep. Actually opt for that. And we'll see if he manages to snipe the Tristana with the Elise stun, if there is some positioning. Yeah, there is a counter swap from the Kian, while Citoren stands still.
Very fast, by the way. Change of position there.
Absolutely. Oh my god, look at that big bomb already from the Tristana.
Tristana is just going to be casting like crazy too.
No double cast for the Elise, so perfect. Good front line. Looking amazing here for Kian.
Oh my god! The
He
bomb
disappeared the
resolve.
Tristana, yeah.
It's a huge burst of damage off the Mana Zane. This is the one thing that can outrace the damage from Tristana is the Mana Zane on this 4-star Zyra.
The bomb disappeared because Tristana died just a second before the bomb resolved onto that Zyra's face.
Oh my goodness.
Fizzled.
Yep.
Right in midair.
And that at least was not even on the correct side. Like, imagine if we get the correct positioning here.
Both players are still very healthy and they have a lot of gold to work with, so we are going to still see maybe transformative spikes on level 10. Whoever can find a 6 cost to add in, that could be the difference maker.
Victor would be lovely on either of the sides. That extra CC, extra time.
Tristana once again dodging Elise on the opposite side, takes on the Scion in just one big hit. And we'll see if the fight's any different now.
Okay, farming in the jungle.
Both carries still alive. No access. Tristana is hitting first.
Okay. There's also those timings when the Zyra will be casting during the Singe durability, which will matter for the outcome of the fights.
The fights are so close and so fast that a lot of the fight RNG comes through here in terms of where the targeting is, where the beat is bouncing.
Oh my god, 72 point... Is that
5%.
5?
Yeah, only getting stronger, Necra.
Yeah.
Okay, Citroen needs to lock in with that Elise positioning. Okay, we see some swapping, just wiggling from left to right.
Kian does the same.
Yep.
You're like strafing, hoping that...
The all inverse.
You're just dodging
And then you
the
just end
elite.
up right where you started. this is my position.
It's the same. It's exactly the same as before. For both.
I mean, this is mind games at this point. They're just trying. This is like poker level of the going into the other player's mind. What they are thinking. Will you dodge? Will you not?
Well, this time the Elise actually does get into the back line, and so the Tristana has to focus on her, but not before I think the rest of
Main deck comes through as well.
Oh, but the Corki will take her down.
And Corki with the IE, which was given to him as a gift, proving that he deserves it. Warwick.
And a Victor.
Any big emblems here? Nothing too impactful.
I think they just share the 6 costs and go from there. Bramble on the Citoren side, which would be great against Tristana, Corki.
Yeah.
Second Bramble onto the Garen now, trying to buy a little bit more time.
Can he fit? Okay, he can actually fit the...
Level 10 rolldowns coming through now.
Another Warwick. Hey, Warwick 2.
Warwick pairs found.
Warwick 2?
Maybe.
Today?
The Blood Hunter? The good... Ooh, I thought it was. I thought it was Warwick, yeah.
Oh, Corki.
Corki.
Second Corki 2.
Dreaming on Corki 3.
Keeping that option open as a win con.
Could be thinking about flipping items, selling the one from the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
For now, not gonna walk in.
Bramble... Okay, he did Bramble the Garen. And there is Victor now on the board. Is there Victor on the board?
No Victor on the board.
Wait. Citoren went 10. What did he put in on the board? Over the Victor.
Oh, cleaning the front line here. The Tristana once again. The sniping
Look at this
didn't come
Warwick.
from the Zyra this time. So good win for Kane.
This is going to be a stage 7 game for the pick'ems. Will it be 7-2? Will it be 7-1?
7-3 perhaps.
Which one did you put? With him?
I forgot now.
No?
I think I put
was
7-1.
I was shuffling between both for the longest
no.
It's either 7-2 or 7-3. You cannot put 7-1 in this set. It's always at least 7-2 given we have a Mel, and those kind of games where there are two players just starting, battling each other at 70 XHP.
I can't remember if I actually stuck to my guns or put 7-3.
Two Warwicks being played now here on the side of Kian.
Okay, but why are we not playing Victor? Like, there is no shot we think that 6 Sork is better than the extra CC.
I don't know.
Ooh, the Scion stun comes up to Tristana. Not too impactful though, it looks like.
Look at this Warwick going rampage through the whole board. He was sustaining himself with all the executes.
Sin still alive as well.
Oh
Access to backline once again.
Second
the final.
stun. It's not even close now.
I mean,
still good. Tristana's only getting
Warwick.
stronger and stronger as well. Warwick diff comes through. Every single fight that is being won here is just it makes it even more likely that she continues winning with how her scaling passive works.
It's going to be 7-1, by the way.
Because it's unfair. Like, the 6 is just getting stronger.
Well.
And if this one doesn't go to 7-2, I don't think we have another one. So good 7-1 Necro.
Thank you.
Okay, look, this is only game 5, and we are just getting started.
Copium.
We're whole weekend.
Really important that LeBlanc's being held here by Kian as well, denying potential upgrades on the side.
Victor pair
of Sitorin. Oh,
okay,
never mind. LeBlanc gets found anyway. Well, I take it back.
Okay,
Now
we will
you sell that
see
for the gold.
2-star 6 cost this game.
And then LeBlanc is sold now for Kian, has some extra gold
That's also
to
an
work with.
artifact, by the way. Everyone got an artifact from.
Oh, there's Warwick too.
God.
There's Warwick.
Blood Counter!
What's the artifact?
Tell us.
Maybe.
Mittens is
No
Giga
way.
No way! Come on.
You have to put the mittens
I hope the
on
mittens
him.
are big enough.
Okay, sell Corky, put some items on this guy.
Oh, he actually took Hull Crusher.
Okay, interesting.
He went for defense, okay.
Hull Crusher is pretty good given its
Yeah.
changes. Now
Bramble
it
as
gives
well.
AP, AD.
You get some extra armor for all the extra HP.
Yeah?
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh my god.
Guard breaker on the Warwick.
He's
There he
online.
goes.
Totally unleashed.
Oh my god. He's ramping. He's hungry.
At least
He's
now,
coming for you.
At least on Tristana is pretty important though.
And there is just no chance.
Hey,
Blood
not even
Panther
close.
will take down
It was still
Kian
in stage
eventually.
6,
There's
but that's
Sitorin.
no longer the case. Huge win from Kian, playing to his comfort. He loves playing reroll. He had a great setup with Gold Collector early on and Tristana, uncontested line, and executed perfectly, really.
He was hungry.
I wanted to see the 2-star 6 cost. I feel like that was one that I was really hoping on my bingo card we'd at least see one of. And I think this is the one, first of many, we might see this weekend.
And we did mention that there were 2 players that really need to make a comeback in this game. Well, Jungler, unfortunately, 1/8. That's pretty much the end of the road for him making day 2. But Sitorin was on 12 points. I think maybe lowest point in the standings pretty much at that point after 4 games. Second place is a start in terms of, you know, having a big comeback in game 6 as well, and maybe making it to day 2 and extending his journey still.
Yeah, both of them.
Yep.
Even Kian and Sitorin both were
Yeah,
very low
15.
in points.
You're very
so
right, yep.
actually great for them. And I want to highlight once again the Warwick. So amazing to see 2-star going for the win and actually played it perfect. Tristana from the start, ramping up. Good mid game maybe, and at the end it was impossible just to stop it.
How many stacks did that Tristana have by the end of the game?
90 roughly.
It was so many. Those bowling balls were huge.
At this point, whenever she was casting, you know that unit is going down no matter what.
Yeah.
Bramble, no diff.
Didn't matter. I mean, even just one-shotting the Scion, I think I was like, I don't know how you actually come back into this one if you're Sitorin. So.
Really cool setup with the Zyra as well. The Vex tempo from Lucas was really cool as well. I think he navigated maybe an awkward worth the wait to perfection in terms of trying to make the best of that and still finishing the top 4.
We're just seeing there the created line you mentioned, Panda, a triple death cap and Ilaoi tempo. As you said, pure tempo, getting a great win, a great 3rd place, 17 points, so he will be maybe mid-range in the table. A good placement here also for the Brazilian representative.
So we see that when there is a bit less of the resources fed into the game, we are leaning towards more rerolls, more sorks, just a bit cheaper lines that rely more on the 3 cost, not necessarily 4 costs, and the type of arguments like Worth the Wait, where you can play around those premium 1 costs if you hit them. Sometimes you just hit Trundle and you cry.
That's true. But we also saw the power of the actual combat augments still coming in. As you were saying, Coupe, from these last couple of games, a lot of our players have tended towards trying to go for more power in their augments. So we saw Kian take Glass Cannon. On top of the fact that you have Gold Collector on the Tristana, you know you're going to be able to get that damage through from your backline. And I think we saw something very similar, Lucas taking Wand Overflow. So you have a lot of AP that's also going to be onto the board, like through the Vex. And I think that did help to push a lot of those comps over the top.
It's happening with the augments and it's happening with the anomalies. Normally in the beginning of the set, we saw a lot of defensive anomalies, and now we're seeing Center of the Universe, we're seeing Comeback Story, we're seeing a strength, actually looking for the couple, and then you manage to see what tanks may work, but that's not the priority right now. There's a lot of spread damage, so a huge tank doesn't make sense.
I think the highlight for that game specifically is not just the reroll lines, but the hyper carry reroll lines where all the resources are being fed into one unit, and you're hoping, hey, you have to perform or else the game is over. Tristana in one case definitely did. Zyra, similar case, has a Mana Zane to start things off, is a 4 cost off of Greater Moonlight, so an augment, an artifact, it's all being put into almost one unit for stage 4 and 5. And look at the HP they had going into stage 5. 70 plus HP for both players off of that strategy.
When you put so many multiplayers towards one unit, as you mentioned, that unit just starts breaking them off. And when you have infinite mana, pretty much going just off the Mana Zane, when she just gets that cascading cast. We've seen that Tristana getting deleted back-to-back 2 fights in a row.
Let's take a look at our standings now. After 5 games completed, we only have 1 more, and we can see who maybe are kind of towards the bottom that might really struggle to now get through to tomorrow.
Yeah, she's joining on WoW, maybe with possibilities there. Noel, very, very bad. Also, Memes now getting an 8th. He actually was ramping up, and now with this, Americas, we're not in a great position.
And title as well, right? 2-time champion, having a rough start in his day 1, still can obviously make the cutoff and continue his journey in day 2. Title's historically a player who is always better on day 2, always does ramp into making final lobby. Not a surprise, but...
And even better on day 3.
And of course, that ramping continues. The pumping up is not removed.
46% first place on day 3.
That's true. And for the rest of our standings, as we start to creep up towards the top, you can kind of see the players. They're sitting in a more comfortable position. Not only will they most likely make it to day 2 of our competition, but they've also put themselves, especially on this page, into a position where they can make it through these next couple of cutoffs that will happen tomorrow.
It's really close, though. 9th place at 25 points is not that far off, 16 positions down. So it's still really tight, the spread on the standings near the middle there.
You just don't want to make necessarily only day 2. You need to focus on the grand prize. You want to go to that final day. So you need to get as many points as you can, not just to day 2.
And Daisy, once again, here with the possibility of the big 40. We talk about the big 80 in 2 days. He's actually only with a 4th place here. He also already, with a 5th place, he already has the big 40 with a 4th. So, 2 huge performance.
2 players from MEA, Daisy and Experian, who are considered underdogs from some players. They're maybe a little controversial in terms of if they're going to show up on the global stage, if they can match the level of play that is presented internationally. I was a believer since day 1, since the scrims. I saw the results; they were great, and they're proving and shutting up a lot of people in terms of, hey, I deserve to be here, and I can perform at a high level for our region, for our countries, and really do well.
I mean, Daisy might be the true blood hunter right here. Looking at these results. Man, I'm happy for him because he's been putting up the work, he's been putting up all the prep, joining the
high
rollers, at least unofficially in terms of prep group, and performing finally. He's been cooking for a long time, and the results are showing up finally.
I like that at the beginning of the day, we got Gangly and Clement that were talking about the 1st or 8th place styles, and we see Bio up there. Maybe not necessarily with the most first places, but so much consistency to be able to get those top 4s and maintain one of these top 8 positions. That's been really special to watch, especially when I feel like it was a tight race in the Americas, even just to get here. And now I feel like Bio, Spencer, they're running away with it right now.
Yeah, we're talking about wildcards. Maybe in last set, Bio was a wildcard a little. Now he's totally accomplished and one of the best players. And I want to include in Daisy and Experience that they were highly or lowerly ranked. Also Vicious, he's actually top 16, performing total wildcard from Latam, total breakthrough from him right now, making it work here in the world stage.
On the flip side, the one champion who is sticking to the narrative is Ironbog, top of the page, 2-time APAC champion, back-to-back sets, the first player to ever do it. Coming into this stage, last set, he did not have a good performance on the global stage. Some saying, oh, it was a fluke, it happened, finished 22nd or so. Now, starting off very, very good, and hopefully it's going to be a final lobby for him tomorrow.
How about Nandede from CN though, right? I think that is something that's also been super special to be able to see him be able to take it to our competitors and maybe maintain this top 8 as well as we head into our final game. Let's draw our attention back to lobby number 3 for the 6th and final game of day 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Into the Arcane, where we're going to be running it back here, see how our players will do as they're all sitting quite close to that bubble.
And with Snake seeding, I'm not entirely sure what jungler's completely out. If he gets the first 23 points, that might be enough. We haven't, I think, seen enough of these 8-player cutoffs coming to day 2 to really know the exact tiebreakers and math where it lines up. But there's a possibility. I'm still a believer. Hopefully what jungler is as well. He can maybe emulate that same Kembaran game plan. Maybe go for the more generic, full loss streak into 500 cash out and try and play into that huge risk because now he absolutely needs it.
Yes, the perfect moment to do it. And even what you were saying, Alan, the timid role maybe on the start to force that type of tech could be a possibility. Also, in the beginning of the set, I saw people rolling for the 4 Conquerors was a thing also if you get the Swain, but you didn't. So maybe some types of shenanigans like that could
As
be
long
cool.
as it's a 1 cost, you're not rolling for 2
You're not
costs
rolling for the
usually.
Swain, yeah.
3 cost is already far-fetched. Even 2 cost is far-fetched. But when you roll for that Singed or Darius Draven, those are the type of units you can actually afford to roll. But if you are trying to go the other direction, you might just go dead last if you miss.
Okay, focus expressions right now. We saw them laughing in the beginning, maybe, or talking to themselves, maybe good exercise. Now they actually feel the pressure. Some of the players with a back spot, especially, well, what Younger, we already said, maybe first he needs. Shituren needs maybe a 5th or better also to include. So the pressure is high. They want to go to day 2 and obviously maintain points. Necker, you were saying, is the points are accumulated. So actually you need to outperform to get to day 3.
Excellent point here, because we see that some players have eyes on different prizes, where Boomhey and Ironbog are looking to accumulate as many points as they can, already thinking about the day 3. On the other side, where Jungler and Sitoren are just trying to make it through to the day 2 in the first place.
And there will be more cutoffs on the day 2 itself. So it's not just making it past this first cut. There's another cut tomorrow. We saw players like Robin and Dish Soap last set where they made it to day 2, but then they had a really tough spot staying alive in that day 2 to make final lobby later on.
That's a good point. Tomorrow for day 2, there are going to be 7 games where there will be a cut after the first 2, another cut of 8 after the second 2 games, and then we'll play out 3 final games of the day before we cut down to our top 8 for day number 3. So Boomhey, Ironbog right now, they're really helping to put themselves into a better position so that they can maintain some distance on the top of the field. But for the rest of them, it comes down to the 6th and final game of day 1 to see if they will make it to this day 2 of competition.
Encounter ready to go.
Component Almin. So
rerolls once again on the menu.
Yeah.
Wait,
okay,
we buy? I don't see anvils.
Yeah, I don't see it either. We will check now.
We'll get some confirmation.
I saw it in the top.
It's probably was on some previous lobby, even though we don't have the anvils on the bench. It's probably some more generic or maybe no encounter.
It could
be showcase.
Early Swain, always good to see.
This is the same exact setup that we saw. I'm not sure it was with Kian, but the Zyra Swain setup here for the stage 1.
I mean, listen, you get Ezreal, you get Swain, you are not allowed to sell them. At least at stage 1. We have already the Dario looking strong, perhaps for current Caroline, as Nekra, you are a true enjoyer of the cash outs.
I love Conqueror. I'm such a fan. Maybe we'll see it finally, or we'll see some Enforcer maybe.
I also want to see it, yeah. It's buff, it's good.
It's fun.
Makes sense. It's fun, especially it's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, Tristana once again for Bombhigh.
Look at the components. It's a bow glove.
Amazing.
Yeah. If it's uncontested.
If there's any player that can make Tristana work, it has to be a player named Boomhey, no? I mean,
okay, buddy.
For this comp. From one APAC player to another. Learn the lesson in Game 5. Tristana is very strong from the right conditions. We'll see what the augments will be. What
maybe
tier of
play around
augments,
Casio?
I'm less of a believer there. You have to sell me on that one.
Make 10! No. Okay, also an option. Poor Casio getting bullied right away. And what will...
War for the Undercity.
No Renata, however.
Take the
a bit risky. No scout, no pivot. We already have the units. Tristana.
Sentinels, yeah.
Okay. Sentinels. Online. I mean, we clearly reroll here Wonder for the Undercity and the Clear Mind. We have already good components. Like, why not?
Boomhey is not a player that needs to take massive risks.
Yeah.
28 points on the front page in terms of the standings.
Is no scout, no pivot truly a risk here?
No, I meant War for the Undercity.
Oh, I mean, he might be thinking about that grand prize.
That's true.
Meanwhile, we have
oh, it's Savika, by the way. I don't know if we...
Oh,
we have a Savika portal, and that's how we got the Anima Visage.
Back-to-back Savika portals, spicing things up.
I was wondering,
high variance
where did that come from?
portal
That's a good
for the Game 6.
While we see Rel 2 on the other side with the artillerist emblem. So we'll see if that's gonna be sort of the Tristana reroll or maybe tempo artillerists type of the game. But so far that step just refuses to go down. Turns out it's a bit better than the Rel 2.
It'll be worth the wait steps. I wonder if we go into
It is.
Enforcer.
Yeah.
one of the best units in the early
With
game,
those
the step.
items?
Yeah, tough.
I think it's just tempo into like visionaries maybe.
Yeah.
I like the units, looking at the units being held, and pretty much you sell step once you get ready to. Meanwhile, we have a Smitch with the Titan, and I think that is interesting. Slums with Pandora. So looking maybe towards some already echo itemization, but holding belt. Okay, I don't know what's going on. Like belt usually is not amazing in the comp.
Thornail and Visage here, huge Trundle in the front line for what jungler. Remember, he needs a first, maybe a second, but a first should give him possibility to advance to day 2.
This is the comfort zone for jungler. He really loves to be playing from the high tempo, good slam, upgrades, and he knows how to cap the boards when it gets to the late game. So definitely if he needs a place, he needs the first place in this game, he can make it work from this spot.
Okay, so far, Vicious, jungler, and LBTC with the win streak. We'll be attent on them.
And the artifacts we've seen have not really been too warping in terms of artifacts that open up specific reroll lines like Nocturne, range, plus range artifacts, for example. It's been mostly just Anima Visage, tank components, Trickster's Glass, for example, as well. We did see one trench coat, but it wasn't really leading into any kind of family reroll.
No, it was for the Tristana board, so you have just the extra tank for the Sentinels.
No Nocturne still. Also, one that we were planning to see at least one game with artifacts could be a possibility. The Fish wants something like this. No one has opted for it.
How do you like Trickster's Glass on Violet for family reroll?
You move it later to like something like Draven. But like at start with family, it's probably optimal to just play it on her. But once she can get an actual second, third item, it's just better to swap it out eventually.
Oh, innervating Locket Swain.
The
Yes,
worst
please.
artifact in stats.
By
far.
By a pretty big margin.
Very interesting choice from Boomhey. I'm looking forward to how is he gonna make it work.
I was gonna say I like it.
I mean, it looks nice. It's a
Yeah,
heart.
it's cool. Also, it just gives me positive memories from the good old Kog'Maw innervating Locket days. Who doesn't remember that?
I would like to not remember that, if it's possible.
Okay, maybe not Panda.
I mean, it was cool. It was brief. They
yeah,
nerfed
it was kind of a
Pretty cool,
a fleeting glimmer of cool.
Oh, maybe we'll see
Rennie.
some set free tech with the Locket Bruiser emblem.
That's a spicy setup. Rennie is big, though. There's a few players leaning into the Bruiser, of course. The Steb player worth the wait. There was a Bruiser +1. The Trundle player was jungler as well with the Anima Visage and the Bramble. It will be LBTZ, who was already playing the Smeech line, so now has maybe the chance to play into Chembaron, have those mini cash outs for Smeech, get those duplicators, get those Smeech and Rennie copies themselves, and try and play maybe the Smeech line more into Chembaron than into Ambushers.
Ironbog, who was going for the Tristana reroll, maybe now he's contested, so probably just playing tempo into the Artillery's line.
Boomhey
and Boomhey is the one who's committed with the Nostal no pivot Tristana.
He's literally locked in.
You can see the expression on the face. He's like, oh, get me out of here. I missed an artifact. I'm having to play attack speed Tristana. Okay, fine. At least I'll have some extra econ to hit her.
Yeah, Tristana with Gambler's Blade. It feels like the budget Rage Blade, I guess. Is it better? Is it worse?
While having already Rage Blade, it might be a bit suboptimal because again we need to get those last hits with the ulti, and like where are you getting damage from? Attack speed does not provide the damage output.
Well, I
to
mean,
the
if
ulti.
you're attacking fast enough, then it technically adds up in damage, right? Like damage per second.
Yes, but it still needs to last hit.
I love the Sunfire Slam
I'm
here.
reaching.
Same question, where do you get the damage? It's a Trundle that's very healthy. Now you have Sunfire. They got some burn damage through as well, especially in the stage 2. Can the swing TF
hold up.
up here, or can the
Powder?
Does the monkey make it?
Go home.
No, the monkey needs to be faster.
Monkey tripped over.
We need some better batteries on this monkey.
Oh no, gotta wind it up fast.
Pivotal
for that
turn
one.
for jungler, maintaining the streak.
Yeah, really important.
two options for him. We were talking maybe taking risks, doing loose streak with Ken Baron. He's doing the opposite, going for high tempo. You were talking about this also, Alan, huge tank, huge slamming. This is the way he loves to play. And now proposing, trying to go for the full win streak on stage 2.
It's a great example of just good fundamental TFT. You have an Envisage, you want to lean into having more tank items for that tunnel to stay alive. You have some extra damage from the burn effect, from the Sunfire, and you're able to win the fight because of that. You're playing, all for just winning in stage 2 and 3 and letting that amount of snowballing get you into a good position in stage 4.
LBTZ clearly is looking for the Smith roll, given that he's already holding the Silver Mare. Oh, never mind, he's gonna roll them over with the Pandora. I wanted to just say that he's locked in. Oh, he's actually gonna put it on Smith just to do some extra damage and preserve some HP. However,
step 3, online.
It is.
Not combat medic, but just medic.
Yeah, just medic. The point is, the LBTZ, he just needed to go like 6th to make it to the day 2, and he's taking pretty much a risky line where it can either pay off and set him back for the day 2, a good start, or he can just not see the day 2 at all.
And White Jungler now confirms the 5-win streak, 100 HP moving into stage 3, so completely different start to the game compared to that game 5. The game 5, disastrous result. This is more White Jungler's usual playstyle, comfortable playstyle, playing high tempo, preserving HP.
Lucas has shop glitch though, and you're going to get all these family units now on this PvE round.
I would like to say that my playstyle is also getting just 5 streak every game. Must be comfortable spot.
Yeah. That's why you ended up retiring.
9 violets, but remember 3 of them are the mirror ones, so he needs 3 more, or 2 more. He got an additional one here. So Lucas trying to ramp out here with the family. I'm not a fan here of the mirror, so maybe he hits early here. He could get in a good chance.
Well, he's got much better items now, I think, as well. If that is reflective of what he has, then you've got the hit now for the Violet. You can actually make a Bloodthirster as well to be able to put like Bloodthirster Infinity Edge on her. You can actually take off the mirror now and put it onto the Draven, like you were saying before, Alan. So I think there are a couple of options there. But the most important thing is that you actually hit your 3 stars.
So now we are looking at the Vicious, and like he must be asking himself the question, now what?
Well, you win a few more rounds, and then you have to decide what you're going to be playing alongside this step. The tank is solved. Now, who's the damage carry?
Oh, you are assuming we are not selling this step?
Maybe it's stage 5?
Oh, I would be selling
well, I
him pretty
actually
faster than that.
What could come out of this augment, right? Because is there actually a possibility for you to go an Enforcer route here when you have this step 3?
I mean, you need proper damage items. Like, Enforcers are not looking for that much of the tank items. Yes, sure, you have the Glove, you have Morello. Actually, not bad items.
I wonder if we see Elise backline carry Vertical Bruisers.
Could also work.
Yeah.
Well, the items that are spammed right now.
Yeah, the item scales very well with HP, so maybe going a little more into the Bruiser Vertical and then
Radiant Relic.
Sorcerer Emblem on Elise.
Pipeline.
I think you...
More Gamba.
Rain of Gold for LBTZ.
Well, he doesn't have the answer to the question of who's his backline carry. Maybe Pipeline will help him later on.
I mean, Vicious is just fastening the belt, and he's ready to gamble a bit more.
We'll see if LBTZ wants to go for the duplicator here. Small cash outs.
Even more Econ.
I think it's the same player that took invested last game, no?
Plus or plus plus? I think it was plus plus.
Last game, yes.
I mean, it's different. This
exactly.
one is almost unpickable.
Of course, yeah.
So, like, it's kind of nice. Maybe he's opting to roll for the Silco and go for the 500. We'll see. Probably not.
Ironbog up against Vicious here. As we were saying, pipeline, so he will just stack all the round 3 and then try to get some angle.
Let's see a Demons player. Could this be for Emissary and Bessa items and playing around Quirky Artillerist?
I mean, that would be kind of demonic Ambessa.
Yeah, I think this is Ironbog's playstyle as well, playing around, flexible, 4 costs, big roll downs. Can play around Vi as well if he hits Vi instead of Ambessa with these items.
Emissary would do that, and because of Savika dropping an artifact, it feels pretty good to just know you've got those extra items as well.
He just needs a glove and like has insane Jace items if he gets there.
True.
Okay, so Vicious being creative here gets a Twitch, so maybe just No, it doesn't make sense. Bruiser Twitch, I was going to say. But no emblem.
You could
But
make.
what
Actually, you
if you
can.
get an
flex?
emblem?
Yeah.
You can play around the Elise backlane, as David mentioned, to and then just pray for the proper pipeline drops.
I was going to say, what are you expecting out of the pipeline drops at the end of the stage?
Warwick with artifact,
That would be nice.
and then you move items from step to Warwick.
Yeah,
Boom.
there you go.
I mean, the Twitch might not be good enough for now because we are facing, in fact, a Radiant VT Violet. A bit questionable. I think like something like Radiant Sarah could be a lot better. She does not really like that much the healing items, especially Radiant ones.
I think when you guys, maybe at this point, it is stronger. If you think about the current tempo, when you have vertical pit fighter and a lot more pit fighter online, I do agree that the Omnivamp is not really as important.
Which one do you prefer? You prefer IE or Sterak?
Sterak. I mean, like it would give more EHP value and more damage.
But
and
maybe are you hoping, though, that you go more vertical pit fighter later? You could actually move that Radiant BT to Vi instead? And then you have a third item.
still
for her.
Radiant Sterak is just superior in stats it provides because the base value of like 400 or 500 HP plus the damage it provides you after proccing and the extra HP is just too much stats to pass on to get a bit more Omnivamp, because if you're gonna be facing some kind of Thornmail unit and you are not doing much damage to it, you might struggle and not get the value out of Omnivamp. And we've seen just, I think, cash out.
LBTZ had
He had the Shimmer Rune.
Smeech potential on the carousel, picked up the Silco instead to get 5 Chem Baron in now.
So going for that 5, maybe even 600 cash out.
Ooh, and quality over quantity for Wet Jungler here.
Yeah, but we see this is the clear difference in comparison to last time Title I build took it. He did not have a good items. Here we have Sheep, we have Sunfire.
Yeah,
those premium choices you want to have. With the Thorn plated as well.
Lucas maintaining here the pressure and should take away the 100 health here from Wet Jungler. Very, very strong.
He definitely ahead of the tempo, everything, with the free item Violet, on top of having Radiant. Amazing spot.
Still a good spot for Wet Jungler to try to go for the 1 or 2. And Vicious trying to solve the puzzle here, waiting for the pipeline.
Open bow, could be a Rage Blade onto this Twitch once we go through Wolves. Holding onto the extra steps for now, we'll see what the ends will be coming.
Joke's on you. There is no way it's gonna be step 4. Relax.
I'm just calling it as I'm seeing it, Alan.
Okay. I mean, it's a bit of cope.
Trickster's Glass on the powder now.
Okay, this is very interesting. This looks like some sort of visionary or Sork flex. It's just Elise flex. Let's call it what it is.
Okay.
The Elise flex.
A lot of players seem to be going for Elise. I wonder what will happen in stage 4. Violet here could wrap onto the backline after he gets a few kills here.
I think it's fair to say that Lucas is not looking for Elise.
It's not what, sorry?
Not looking for Elise.
Okay.
He might hold one or two.
This innervating locket
He could play
really
defense,
not working
get
for
the
Khan
Elise.
right now.
Okay, so no one with win streak. The only one who was holding it was Wet Jungler. He's now losing, but still very strong there, 92 HP. Cituren also very good. Vicious trying also for a ramp up here. And Lucas, as always, being creative and giving us here possibilities. 6 bruisers now online for Kain.
This is really a cool play from Luka because he knows he has shop glitch and he opts to go for 7 to find the GP, to find maybe Vi high roll. Oh, there we go. He just found one Vi. He finds the GPs, and this is a really good play because normally that's not what we see from players to do when playing family. They would tend to stay on the lower level trying to get the Drave and trying to get that Violet, to get the powder,
There's the
Vander, and actually finds the Vander at 7.
He's kind of playing like Family Plus, where you're playing Family, but with the next tier of costs. And that's because usually when you hit one of your 1 costs so early, it doesn't make sense to continue rolling on those levels for just the Draven and the Darius. Instead, you pump levels and go for the higher costs.
And we see another artifact. We'll see if the Luka would
Silver Mirror Dawn is a potential for...
No, let's get Luka. Let's make it more interesting. No?
No.
Like Violet casts quite often.
That's a negative on my side. And it looks like a negative from Lucas as well.
And the fourth.
Making the switch, and actually what Necro was saying. Now the items with the Radiant Bloodthirsters will go on the B, on the buy.
And Boomhead's thinking, where's my game going? Intermitting Locket and Gambler Blade Tristana.
Oh,
this is like the budget Light Shield Crest and Gold Collector.
Oh, this is a horrendous spot. Look at this Tristana, damn it. It's not going anywhere. And there is... Oh!
The Rel's holding on.
Oh, it went down. Hold up.
GP do it.
GP?
GP's being targeted.
Hold.
The Rel held on for a long time.
The monkey? Ooh, almost.
I was making fun of her. She did not like it.
Tristana did not do too much, but the Rel really held the line there against a 3-star vibe with a Radiant BT and a Silvermere Dawn. Zonya's for the Echo here for LBTZ. So now looking at 2 carries, both the Smeech and the Echo. 5 Cambarons still
Call
online
to Chaos.
here. Call to Chaos would...
Come on, do it.
He's level 7, 88 gold.
And he finds 2-star Smeech on the cash out, 2-star Rennie, pretty okay. Shimmer Bloom is fine. Like, he would get a 2-item Rennie, which is pretty good on the comp. I mean, honestly, I think you take it.
He has Shimmer Bloom and he has the healing, or do you need the perfection one to get also with
You're asking too hard questions, Hookah. one thing at a time.
Garen is found, and Best is on, so yeah, 4 Emissary online for White Jungler now with quality over quantity for, I think one of the best comps that can use this augment, really, the Sorcerers plus the Emissaries. Fishbones now on the Twitch here.
Oh,
that's a lot of redemptions.
Whoa.
Wow.
Perfect.
I'm like looking at this board. Oh, okay, there is Twitch at least, there is one Elise, but what's Moonlight? Is this a Moonlight?
It's
no.
sponging, it's sponging.
Oh, sponging.
That's why there's
God,
so
it's
many
free too.
redemptions.
You see 7 redemptions. You think he built 7
Okay, listen, I am blind. Like, there is a reason why I'm wearing glasses.
And there are some augments in this set that are the who's who of augments when it comes to casting these games.
The classic Magic Roll with the Ray Tracker.
Coronation and Max Cap.
Yep. Meanwhile, LBTZ did end up... no, he cashed out actually now, 500. And he get the Unleash. He still have Pandora, which he can use to reroll it over. I mean, is he gonna? Or he might just use it until the PvE and then reroll on creeps.
Yeah, makes sense.
He pushed levels.
18 HP to work with, 2 lives, 11 lost streak. He has to turn things around now. Is this Smeech and this Echo going to be enough?
And he's rerolling Toxin, I believe. It did not go on any unit.
Oh.
Bombay 40 gold, still far from the Tristana. It's 2 still. Good front line with the Rel. And she's holding up. Holding up amazingly.
Yeah.
Bulky body as well. Is really big there.
I mean, okay, this is a no scout, no pivot.
Bulky bodies.
Yeah.
Is this a max cap?
This is... Are there sparkles?
Bro, you think I see sparkles from here? You can bend over and check.
If there's sparkles, it's Coronation. No sparkles, it's Max Cap.
I mean, he has 40 gold and he found 1 Tristana. I'm gonna assume it's Coronation. If it was actually Max Cap and he low rolled that hard, there is no justice.
You do see a Smeech on the carousel for LBTZ if he wants to. Yep, gonna go for it right away. Reach to the belt, gets a little bit closer to that Smeech 3. Maybe saving grace in terms of staying alive in the stage 4. Jace, for now.
Iron Bob with the Corki. I think he had the pair, so this should be Corki 2 for him.
Jungler has a pretty good spot because he funded quality over quantity on top of another prismatic combat, which is the ideal position to be at. And we see that he has pretty much full upgraded board, a part of the Garen and Elise, which are the true crucial pieces.
8 HP for LBTZ, has to roll it down, has to find at least a Smeech 3 if he wants to think about going 9 and going to stay strong enough.
Smeech
There's
3.
Smeech 3. Silco 2 as well. A lot of upgrades coming through here. Is it enough though? That's the big question. And it looks like how frantically he's rolling down.
There it is.
Okay, those were the delayed rolls, so it is going to be just those rolls into the Silco 2.
Oh, he didn't play the Silco.
Oh,
He didn't get this
at least
either.
2. That's at least 2 with Streakster. This is one of the best units to use
He could
it
be
on.
out here, yeah.
And that's rough.
Smitch is dead.
21 points. That's
Are you
not
there,
a good
Echo
spot
too?
to be.
Good Echo 2.
Damage coming through. Not much frontline for the Elise player.
Okay, we're fine. Echo 2 is the true champ here.
Echo 2, Sonia's, oof, amazing.
Exactly. You have an anti-burst artifact on the Echo, so you have a chance, even past that Elise damage.
We see Singed with the double artifact. Our perfected item is still rolling. Wait, there was a Radiant one we could have used, actually. The Chem Tank. Okay,
I think it's placed already. It's not on the...
Oh, it actually went in. Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
Should be for Echo here. No, Smitch, okay, perfect. Which one did he get?
Oh, okay, that's a big Giga piece.
And now we have 2 kind of last chance effects. The Zhonya's for the Echo, the Anomaly itself for the Smeech. So
nice.
More consistent in terms of, even with some mispositioning, even with some amount of burst coming onto Smeech, like we
Ooh.
just saw in that last fight, now you have that last chance.
Rolling, rolling. Still missing that Smeech.
There it is.
There you go. Alright, is it win out spot for LBTZ?
Looks like it. Obviously,
catch up.
1 life, so dangerous. He could go against someone very, very high roll, but he should be right now the strongest.
The question is, will he use remover if there is still one to roll over the perfected item once again on PvE? Or he will
Ironbog
not
maybe
risk it?
cooked a little bit too much. Artillerist Swain for Artillerist Radiant item on the Corki, not on the Mbessa that we talked about. It's going to be the Vi instead with Trenchcoat and Zhonya's.
It's true Biz. Trenchcoat with Zhonya.
Yeah?
Yeah, but like you don't want Eon. The reason why it's so much better than Eon, because Eon lasts only for 1 second and Zhonya lasts for 3 seconds. But like you need an actual real item instead of Eon here. You look for something like Sterak. Or at least Vow.
Coronation for Ironbog as well with an extra slot. We'll see if this will be enough. Corki is already very, very low in HP. Corki is down. That's a Radiant item already taken down. And the Twitch is being dealt with by the Vi, breaking out in that backline. But there's so many units level 5. Redemption as well. Huge, huge loss for Ironbog.
Several buys hitting the Twitch, and it wasn't enough, so no damage there.
And that's it. Exact KO for Ironbog. So maybe we cursed him. Was in the top 8 coming into this final game. Unfortunate 8th place for the APAC player.
I think it was always so rough, though, because you had a contest coming through from Boomhay for the Tristana, which you would have loved to be able to angle for.
Yeah.
And then Ironbog taking the Artillerist emblem needed to actually play for a little bit more of that fast tempo and just didn't quite hit what he needed to.
Rolling over 2 items. On the one is the perfected, one is the regular one. Tries to get that Smeech item. If he gets a proper one, we can get the Saber, we can get the Lifesteal one. You probably, David, remember all the names, surely.
Surely, as a professional caster, I remember every single name. One thing I will mention for Ironbog, it's a difficult game where you're playing this incredibly flex TFT while also dealing with all the different cash outs from Civica. There's a lot of different balls to juggle, and sometimes it's a little bit too much to find the optimal route out of that game, especially in Stage 4, where everyone else is playing more clear lines that they know exactly what artifacts to go for, exactly where to min-max those decisions.
We see the batch of forecast from the Civica coming from. If we can double check quickly if LBTZ rolled an actual good item for the Smeech. If he didn't, and there is Boomhay in the matchmaking, that Tristana can actually beat the Smeech.
Yeah, but for Boom, he is perfect. He has comeback story here. So actually, once again, only making himself stronger. Already ramping up with the Tristana, and also will ramp up with the Augment. So great position for him. Going up against Lucas. Lucas with a great B. Violet there, trying to hit, but not enough. And the Rel, once again, doing the story. Trying to access the backline for the Gunplank, not enough. So Boomhay, once again, great position. And just ramping up in a perfect spot. We have 2 players that are already contesting the first and second.
And I take it back. This budget Light Shield Crest is doing work, and everything Locket on this rel is absolutely holding down the fort when it comes to giving enough time for Tristana to stack.
I like innervating Locket in this comp.
When you hit rel on 4-1,
I was like,
it
bad
looks
stack,
pretty good.
bad item.
Necro, what about middens on Twitch? How do you like that one?
I'm so down. I'm game.
And
it's not working
Stage 5,
great, but
who do we still
I'm
see on the board, Alan?
I mean...
Deb is still alive and kicking.
Oh, actually got Shimmer Bloom with the... But is it perfected Shimmer Bloom or perfected Chainsaw? I actually can't tell. I'm blind. I'm sorry.
Doesn't look perfected. Doesn't have like the...
Oh, at least got blown up. Twitch as well. That is just an absolute onslaught from LBTZ, clawing his way back up the standing. The huge Camberan cash out proving to be good enough for now. We'll see once he faces some of the stronger players in this lobby.
It is a perfected item on Smeech, by the way. Just
Are
as
you
confirmation.
Sir? Okay, then it is a win out. Because I've seen a gigantic shield on the Singed, which leads me into thinking this is a Shimmer Bloom actually perfected. Because it shields. Because I don't know how is the Singed getting the shield. Where is the Singed shield coming from?
We'll check.
On the other side, we see...
Bunhei with the Ezreal 3. So now ramping up here, the Exodia from the Americas, and now going up with Bunhei. Great itemization, so great secondary carries, so that Tristan is not the only one doing all the work.
So this is a very interesting spot, because what happened for Bunhei, he got the bailout after low rolling the Tristana, max cap I believe, given that there is also Ezreal free, and in this combination of arguments there was only like 6% chance for the Prismatic to appear, so getting not only Prismatic last, but also it being max cap is insane.
And from Kian here, just not the right setup. Fishbones naked on a Jace that was not really doing too much. A 2-item Elise carrying one of the Zanya. So when you can't really maximize the use of these artifacts you're getting, when you're not able to really put them on your hypercarries, like we saw last game with Tristana and the Zyra 4, we see what happens. Your board is just not going to be strong enough.
Not much possibilities here for Cituren, Lucas, okay, Edge of Night. Only trying to ramp up. Should be on the buy, maybe take out one of the Deathblade, and he can throw it into Gunplan maybe, or even the Draven if he wants to.
Really not an amazing spot for the jungler, because there are two other players that are looking like they have a win-out spot. On one side there is LBTZ with the perfected item cash out, and on the other side there is a Bunhei sitting with no scout, no pivot Tristana, full capped board.
It's getting stronger and stronger in two different ways.
Yeah, there's double scaling.
And White Jungler is a player who we're not sure what he needs to stay alive for day 2, but I think it's almost certainly a first place at the very least, and then we're not even sure we can confirm that. So needs to really play for a first.
Great crowd control here for the Jinx for the first cast. Trying to delay as much as possible the game plan. Smeech is the one we should be looking at. Great damage, still in the front line. Should be going to the back now.
So it's dropping gold.
Yeah. I'm glad you can see that at least, Alan. Like 15 gold on the board. Finally, Alan has his glasses on. He's gold, say no more.
I mean, I can see at least some sparkling coins on the floor.
True econ enjoyer. You have eyes for only one thing.
Oh, LeBlanc too.
That feels good.
Cituren very, very strong. Getting the best of both worlds here with the mirror. So he has the LeBlanc full damage and also the crowd control with the LeBlanc in the front.
I love the lore appropriate LBTZ game plan here. He's the Grim Reaper, but with a chainsaw instead of a scythe.
A bit unfortunate that we don't have the glass on the LeBlanc. It's so much stronger. It's like the best holder of the glass, but there is just no removers. So like it's nothing that can be done there.
But one more round, he'll get a remover.
He needs two. One
yes,
is not good enough.
Or just...
Second at least two.
Exactly, and then sell it and swap it.
And we see that Tristana might be
down. The last candle comes through. This is why Yanami was picked up, but it doesn't matter.
LBTZ will go down.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Even playing into this possibility, I think, knowing the matchups that would probably be the important fights, late stage 5, the strongest player was the Tristana player. You want to have that second life in case that burst comes through. Despite that, it does not matter. Innervating Locket on this spell.
No, hold up. Did I just see Bunhei being level 8? That would mean it wasn't Max Cup.
No, it's been Coronation.
It was Coronation. Yeah, we agreed on this.
Because you're telling me this is his board with Coronation?
Yep.
Huh? And GP3 in the works for Lucas. Another anvil coming through.
It's going to be a completed item this time.
2 away from getting the GP. And additional eyeball here for everyone. Let's see if everyone
Jace
gets...
2 for Lucas as well. So a lot of upgrades could potentially come through for the Brazilian player. Jace 2 with the 3rd item. GP3 can come through next round, potentially, if he has a few lucky shops. And there's so much gold still for Boomhay.
1 away from the GP right now. And now everything on the Elise for the damage. And obviously LeBlanc getting there the Sonias, who have good ramp-up possibilities. Trying to get the Sonias on the cast of the Tristana would be ideal, but I think she will go first for the Elise, yeah. So this is not the way it has to go, but nice damage here from the LeBlanc should be enough. Now Ezreal cleans.
Oh my god, I was closer than I thought it would be, but Satoran gets taken out with really strong board.
It's a really crazy setup from Boomhay. The no sky, no pivot plus the bulky body has just been showcasing how strong that combination is, especially with so many other multiplicative resources from the artifact, from the Savika portal. So great understanding of how to play the Savika encounter from Boomhay here.
Yeah, he had that on 2-1 decision, what to pick. He waited very long until he committed into that line, had the Tristana at stage 1 stacking up, and when he's seen the artifact, he's like, okay, bet. I'll go for the either frontline or like Tristana, some good item, and then gets on Gamblers as his best choice, and then he makes it work for all that effort. Crazy.
Boomhay versus Wet Jungler. The 1v1 now at the end. Wet Jungler needs a first to have any chance to stay alive in this tournament coming to day 2 to dodge that cutoff that we'll have for the bottom 8 players after this game 6 concludes. Garen standing strong. The 2 tank units holding down the line in the front of the board, but the Rel is too strong. The no scout, no pivot is too strong. The Tristana scaling is too strong. And it's a big loss for Wet Jungler.
Yeah, Wet Jungler came here in a great spot. He was good tempo and everything, but now it's just not scaling enough. And Boomhay just making himself stronger every turn. Looks better for him. He needs to try something different here. Maybe some positioning, maybe at least 1 steal. So
Zoe 2 upgrade.
Doesn't look good for him.
That's the last upgrade he's going to be hitting, though. No gold to work with.
Could be at least from Carousel, at least next shop. We have still 2 lives to work with. Some sort of Mel would be a bit better than that Victor's, a bit more damage output to go through that healing that Rel has. Boomhay pretty much single-handedly carrying the Locket stats in the tournament.
Okay, so Swain is on the side of the Tristana, but the damage should not be enough to access backline. Only small chunk of damage, she's already healing.
Sunfire died from the junglers.
That's really big
really
well,
bad.
against the Gunblade.
Gunblade, but also Locket.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that really is even burning.
Garen's down.
She's burning,
and he's
but
cleaning.
Oh, she doesn't care. She's still healing.
Very tough.
We need at least 2. At least from Carousel or 6 cost. No 6 costs. At least red buff perhaps. Red buff Victor. Could be Radiant 1.
Red buff is denied by Boomhay. Understands the weakness that could come through in this 1v1 matchup.
No, he didn't get any.
Just not even aware of what he can pick up. Gets the Jinx in the end, and that's gonna be it. Every round that this continues on, even if you find a Mel and stay alive for longer, that's just another round that the other player is scaling even more. No scout, no pivot. You have the Tristana scaling. I don't even want to ask how many stacks she has.
Do you think it's more or less?
Even the Ezreal 3.
She didn't have that good of an item setup early on, and she didn't have damage.
70%?
Yeah, I think that's general 60-70. We had also early Ezreal itemized who was taking out the kills.
He changes, so now the Elise is on the right, and he decides to protect a little more the Vladimir to avoid the one-shot that just performed in the last round. So all in favor of Boomhay here.
At least cast at 1 HP. We have Victor follow-up, maybe. Nah, like look at this HP on the
The Rel's gonna stay alive for
Nice, too much. Too much
can't
damage,
be
raw
taken
damage
out.
from Boomhay. Wet Jungler falls down second place. We're saying he needed first, so probably not day 2 for him.
Not gonna confirm
Boomhay,
it.
celebrate.
Maybe we haven't really had enough experience with this format to know exactly what points are impossible, but
yeah, we need to.
It is a strong attempt from Wet Jungler. It's a nice bounce back from an 8th place where you think you're absolutely doomed. 15 points in 5 games is really not ideal. To bounce back to play his own game plan, what he enjoys doing, which is playing comfortable, high tempo, win streak starts, and executed that well at the very least.
But Boomhey, it feels like a victory lap
Yeah.
at this point. Going into that final game, had 28 points, and now finishes out the day with a first place. And with a Tristana reroll, I mean, this was a composition people were looking at, but I think maybe has had a little bit more play than we might have thought coming into this weekend.
Back-to-back wins. Kian in Game 5, and now once again APAC. We mentioned it will be the passing of the baton. Exactly that's what happened. And Boomhey may be becoming the breakout player from APAC in this tournament already in this day one.
I mean, we knew that Tristana is the strongest reroll, and on top of that being 2 costs, so efficient, and there are so many frontlines that you can hit, it doesn't have to be Rel. It's obviously the best one, but it doesn't have to be the one.
Yeah, he played it great. He got it in the early game. And we have seen here, normally you need full damage. You also need the ramp up with the Ginsu. And now, actually, he just played it good in the early game, played it small, and then getting the ramp up in the end. And now we're seeing a little of the rest of the comps. Some players actually in a tough position. We already talked about what jungler, and it's good to see that he actually didn't went for the full risky play. He only played tempo, and he played great. A great second place for him, maybe not enough, but actually maintaining his style to get or to try to get to good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, he was in his comfort zone. That's where he shines, playing tempo, playing from the good spot, and he knows when to pull the trigger, when to suck a bit HP to reach that highest cap. But there are certain bonds that you just cannot possibly outcap.
I think what was so interesting about this game, and also in comparison to the game that we just had for 5, we get Savika encounter for both. And I think we saw the 2 ends of the spectrum that the Savika encounter can give you. In game 5, it felt very low roll, where you didn't actually see a whole lot of power being added to the game. And then right off the bat, in game number 6, we get an artifact dropped for our players. And to see the decision making behind that was pretty cool to see unfold.
Yeah, we saw Manasing, we saw the Sonias doing a great job there, stalling the comp. So not only the one who wants, the rest also started. We saw the Smitch together with the other carry with the Echo doing that delay. So great to see. So actually the variety, these were items that we were not seeing until last patch.
Another great game where we have seen 500 cash out, not being able to close it out. So perhaps so many players going into the first day, they were mentioning Cambaron is broken, Cambaron is the way to play, but maybe
I will say, when you compare and contrast a 500 cash out, the resources, when you have also Savika coming through, it's much less impactful than it is in a more normal game of TFT, so I think that's part of it. I will say this game 6, it was a very testing game of TFT. In the same way that game 5 was more linear, playing into rerolls, playing into this artifact goes well on this carry, hyper carries, gold collector, mana's aim was more clear. This game was all over the place. Every player had to play very uncomfortable TFT, make a lot of weird decisions around what artifacts and augments work together. Some players, I think, did not solve the equation very well coming into stage 4 and 5. And it was a great game of TFT as a viewer, but as a player, these are the very challenging games that really make or break, and it's the challenge you have to surpass if you want to make day 2 and even day 3 coming tomorrow.
We haven't seen players contesting much with each other yet. Pretty much respectful. Whoever plays reroll pretty much stays uncontested. Sometimes there will be contention on the front line because like Rel is such a great unit. Usually if you can choose one, you want to hit Rel, but sometimes it's just gonna be Sinch, sometimes it's gonna be Leona. But if you can choose one, yeah, we all want that one particular.
Yeah, and because everyone's getting like a good line in the beginning, we don't see those contested also on level 8. Maybe we see some Twitch being contested. We saw Vicious there and together with Kian. Trying to go for it, but obviously one with the better line, with the Bruiser, obviously will be the one maintaining the position. So it's great to see everyone's trying to maintain the best line in the beginning, and then you have to go for the defaults. And normally is Elise Flex, maybe 4-4 Swapper, maybe Swords, and obviously the Twitch.
Or it's just family reroll. Family reroll we've seen be very consistent throughout the day, no matter what type of encounter you've been a part of. But I think even for Lucas in this game, ended up having a great finish to a good day number 1.
A solid top 3 comp.
Yeah. And not seeing many contests, I think, is also a sign of a healthy meta. If a meta is not very balanced, players they don't care, they're going to play down the same line, same reroll line, and just try and make it work. In a meta where it is very balanced, there's many different lines to play for and have good results on, you can see someone contesting you and say, okay, I'm not going to take the risk, I'm going to go into a different line and still find success with it going into stage 3 and 4.
Well, we've completed 6 games for day number 1 of the Tactician's Crown for Into the Arcane, and so now let's take a look at our results. We are unfortunately sending 8 players home right now, and those are going to be the players on your screen.
Very tough. Not the best day for Darknoob there. So we lose 1 from America. 2, Wet Jungler, finally, not enough. 22 was not the cut, maybe 23 or...
Yeah, even 22 with some good tiebreakers might be it. Noel as well, unfortunately, had an interview with him early on today, not able to make it through. It's just a very tough day one here. Maris is one of the players who we thought would make a comeback off of his middle of pack performance in last set, comes back to the global stage, but yet again is taken down in day one this time.
Yeah, we also see that Huohuo, Wunsan from CN getting the day one elimination, but overall pretty fair representation of players moving forward.
I think it's wild that you take a look at this page and 23 is in fact a cutoff. Dank Memes able to sneak in there alongside Kevin Parker, and that means they get a chance to continue their competition tomorrow. And there isn't really a wide margin here. Taking a look even just at 25th place, that's going to be 25 points. It's going to be a tight race for tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, the cutoff for day 3 is actually much more heavy and tough. So actually, these are the ones who start risking tomorrow and start playing a lot of Ken Baron, maybe not the 500, but at least a lot of 300, trying to smidge a little.
For some players from some regions, you wake up right away, Ken Baron game 1 is going to be a big wake-up call in terms of executing that properly. LBTZ maybe being one of those players who we saw just playing that now in game 6.
But Double 61, the dream is still alive to get a second Tactician's crown and maybe even a third as we take a look at Tidal in 24th position. This is going to be a really close race. Again, look at how close together everybody is, even just from 24th to 17th place.
Tidal was looking a bit shaky after the first 4 games, but when he pulled it back, he actually locked in.
We talked about it. He usually does come back much stronger in the day 2s, and obviously in the day 3s, he's pumping up. He's scaling into the later stages of this tournament.
We've also got Guan and Ironbog who come in as 2 of our regional winners that will also continue on their competition tomorrow, as well as taking a look at the Americas. We've got Lucas from Brazil as well as Spencer from the Americas there that we're going to take a look at for the second page.
Yeah, Litu Chuan also getting a good win. Double first place here on Game 5 and Game 6. CN server representative is doing amazing. And Spencer also on top there, losing the 8th place, the top 8. But also all of these are in perfect place to get to day 3. They just need to outperform. So APAC already with a good possibility. And the final standings here, the top 8, the ones who are smiling and maybe with the better mental for tomorrow.
Non-dead performance. Look at this. 40 points Rocky. 40 bomb after 6 games.
JOC reigning supreme once again when it comes to the CN representatives. VO as well, a player who I think, like Jeduzor we've been talking about, the last 4 sets, these players have made 3 global championships. They're, I think, one of the 2 best rising talents in international TFT, and they're proving it yet again on this day 1. Jeduzor with a 4th place in Macau continues to transfer that success into this day 1.
Liluo, set champion of Give Me a Gadget, also with the possibility of a second round. Only Tidal has done it so far. Lilu, the only one, the other with a possibility, double, and obviously this show. So good race. We could have another second round winner.
Clemens was not copium. He was speaking the truth.
I mean, it's crazy to think about the graphic at the top of the day. We talked about every single one of our players that comes in having already won a Tactician's crown or 2, and they're all still in the competition this weekend.
Yeah, I'm glad that America managed to shake it off after first 2 games where it was looking a bit rough, and afterwards they locked in and they're actually back. And
EMEA doesn't look terrible, so you started high amazing on game, then you got together.
Thank you, Kukla.
You move a little, so you balance. Yeah, I think it's okay.
From what I heard,
it's
after
inside
last set
expectation.
day 1 doesn't look terrible is fairly positive, so I'll take it. You know what? Especially from an America's caster, knowing the biases we have here.
Bro, please.
Oh, Alan, you have to learn. You have to learn what we have to deal with.
He's gonna get used to it.
it's fine. We'll see what Kuba has to say tomorrow about the America's performance.
Ooh.
I mean, APAC's doing really well, though, as well. I think there were a couple of big favorites there from APAC that have made it on to day 2 of the competition. Most notably, I'm looking at Taro as well as Bintim. I think those are 2 players that we've always thought of very highly heading into Tactician's crowns, but still not quite having that success as we might have set them up to have as we talk about them.
Yeah, also amazing performance from the Kansun Jeon, given that he been consistent today throughout the whole day and maintained the top 8 scoreboard.
The one thing I'll say, when you're playing TFT trying to compete at highest level, don't give up. Boomhay's a player I talked to. He told me, since set 8.5, I was trying to compete in TFT, compete in tournaments. I was getting day 1 every tournament until set 11. That's 3 sets of suffering. And now he's completely turned it around, come into day 1. international stage against some of the best players in the world. Currently 4th in the standing. Huge confidence boost for a player that when you're a newcomer, I think it's something you need. Have that mental boost to prove to yourself, hey, I deserve to be here. I can fight against the best in the world and still perform and put up good results.
Yeah, and to double down on Taro, he's the second best in Japan. Obviously, we talk about title. He's the best. He's the GOAT. 2 crowns. Taro is doing amazing. He's been performing amazing, so he could be the second hope also for the region, not only for Japan, also for total APAC, and he's playing amazing.
Reinforcements arrived, baby.
It's true.
He already made a top 8 a few sets ago on the international stage, made that day 3, so he's not someone that is, he's used to at some point in time, he has made it that far already, so could do it again.
The stars sometimes just have to align for our players this weekend, and so it's very exciting to see who gets to continue on their competition tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned though, because day 2, it isn't just, of course, about those players getting a chance to have their shot at that final lobby on Sunday. It's also about the exclusive Step 14 Cyber City details we get to drop to you tomorrow as well. Get a sneak peek on maybe a couple of the traits that are going to be coming in, so that's going to be very fun. Make sure you stay tuned. But of course, our competition is going to be kicking back off tomorrow at 5 a.m. Pacific or 1 p.m. Central European time, or I can't help you actually do the rest of the math because daylight savings time happens.
The same time as today, Necra. Just keep it
yes,
easy.
Exactly. See it right here. Same time, same place. And of course, make sure you check out all of our alternative lobbies that will be covering all of that action. But that's going to do it for us here at the Into the Arcane Tactician's Crown for day number 1. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow.